Chatty House. We ballin', boy. We going up at the Chatty House. We talk about it all, bring the family out. Sub to the channel, hit the likes now. And we only going up when the lights down. Yeah, we just getting started. Ain't no party like a Chatty House party. We just getting started. Ain't no party like a Chatty House party.
Kind of what we're going to talk about, just an outline of what we're doing for the day and our show prep, for lack of a better term. And I was looking, there's the date at the top of the run. And if I don't change that, I will be off on the date all day. And so I never changed it yesterday. And so I went through the whole day yesterday thinking it was the 4th.
Yeah, that's tough.
I got bills due on the 6th, and I'm like, I got another day.
A couple days. No
I got
worries.
till Monday. Bills are due on Saturdays.
Yeah.
Then my wife's like, no, it's the 5th. I'm like, no, honey, the rundown very clearly says
Did you check it?
It's the 4th.
Yeah. No, look, pull up the rundown.
Yeah, like, look at the calendar. No. Look at my rundown. A day later, the NBA trade deadline has passed, and I want to get into that, but we've got NFL awards, and you were hot.
Yeah,
because of what happened at the NFL honors ceremony last night.
Yeah, awards are dumb.
Very good.
That's my take. Awards are dumb.
We'll get to
Throw
that.
them all out.
And we have a ton of Super Bowl 60 coverage for you. Tide is the official sponsor of Odyssey's big game coverage. Tune into ESPN 1320 all week long for nonstop previews and analysis leading up to kickoff on February 8th. Sunday, February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Jake Gadon from CBS 13. He's going to join us at 8 o'clock. We got a possible massive trade in the NFL that could be happening that we didn't get to yesterday that we'll get to today. But we're a day after the NBA trade deadline.
Yes, we are.
I don't have any more. I don't have anything to add to how the Kings operated. I think we're all on the same page that it was disappointing.
Yeah, I've kind of just moved forward, and it's like, okay, how ugly is this gonna get the rest of the season? Are we going full tank mode now?
Yes. Yeah, and that's when you start saying, okay, how do you move forward? This season, it's full tank mode.
Yeah, like DeMar Sabonis is here, Zach LaVine's here, DeMar DeRozan's still here. It's just now, how are they going to operate? Are they just shooting for that top pick?
Yeah, so that's what I've kind of been trying to, because I feel intensely pessimistic because of just how disappointing the trade deadline was. But I'm also trying to operate in the space that, like, okay, we're here now. So this is the plan. This is the path they've chosen for now. This is the path they've chosen to go down. So what's kind of the next step here? The next step is to develop your young players as much as humanly possible. I know that's been the goal all season, but for me, that is now step one. If you think that starting Max Reynaud and Dylan Cardwell is the best thing for them, start them.
Yeah.
If you think starting Nate Clifford at point guard or shooting guard or small forward, whatever, if that's best for him, do that thing and work around that. Wins and losses.
We're past that. I'm sorry. Yes.
So far past
the professional sports team, we're beyond wins and losses right now. Okay.
Yes.
Like, no, in reality, yes, that's just kind of the position they put themselves in. And it's like, all right, there's 4 other teams in the NBA right now that are probably going to shoot for that top pick in the draft.
At least.
Yes, you don't want to be that team that's like, oh, yeah, whatever, fine with the 5th or whatever. Like, no, you kind of need to be a part of that group going forward.
Yeah.
I mean, you're also going to try to develop Maxime right now, Dylan Cardwell, Nate Clifford, and I mean, whoever you feel like is going to work with you going forward. But also, like, yes, Darren Peterson, we need you.
The goal is, and we talked about this a lot in the offseason, how there were people when the season started, they were like, tank. No, we've lost the plot. The Kings had enough good players that you could squint and talk yourself into them being in the play-in mix if you really wanted to. I wasn't there, but a lot of people were. And I got it. I understand.
Yeah, I thought going into the season, I think their ceiling was going to be around 41 wins. And
right.
Very not much. Yeah.
Ceiling.
Very
right.
much
right.
not that.
So I get why going into the year, and Kenny said this from D'Lo and KC. He said we've lost the plot with this. Like the goal is to win games when in sports.
Yeah.
You want to see your team win every time they play. And I agree with that. But on the other hand, the other goal is a championship. The other goal is to make the playoffs and to hoist the Larry O'Brien trophy. And so for the Kings, that's what this rebuild is about, is trying to get to championship contention. And we might be 6, 7, 8 years away from that. Even if this goes well, we might be that far away from this. But that's what this season is now about. And it's been what it's about for the last couple of weeks. The trade deadline did not bring this revelation, but
this is now we're all here finally.
Right. We're like,
this
here.
is what it actually is now.
Yes. There's no, what happens to Domas? There's no, okay. All right. We're moving past that. This is what the team has. Zach LaVine's an expiring contract now, though. That's exciting. You could possibly move Domas in the offseason and accelerate this in a certain way. But when you're focused on what does the rest of this season look like, because we got whatever it is, 20, 30 games left. Is that what it is? 12 and 40 they are? Boy, that's bad.
Yeah.
12 and
about 30 games left, yeah.
12 and 40. So yeah, there's 30 games left, math. And you want I got to the young guys already, and you want to lose as many games as possible.
Yep.
And that's just what this is. So going forward, I think there's plenty of reason to watch and to follow along. And if you're excited about Nick Clifford, stay locked in. If you're excited about Dylan Cardwell, stay locked in, because I think what we're going to see is those guys are going to play a lot. Devin Carter played well the other night.
No, he did.
We didn't talk about that a ton on the show, but Devin Carter, I think, made an impact on that game. Yeah, played well enough in those minutes to, hey, we'll see some Devin Carter minutes. What does this look like with a real opportunity around other young players? So that's where we're at right now. It is super not the place anybody wanted to be. I was hoping that there would be a deal at the trade deadline and they would take a swing and they would have hit the fast forward button on whatever this is, but they didn't. So where do we go now? If you want to sit here and be pissed off,
more power to you.
Like, salute. I've done that before. I've done that with plenty of A's seasons where in April, I'm like, all right, I'm out.
I did that last football season.
Yeah, man. Like, you just, but this is where it's going. This is not apples to apples, but try and follow me here. It's like the Sharks last year, the San Jose Sharks last year. That was not a good hockey club. But you see Macklin Celebrini, you see Will Smith, and there's these reasons to watch. You get, and again, it's not apples to apples. Those guys are very, very good. Macklin Celebrini is on his way to being one of the best players in the sport, or is already among the best players in the sport. But there's fun and there's enjoyment to be had, because that's what all this is. This is all fun. And it sucked yesterday and the day before that. Like, I get it. But this is all supposed to be fun. So how do we find the fun in it? I'm trying.
Yeah.
The fun for me is, again, last year you saw it was young players and okay, they lost. It's not gonna ruin my night. I'm not mad they lost, but when they go up 2-0 on the Avalanche, or a really good team, when they go to, it's like, oh hey, this is super exciting. Like, oh, how fun. You start to see, and again, it's not apples to apples, but I think that's what the rest of this Kings season is going to be for me.
Yeah, with the Kings, like, I think with the Kings, less about having fun if you're a fan and just more so, all right, you're just kind of locked into that draft lottery and that pick next year.
Yeah, 100%.
And kind of, you're watching for development with Max and Dylan and Nick and those guys.
That doesn't mean it can't be fun.
Brother, it's going to be tough. I don't know. How fun can you make it for guys that maybe you expect are going to be just role players and things like that?
Not as fun as having the best rookie in the sport who looks like he's going to be the next Sidney Crosby.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to compare it to the Sharks, but just more so it's like,
and
I think there's a ceiling there, so I think you limit expectations. And
100%.
I think just with this Kings team, it's just more so like, yeah, you want to see steady development, but I think there's a kind of a cap there. On the fun meter, I guess.
I agree.
Yeah.
It is way different if it's Darren Peterson getting all this burn, right?
Yeah, like next year, what you're talking about next year, like if they were to land a top 3 pick or even the top 5, when they land a top 3 pick, well, you got on the board Darren Peterson, Sacramento Kings. So,
I did. I wrote it down.
yeah, we'll see. But
Okay.
I'm
either
trying
way,
this. I'm trying this because I spend so much time as a sports fan being negative
yeah,
and worrying about the thing that hasn't happened yet. I'm just going to start manifesting.
That's really interesting because I was literally trying to run through somewhat of this thought process the other night where I was like, you know what? You're right. This is supposed to be fun. And I did kind of fall back a little bit on, well, it's nice seeing a different dynamic, seeing the younger guys play, see how they gel, how
Mhm.
well they can do. But it's just ironic because literally the other night I was sitting there thinking, man, you know what? This is supposed to be fun for me. Like I'm watching this for enjoyment.
yes, but you know the team sucks right now. I'm sorry, but
They do.
like
I
they do.
know,
Like
I
I'm
know,
sorry,
I
but
know.
like they do. Like
This
you
is-
can only find so much out of that.
I agree.
It's
Yeah.
true.
You're
It's
not.
true.
You're not going to
Like
have.
there's no like, oh, we get to watch the good old ball game today, and no,
Yeah,
like
but,
probably
but,
gonna,
but no, but it's perfect. It's not that. But if they're down 20 in the first quarter, you can just go do something else.
Yeah, do your laundry while the
Well,
game's
yeah.
on.
Like there's not. Yeah, you've got it on in the
Yeah.
background. You take a look. Oh wow, Devin Carter, what a dunk!
There
Wow,
you
okay, a
go.
little highlight play. But hey, if it's close down the stretch against the Grizzlies, cool. And if you lose that game, dang, shoot. But hey, one step closer to the top pick.
yeah, we're talking about acceptance right now. Then
Yeah, that's it.
yeah,
That's it. That's all this is. And I agree with you. There's limits to how much fun you can have with a 12-40 basketball team that doesn't appear to have a future star on its roster. I'm totally with you, and I'm not trying to tell somebody that this is the best season in Kings history. In fact, it's one of the worst. But I'm just trying to find something out of this because I have to, because it's my job to get on here 5 days a week and talk about this team. And I cannot continue to put myself in the space that I was in the last couple of games, or excuse me, the last couple of days, where I'm going to sit in here and just go, well, one day closer to the season being over. You guys watch any college basketball last night? I'm not subjecting myself to college basketball.
yeah, that's fine. I don't think you have to be there, but just more so, it's just kind of like, yeah, you lock in because you're a fan, and we cover because we cover the team. Like I said earlier, we just accept what it is, but there's a common goal now, I guess. Like at least there's a goal to look forward to. That's what
That's
I can.
it.
That's what
That's
I can.
it.
That's what I can acknowledge. There's a goal to look forward to.
Right. We know what it all is now. There's no speculating. We can all move forward with our lives.
Yeah.
And let me, on the other hand, if we watch this game tonight against the Clippers and it is close down the stretch and there's 6 minutes to go and I see Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan or Domantas Sabonis step foot on the floor, I will be mad.
See what? Find a silver lining in that, Kyle. You want to be the silver linings guy?
No, there won't be. That would be, because that runs counter to everything I'm talking about. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, if we're accepting this, then let's accept it all the way. It's young guys to close the games like we saw against Memphis. It is a deep rotation. Okay, yeah, Daquan Plowden, let's see what you got. Isaiah Stevens, let's see what you've got. Go ahead. Go play. Go figure it out. Devin Carter, here's some minutes.
Is Domas part of that group? The Zach LaVines where it's like, yeah, get the vets, like you're not playing the fourth quarter, because he does have some years on his deal, on his contract left. It's not like he's an expiring now. Where it's
He
like,
is 100% in that group.
but he still could be
question.
here for a couple years, and we're gonna do that for a few years.
Yes. If he's
There's
not,
no
if
aspect of
he's-
like trying to make him part of this, and I don't want to,
Nah,
but I'm just asking the question.
I think
there.
that ship sailed.
Okay.
I don't think that's going to be a thing. If it is, okay, maybe we're gonna have a different conversation. But even if it is, like, all right, let's go to that world. Let's go to the world where Scott Perry and Doug Christie sat down and said, hey, Domas, we'd really like to, you got a couple years left, but we'd really like to sit down at some point in the next offseason and maybe talk extension and maybe figure out if there's a way that you can be the tip of the spear here, the guy who is the veteran presence, who's going to be an all-star,
Yeah.
who's around to oversee the development of these young players, and we think you'll have good basketball left when we're back in the playoffs. Great. Okay. The best way to do that is for him to be as far away from the court as possible in winning time.
Yeah. I don't even mean all that. I just mean more so letting the guy, like the guys there's a chance he might play out his contract here. So
Yes.
or you just kind of keep him to the side or play him like
That's a next year problem.
yeah, I guess.
That's totally a next year problem. This year,
And that's why I asked, is he part of that Zach LaVine group right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Right now, yes. Now, start of next season, all right, we're probably back in the place where they're going to try and win as many games as possible. And if we get to February and they have 12 or 15 wins, then yeah, we'll
Back to square one again.
yeah, back to this.
Makes sense.
But for now, yeah, Domas is very much in that group. I don't want anybody on the court who is not going to be part of this team the next time they're in the playoffs, or B, going to make them win a game that they might lose. And that, to me, is what this is. And again, the other benefit to this, as I try and pull these silver linings out, I'm trying really hard, guys.
No, yeah, you're doing a great job. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. I understand where people are at, and I understand that there are people listening to me right now who are like, "You're insane. You're an idiot."
Kyle's trying not to go insane is the thing.
Yeah,
Kyle's trying to keep himself from going insane for the next 30 games. That is what Kyle's trying to do.
Help me help you. That's what I'm trying to.
See,
So
I'm like Ben. I was born in the darkness. I'm just good with it. I was born in the darkness. All right, that's good. I'm good. I'm cool. I'm fine here. Fine here.
All right, it's all vibes over there. You're gonna go to Mojo's tonight on Saturday. You're gonna go down to Golden One.
I'm molded by it. All right, we're all good.
Have a great time.
Born in it.
But again, the other silver lining to this is when you play those young players, if they pull out that win against Memphis, you feel like, oh, there's an actual step there. That is young players learning how to win. That is Nick Clifford with the ball in his hands in the final moments, figuring out a way to put his team in a position to win. That would be exciting. That would be something worth watching. That would be something worth being excited for.
Real quick.
If that's real quick.
Yeah.
If that's Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, that's not exciting.
Yeah.
That's great. Cool. They did that.
That's good for them.
Can we get rid of them yet? Like that would be the downside of that. Go ahead, Joe.
I said this last year. I'm trying to help you as well. Okay. I'm
Thank
trying
you.
to find a little bit of silver lining. I am
Thank
an
you. I'm
optimist.
glad somebody on this show is with me.
I did say this last year. If I had to choose, and it is a given, between being just normal, complacent, and not even making it into the play-ins, or tanking, losing, I am choosing the losing, because if we're not making it into the plans and we're going to just barely miss it and then not have that tank and get a good pick, then I'm going to have to choose that. If that's where we're at, if that's the two choices that I have. And I've always said, like, 500 ball just makes me frustrated a lot of the time. So that's another maybe. I don't know.
But I know you. If they go 500 next year and are the 9 seed,
They win 5 games in a row the next week. Joe's like, hey, they might be back.
guys, we might. I'm just looking at the schedule.
I don't know. Like, Pack
It's
scored
soft
20. Like, I
on
don't
the
know.
stretch.
I
Yeah.
just don't get it.
Joe's looking at the schedule right now, and he's like, "Yeah, I wanted to tank, but also
You're
win
telling me
out.
there's a chance.
you win out. You're in the play-in.
Yeah,
You're
no, but
30-0 the rest of the way.
I mean, that's kind of what I've been trying to default back to, because I don't know.
It's not an easy place to get.
It's just where they're at. It's just accepting it, like I said.
It's not an easy place to get, because it runs counter to everything we know as sports fans. You want your team to win every game, but you're now in a place where you also, or at that same time, you want your team to eventually win a championship. And those two things run against each other in situations like this. And so I think the best thing to do when you talk about, like, okay, it's full tank mode, that's playing the young players, because that's the best way to get to potentially best of both worlds. Where if they win one, you feel good about how the young players played, you feel good about the future, and all right, fine, you weren't going to lose the rest of your games. So that's the best way to go about it.
Yeah, I don't even necessarily
And
disagree. It's just like I said, just going to be a long 30 games. But if the young guys are playing well, they're getting minutes at the end of the fourth and things like that, I think, yeah, you can come away with, like, all right, there's something here.
Yeah, just something. It's not. They're not gonna. Nothing is gonna happen. And again, I also want to expectation set. I don't say all this thinking that we're gonna go into next year going, they did it, they made it, we're here, playoff time. I don't think that's gonna be the case at all. It's just trying to find any morsel of something to be excited about, because I don't think the final 30 games are going to be exciting. I think they're going to go like 10-20 or 8-22. Like, it's not going to be a good time.
Yeah, Tyler Jennings in the chat out says, this is way better than being mid and never a real contender and picking late teens, a real chance to get a franchise-changing star.
Thank you.
It's that right.
Thank
And
you, Tyler.
I agree with that for now.
Uh-huh.
I agree with that in the situation the Kings are in now. But that's why I said yesterday, okay, this is the path that Scott Perry and co have picked. You need to hit this draft pick this year. Because when it gets to tanking, when you start getting into that 3, 4, 5 seasons in a row, that's where it becomes impossible to get on here and go, hey, but actually this is fine. You can do it for a year. A year is fine. Even next year, if they're really bad again, but it's Darren Peterson out there scoring 20 a night and you feel really good about the Kings' future, fine. But what you can't have is you tank this year and then you whiff the pick. You get the third pick and you missed on it.
You miss a pick and that sets you back another 3 years.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to 27. Okay, tanking again. All right. Now it's 27. Okay, that player looks like a rotation player, but it was a top 5 pick. And yeah, he might be a starter in the league. You might not. All right, well, now we're in 2028.
I asked the guys yesterday, or it might have been during our trade show or whatever, but it's like the third pick or the fourth pick, it can't be Keegan Murray again.
No.
And he's a starter, fine player and things like that, but like you need to be better this time.
Yes. And that's what I'm okay. So we've moved past the trade deadline. We now know what this is, and that's kind of the crux of what I'm getting at. We now know what this is. All right, I'm looking ahead to the draft. That's all the draft and the players on this team who are going to be part of the team in 2029.
Yeah.
That's all I care about. And I think that those are things worth watching going forward.
Yeah. Like I guess what I'm like locked in for the draft too going forward the rest of the season. So I mean, they inch towards that and kind of it's 2 losses, but the young guys are playing well, then we're all good here.
Yeah, man. Buckle up.
It's just a situation
we're
that they're
be here
in
the whole time.
Yeah.
We're gonna be here for you the entire time. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil rocking alongside us. Hey, do you want to make an underdog lineup real quick?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Cool.
Okay, so we got to make another one. This is going to be my third, fourth lineup?
Wow.
I think it's my third lineup for the big game, which is right around the corner.
Shout out to the big game.
Yeah, man. We love
the big game here.
We love the big game. Let's see. What do we want to do? Do we want to do an entire first quarter?
Yeah, let's go first quarter.
First quarter, rushing and receiving touchdowns. You can't go lower on the first quarter. Do we have any yards in here? Okay, here we go. Sam Darnold, 50.5 passing yards in the first quarter. That's a lot.
Higher?
Yes. No.
Yes, I stuttered, but yes.
Why?
Sam, light him up first drive. Let him know you're there, Sam Darnold.
Wait, I like
the higher. Yes.
I didn't believe in it until he said that. Yeah.
You can't picture Sam. Oh, what if it's Kenneth Walker the lighting him up first drive?
See?
Let's go lower. Let's go back. Go back.
We're going. That's it. I don't know if it's going to be a feeling out process.
Kenneth Walker's been playing really well too.
Yeah, Kenneth Walker's been really. But is it what we saw against the Rams, where first drive, third down, like, all right, hey, here's this deep shot to Rashid Shaheed?
It might be. I think Patriots' run defense is pretty good. You should have went with the first one because now I'm second guessing my second guess.
All right, higher.
Let's go.
Drake May? I'm going lower, 45.5.
Yeah, let's go lower.
I don't feel good about Drake May in this
game. The Patriots are going to ease into this game. I don't feel bad about them, but I think they're going to have to ease into this game a bit.
Okay. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 17.5 receiving yards.
Higher. If we're going Sam Darnold higher, let's go JSN higher.
Right. Cooper Kupp, 2.5
yards?
Yeah. I'm going higher. I need one catch out of Cooper Kupp.
He's going to have the first catch.
Quarter?
He'll probably have the first catch of the game for 5 yards just to get him ready to go.
All right. Very good. Let's see. Anything else jumping out at me? That's 4. Ooh, George Halani, the running back, Kenneth Walker's backup. Is he seeing the field in the first quarter?
I'll go lower, whatever. George.
Half a yard.
Lower.
I'm going lower.
Yeah, no, we're not messing around the Super Bowl.
All right, I feel great about this. In fact, you know what?
This feels perfect.
You can do a flex where you can get 1 or 2 wrong and still get a little bit of money back. I'm gonna do the max payout on this. I feel really good about this.
As do I.
All right,
my
great.
picks.
All right, we're doing it. Download the Underdog app. Okay, there it is. All right, so this lineup, Sam Darnold higher than 50.5 first quarter passing yards. Drake May lower than 45.5 first quarter passing yards. Jackson Smith and Jigba higher than 17.5 first quarter receiving yards. Cooper Kupp higher than 2.5 first quarter receiving yards. George Halani lower than half a first quarter receiving yard.
Sounds great.
I feel phenomenal about this.
No, as do I.
Download the Underdog app. Sign up today. It's super easy. You want to do it now because the big game is right here. It is on Sunday.
Days.
There are so many. You just heard us go. That was just the first quarter available stats. There's so many more than that. So you're going to want to dig through all of those. We've been having a great time on the show building those lineups, and I know you will too. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KyleM. That's KYLEM to score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy. That's promo code KyleM, KYLEM. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. You got a little big game party going on?
No, actually. Got a little we're going to chill.
Just vibes at home?
Yeah. Because Saturday I'm going to be.
coming over?
No. Saturday I'm going to be at the Kings game. So
Right.
I'm not going to really go anywhere Sunday morning because I'm going to have to drive back. Because everyone I know that I hang out with kind of like lives outside, like Modesto, just outside
Sure,
city. So I'm not going to
right.
go make the trip and then make the trip back that night. So I'm going to chill at my place.
That's why we do a whole weekend.
Yeah.
Saturday we do a little bowling, some drinks, hang out.
Nice.
Yeah, we used to
Yeah.
do big Super
My
Bowl
parents
parties.
my parents make a big Super Bowl bingo card. We play bingo.
Oh, that's fire.
It's such a great time.
Yeah.
It's such a great time. So we do that down in the Bay Area. If you're going to be up here and you're looking for a place to go, Jesse,
Mojo's.
Yeah, they have a big game party. They're going to be a raffle for football collectibles. They're going to have Pliny the Younger, which is one of the best beers I've ever had. It's a once-a-year release from Russian River. They're going to have that. The food is always really good there. It's an indoor-outdoor space. Pull up by yourself. There's going to be a ton of people there. You can pull up solo, watch a game, pull up with friends, watch a game. If you're looking for a spot, it's right downtown. Right in downtown. In 15th and I. Park down there. Go hang out at Mojo's. It's a really, really good spot. I would be there if I did not have my traditional pre-planned weekend of big game festivities.
Makes sense. Can't break tradition.
No.
Can't do it.
I mean, never mind. I'm not going to get into all that. We got to step aside.
Yeah, we got to go to break.
That's Jesse Tapia.
Right
I'm Kyle
Hurry
Madson. Joe Brazil is behind the glass. The NFL honors were announced last night. I came in ready to talk about them, and it turns out they pissed Jesse off. We'll talk about why next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Jesse, you're not going to that thing on Sunday? I'll be out at the event thing on Sunday with D'Lo and Casey.
Oh, yeah.
What thing?
Sky River.
Oh, no. Steven, see what time you guys getting out to Mojo's on Saturday? What's up? Hit the like button. Appreciate you being here. It's a tough situation, but yeah. Hopefully they land a top pick next year. Charismatic. I mean, Mitchell and Ness always has good stuff. I honestly, anyway, you're not gonna find any baggy like this sweater. This crew neck I got is from Mitchell and Ness, but yeah, you can find it anywhere.
I agree. I like a lot of Mitchell and Ness stuff just for any sportswear.
What's up, Spencer? Leezy. Gotcha, Steven. See, I might hit you up. Yeah, it feels like that kind of fell down quick for the Clippers after the Harden thing, but I'm not sure if there's more to it or Harden was just ready to go.
Good morning, Chatty House. Good morning.
Leezy, who knows right now? Honestly, I don't have a clue.
Morning, charismatic.
They did clear up enough money where they can take a buyout candidate or someone like Cam Thomas, I guess. So maybe. But also, I think they cleared up that money maybe for a couple years from now when they're able to trade for someone.
Well, they got a Bob Marley Adidas collab going on. I'm gonna have to check that out. I haven't quite decided what I'm gonna get for my Giants jersey this year yet. What player? Kind of on the fence. Drew Gilbert just switched to number 1. I might have to do that one. I don't know.
You're probably talking about Fanatics. Yeah, Fanatics been catching heat all week.
Hey, them saying that those jerseys that were posted. Did you see that photo that was going around?
Yeah.
I saw something about it. Not.
It looked like a T-shirt.
Yeah.
And they were like, this is the same ones that we've ordered. Like, no, it's not. We all have eyeballs.
Yeah, no.
That's not at all what's like in the team store.
I actually don't have a Logan Webb jersey yet. I don't know.
That'd be weird.
That's why I don't.
Yeah.
That's why I don't.
You can't have a jersey of a guy you went to high school with.
That's literally why I don't. So I was thinking Drew Gilbert. He went number 1 this year. So
I am getting a Jack Cooley jersey, though, when I go to Japan.
Makes sense.
That's happening. I guess a homie, but we didn't go to high school together, so.
just to be clear, I didn't go to high school with him. I went to high school with his brother.
No. It's my cue.
Welcome back to The
Lock in,
Jump
brother.
with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Don't ask me to explain this. Do not ask me to elaborate.
All right, now you're already messing up.
Our bathroom upstairs smells like the 90s.
Oh, dude.
I was born in '96, so go ahead and explain that one to me then.
I just told you not
No,
to.
explain it. No,
I don't want
Joe's a
to.
child. All right, I was born in '96. Explain it. What does it smell like? Cigarettes? Or something?
What? Cigarette? You think that what?
Yeah,
No.
I would have.
I don't know. I
That's
just smell like
crazy.
It's like maybe that's a '70s smell. It's a '70s smell, maybe. I just
No,
assume
I just-
everyone back then was smoking cigarettes inside and stuff.
I
So
think-
maybe that's
I
like a
think-
retro thing.
I'm big into
What does the '90s even smell like?
I am big into that's not the phrasing I'm looking for. What's the phrasing I'm looking for?
Big into '90s smells.
My of the senses, the olfactory sense for me is really important. Like I tie so many things, and I think a lot of people do this. I tie so many things to smells.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like the strongest memory.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
And
yeah.
and so like I went to Disneyland. I love Disneyland. If you don't know this about me, I am a big Disneyland guy since I was very,
Yeah.
very tiny. And I enjoy it differently now, but but the smells of Disneyland are one of the things that really like hit for me. And I went to Disneyland when I was sick and I couldn't smell and I didn't enjoy it the same
I
way.
remember you telling me about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't, it didn't hit the same way. So anyways, I think what it is whatever cleaner they use in the bathrooms or whatever like scent thing they have in there
Yeah.
that I think it's the same one from like one of my bathrooms in grade school.
Yeah.
That's a throwback, brother. Like
No,
that's,
I know, that's what I'm saying. And so it smells like the 90s in there. I was in there, I was like, wow, how nostalgic.
I was like, oh, Kyle
Just
walked into the
fit-
bathroom
just-
and it smells like '90s Pizza Hut in there. I guess.
No,
or
it's
something.
not.
Yeah, no, that's funny though, because I do have smells from elementary school or just school really growing up that I will
Yeah, it
remember.
takes you back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
man.
funny.
Yeah.
That's what it smells like in the bathroom right now.
I'm
Okay,
like walking
cool.
into the bathroom and getting a whiff of grade school.
You're like,
This is
oh,
why,
it smells
see,
so
this is
good
why
in the
I told you
bathroom.
I told you not to ask me to elaborate or explain. I just wanted you to go like, all right, man.
No, you
Good to
can't go
know.
into the bathroom and be like,
Good to
yeah,
know.
it smells like the '90s in there. Like,
You're
yeah,
like, mm,
smells
it
like
does.
smells like
Wow.
'93.
Yeah, man. A lot of grunge. All right, that's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil over there behind the glass. This is The Jump. We're live every single day. Well, Monday through Friday, 7 to 9 a.m. And we appreciate you hanging out with us, whether you're on the radio at 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2, whether you are on YouTube and Twitch. Good morning, hello, youtube.com/ESPN 1320, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, the Odyssey app, the iHeartRadio app, the TuneIn app.
All
We're
of
on
them.
all of those.
Literally everything. You can't miss us.
Yes. So
So
if you're
don't.
in your car and you have to get out of the car, fire up the app, fire up YouTube when you
Yeah.
get to work, whatever it is. Thanks everybody for
Your boss tells you like,
hanging
"Hey,
out.
I need you to work." Tell your boss like, "No, I'm listening to the Jump right now." Forget
Yeah,
you.
I am working. I'm locked in to figure out what the hell is going on at the
I'll
NFL
get my
awards last night.
reports in later, Craig. Leave me alone.
So why were you so upset about the NFL awards? Matthew Stafford won the MVP. That was your guy. Jackson Smith and Jigba, Offensive Player of the Year. Any gripes?
No.
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 Myles Garrett, Defensive Player of the Year. Any gripes?
Nope. Great.
Nope. Tedero McMillan, Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Awesome.
Great. Carson Swessinger,
Swessinger.
the Browns linebacker from UCLA.
Great.
Cool. Comeback Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey.
Amazing.
Bet Coach of the Year, Mike Vrabel.
No problem.
Assistant Coach of the Year, Josh
A
McDaniels.
little bit of an issue,
That's
but I'm not
annoying.
gonna.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not gonna argue about that
That's
one.
a fake award.
Yeah.
Assistant Coach
Well,
of
it's
the
not
Year
a
is
fake award, but
It
just
is.
do it the
It
right
is.
way. No, do it the right way if you're gonna do the assistant coach award.
If I wrote an article, I started writing regularly in 2016.
Shout out to everyone's favorite year on social media for some reason.
10 years ago, if I wrote an article about your award being invented, it's not a real award.
No, stop. We have to evolve.
Assistant Coach of the Year.
We have to evolve, Kyle. We have to move forward. Okay.
Assistant Coach of the Year.
Yes,
is
it's
what we're
fine.
doing?
It's fine. Because
For
now we
what?
got the offensive line. You didn't get the offensive
who-
lineman of the year here.
No, I didn't. Who was
protector
it?
of the year?
Protector? That's so dumb. Who was it?
I don't know.
Yeah, see,
Joel Botino, I think.
great. Good for him.
Hey, hold on. It might
There's
have.
no way that's right. I don't think he plays anymore.
Oh no! Damn, is that just the Browns player I thought of? Hold on.
Dang. That's a tough look for you. The Protector of the Year. Oh, Joe Batonio.
Joe Tooney. Joe Tooney.
Joe Batonio.
I got my
by
Joe
the way.
Joe mixed up. It's Joe Tooney.
Joe Batonio. Sure, man.
Aaron Brewer snubbed, but either way, like, yeah, I don't hate it. But my
You
issue
say
with the
Aaron
awards,
Brewer snub.
yeah, center. He was a great center. Snubbed. All right, I was locked into the Protector of the Year award. Stop laughing. I'm being serious.
Yeah.
But no, I'm out on the awards because it's always like it's all just narratives, or someone's using their feelings, or someone wants to big brain it, like the guy who voted for Justin Herbert as MVP. Like, it's really not that difficult. I feel like it's just, even with the Hall of Fame, with Bill Belichick being out, like, that's feelings. It needs, like, we almost need to be robotic with this. There's too many people just inserting how they feel rather than just looking at the body of work and being like, no, this is why this person should be this MVP, or why this person should be in the Hall of Fame. It's just, it's, I feel like not social media, but in a way, content and the way we talk about sports now has dripped into how these awards are voted for now. It's not just so much like,
MVP awards have been narrative awards forever.
but maybe we
Because
know.
it's impossible to empirically define who the MVP
Well, then
is.
maybe we hear too much about it now, or something like that. Maybe we're just seeing it play out in front of our eyes way too much, where it's like I know, like, it's not like you're voting for your friend, but just more so like it doesn't really, like, the guy who voted for Justin Herbert for MVP. Like, logically, yes, you can make a logical argument. Fine. If you want to go that route, I can make a logical argument why Christian McCaffrey should have been the MVP as well,
Mhm.
as Josh Allen and the two other guys there. But we know Christian McCaffrey and Justin Herbert are not the MVPs this season. But the guy wants to big brain it and be like, no, this is why. And it's like, it's just a waste of a vote at that point. The whole Bill Belichick thing. You're punishing him for Deflategate, Spygate, whatever gate. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want to do, because he was mean to you in the press, things like that. It's like, no, Bill Belichick has this body of work. He's clearly a Hall of Famer. Vote him in.
Mhm.
Don't let your feelings and narratives or whatever play into it. And you're right. All right. It's always been a narratives thing. And maybe I'm just old man yelling at clouds here and just not accepting it, but it is kind of frustrating.
The Justin Herbert vote specifically, because that is a little bit strange. And shout out to Christian McCaffrey, by the way, for another top 5 MVP finish.
Yeah.
And he was second in Offensive Player of the Year vote. But the Justin Herbert vote for me does not come, like, this isn't new. I think it's just on social media now. And so you see the thought processes playing out. But the Justin Herbert vote, here's Sam Monson, formerly of Pro Football Focus, currently of, where is he? I have no idea where Sam Monson is now. Formerly Pro Football Focus. Said, I was the Justin Herbert vote. The guy had the worst offensive line in the NFL all season, and despite that, he was working miracles in almost every single game. Stafford's offensive line became 2/5 as bad as Herbert's for 5 minutes, and he became a turnover howitzer. He embodied value. This is a value conversation. It's why we talked about this a while back. I believe that the awards need to be renamed. Like, Player of the Year makes way more sense. And if it's Player of the Year, I think you have a 2-person race between Drake May and Matthew Stafford.
Fair, because what you just read, you read his tweet for Justin Herbert, like, real quick. Christian McCaffrey should be the MVP because the 49ers were just blown away by injury, blah, blah, blah. They were out without their quarterback and were able to go 12-4 because 12-5 or whatever it was, because Christian McCaffrey was there every year, every game, and was leading that offense. Like, see how, like, that's easy. Like,
yeah,
you can do that. But it's like nobody thinks that Christian McCaffrey's the MVP, though.
Okay, but that's not he's not a quarterback, and we know this is a quarterback award now.
Well, I'm just saying you can make the argument.
Yeah, you could,
but nobody.
But that doesn't. But do you believe it?
No, but
your job as a voter is to vote how you believe.
I don't. All right, maybe he does believe it. I think it's more so him trying to be outside the box and be a big brain guy here. Like, give me a break. Justin Herbert is not the MVP.
See,
we watch sports and we know. Like, give me a break.
See, I don't hate that. I don't hate not going with.
It's a waste of a vote.
But the MVP race, quote unquote, was just the quarterback, the 2 quarterbacks who threw a lot of touchdowns and not a lot of interceptions. Is that what the award is?
No, Drake May took a 4-13 team last season to the second seed.
No. Mike Vrabel, the coach of the year, and Josh McDaniels, the assistant coach of the year.
Yes, Drake May, the quarterback, was a big part of that as well. Like, the players got to put what their system out into play. Okay. Like Drake May, yes.
Okay.
It's not just guy throws touchdowns, he's MVP.
I agree. And Drake May, when you look at the players around him and the weapons that he has, it's like really clear that they're not at the same level that Matthew Stafford's weapons are.
Yeah.
But what you're doing is applying the same context that Sam Monson did to Justin Herbert.
The Chargers were like, what, the 5th seed, the 6th seed, and Justin Herbert didn't have the year that Stafford did, so I think it's the difference.
Games.
That's fine, but I don't think.
But the argument here is Justin Herbert didn't have the year that Stafford did because his offensive line was abhorrent. And if generic quarterback had played for the Chargers, they would have been way worse. Whereas if generic quarterback played for the Rams, yeah, they might have been worse, or they would have been worse, but not at the same level. It's a value conversation.
I guess if you want to take it that way,
and that's why I hate this. That's why we're arguing the same thing from different angles. I hate the idea of valuable player because you can do what Sam Monson's doing, and you can define that however you want. I don't think that okay, yeah, most valuable player is do the Cleveland Browns go winless if they don't have Myles Garrett? Oh, there's value. You talked about Christian McCaffrey. Like it all just depends on how you define value. And I hate that that's what this comes down to. Make it Player of the Year. Call it that. Because then there's nobody's going, all right, the Player of the Year was the Chargers quarterback.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be, as much as we might hate it, there's no way to empirically define MVP. So there's always going to be the narrative, the perception.
It's too open to interpretation. Like, you're probably right. It's probably time to rename the awards, make it the best player, like the most exciting player, whatever you call it, most exciting
NFL
player
of the
Player of the Year, NFL Player of the Year, and just do it that way because it's way too up for interpretation right now, I feel.
And I think that opens up if you make it Player of the Year and you remove value from the discussion, because right now when value's in the discussion, it's going to be a quarterback for the rest of time. Adrian Peterson, your guy, was the last non-quarterback to win MVP, and that was 2012. Think about what you were doing in 2012. That's so long ago.
I was a sophomore in high school.
You were in high school. Joe was in diapers.
I was waiting for that. I'm not gonna lie.
Joe couldn't even walk yet. He was still crawling.
No, it just 2012 was so long ago, and it's just been quarterback. Christian McCaffrey could have had a 1,000-yard rushing, 1,000-yard receiving year, and led the league in touchdowns and led the league in like.
Well, they've turned what Adrian Peterson did into the offensive player of the year now. That's what the skill players get.
Exactly. And that's stupid. If you make it player of the year, Saquon Barkley is probably the player of the year last year. But he was ruled out because, running back can't win it because value.
Yeah.
That's dumb.
I'm with you now. We need to do player of the year in the NFL. I'm done with the most valuable player stuff. Like it's time for a change, I think.
Yeah. Everybody's going to define value differently.
And it's so funny because we're talking about this, but the right people won. We went through the list. The right people
100%.
won. Yeah. My issue is, this is stupid, but the right people won. I'm mad at the discourse and the process right now. That's what it is. I'm mad at the discourse and the process. Matt Stafford, that would have been my pick. Great. He won. We went through the list. It was fine, but the process seems broken to me. And not just for the NFL awards, but again, we can tie it to Bill Belichick in the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
He should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
I'm at the point where it's if he's not going in first ballot, and we were talking a little bit before the show about how first ballot probably shouldn't mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's not going to be first ballot, then nobody should be first ballot going forward, at least for a coach.
I want to talk about
he is the greatest coach of all. I'm the greatest coach of all time.
I'm with you. I would like to talk about the first ballot idea because the Pro Football Hall of Fame class was also announced last night. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madson.
Great
Joe
class.
Brazil's over there, by the way. This is The Jump on ESPN 1320. Sacramento sports leader. Roger Craig. A big shout out to our guy, Roger Craig, 49ers legend. Finally going into Canton. He's going to get his gold jacket. He was the first ever 1,000 running back. He was a 1,000-yard rusher, 1,000-yard receiver in the same season. First player to ever do that. One of only 3 players to ever do that. And nobody did it until Marshall Faulk in 2003. And Roger Craig did it in 1985. He was also an offensive player of the year in a different season. Finished 3rd in the MVP voting in one season. He was a 3-time Super Bowl champion, 1980s All-Decade team. He belonged in the Hall of Fame, in my opinion.
Yes.
And I'm hyped that he finally got there. Shout out to Roger Craig. I think an underrated when you're surrounded by Joe Montana and Jerry Rice and Ronnie Lott, you're
tough to stand up.
Yes, but he was awesome. And he deserved to be in Canton, and I'm glad he's there. He is going in with Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly. Adam Vinatieri getting into the Hall of Fame before Bill Belichick is hilarious, but Adam Vinatieri, the kicker, is going into the Hall of Fame.
I'll separate the players from the coaches, I guess.
And Drew Brees.
Yes.
Rounds out this class.
As that part of my life comes full circle.
Are you glad it's over?
I guess. And I'm talking about
for the people.
Yeah. I'm talking about the Dolphins deciding to go with Dante Culpepper over Drew Brees back in 2006, 2005, whenever it was. Nick Saban, I hate you. But now it's full circle. The Dolphins passed on the guy who eventually became a Hall of Famer, the leader in passing yards, and I think up there in passing touchdowns. So, like I said, just came full circle. Being a sports fan is awesome, guys. It's the best.
Party on, everyone. So, I want to ask you about next year's class.
Yes.
Because there's a bunch of dudes who are eligible for the first time next season.
I might be there for one.
Rob Gronkowski.
Not him.
Ben Roethlisberger.
Not him.
Richard Sherman.
No, not him.
Cam Newton.
Nope.
Antonio Brown.
Nope. I don't even know if he's going to be there. Nope.
Andrew Whitworth.
All right, dude. Come on. Let's go. No.
Adrian Peterson.
There we go.
It's your guy.
Yeah, that's my guy. One of my favorite players of all time. No, that's a solid list of guys who are going to be eligible.
Gronk first ballot?
Yes.
Gronk's going to go in first ballot because
should.
the argument is the argument's going to be in that secret room.
He's the greatest tight end of all time to me.
Time.
Yeah, to me, he's the greatest tight end of all time. Too.
That's going to be the argument. Ben Roethlisberger?
No,
not a first ballot Hall of Famer?
I don't think so. I think he's like second, third type. I don't think he's a first ballot guy. He wasn't. He might have was either the third best of. Was he the next guy after Manning and Brady?
No.
In that era,
it's probably Breeze.
Okay, so yeah, I don't think he's first ballot.
Richard Sherman?
We were talking about this before. I don't think he's first ballot either. He's gonna get in, but I'm not sure he's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
So here's the thing. I'm trying to find the list of finalists from this season. Pro Football Hall of Fame. All right, here we go. I wanted to grab the finalists, not the winners. I had the winners up. So here were the finalists, because this is where that first ballot discussion comes in.
Yeah.
Like, you could be a first ballot Hall of Fame player, but there's such a logjam because they only let in, I think it's up to 5 people in a year. You have Frank Gore, Torrey Holt, Eli Manning, Terrell Suggs, Reggie Wayne, Jason Witten, Darren Woodson, Marshall Yonda. Those are all guys who were finalists this past year, who they have to get in eventually. And I think that's what's happening. And that's why, to me, first ballot doesn't really mean anything anymore.
And it should have probably never really meant anything to begin with. It's probably a narrative thing
Sure.
that we've just kind of used the Hall of Fame for now. Because if you get in, tell me what's the difference between the guy who got in on the first ballot than the guy who got on the third? Nothing. They're nothing. Exactly. It doesn't matter. They're both Hall of Famers. They're both the best of the best to ever do it in their sport.
Frank Gore is going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
He finished third all time in rushing yards. I think 12,000 on the dot.
Yeah, once he does get in, he's a Hall of Famer. He's stamped. There's nothing else to talk about.
That's it. And Patrick Willis had to wait. It made sense. His career was really short. They had a bunch of other guys to get in, and eventually he's gonna get in. Like that's kind of it. There's these guys who are gonna be finalists for probably 2, 3, 4 years, and then they're just gonna get in because the logjam ahead of them clears out.
Yeah.
I think that's just kind of what's happening in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And I don't mind it. Now,
that being said, Adrian Peterson, first ballot.
I do mind the Bill Belichick thing because that's not a logjam thing. That is
your heart voting. That was your heart voting, and you trying to stick it to the man or whatever. And it's like, no, that you made a mistake, and you also, I think, put a shadow over the guys going into the Hall of Fame this season too. Because, like, we'll celebrate them and things like that, but it'll also be, oh, yeah, Bill Belichick isn't here. And that'll be a conversation, too, I think. Rather than we're just all celebrating the people going into the Hall of Fame, having a great time. Nope, there's the story that I think needs to be talked about. Yeah. I think it is a story still.
Yeah, it might make the Pro Football Hall of Fame change its voting process.
Yeah, so, like, instead of being like, oh, yeah, we're just normal Hall of Fame, it's like, no, we need to talk about Bill Belichick not making it.
Yeah. Did Christian McCaffrey help his case last night?
Roger Craig helped Christian McCaffrey's case, I think.
Ooh.
Yes.
Interesting.
I've been firm.
I hadn't thought about that.
I've been pretty firm on Christian McCaffrey's not a Hall of Famer, not because of his talent or anything like that, but he hasn't reached 10,000 yards as a running back, and I feel like that's a solid bar to reach, like a minimum, if you want to be like one of the greatest running backs of all time. But I mean, we're looking at Roger Craig's stats. He's got the 1,000 like CMC. CMC's done it twice, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Oh, he was close. He was close. Yeah, he was close.
He
was close. Excuse me. Either way, I mean, whatever. I'll give it to Christian McCaffrey. I don't care. Roger Craig ran for a little over 8,000 yards. He's got 4 Pro Bowls, 1 All-Pro, 3-time Super Bowl champ, was the All-Decades team in 1980s. Christian McCaffrey is around the same for that.
Yeah.
He's got similar accolades. He's got 4-time Pro Bowl, 3-time All-Pro, Offensive Player of the Year, Comeback Player of the Year. He's going to pass him in career rushing yards. So I think that Roger Craig, not in a disrespectful way, but Roger Craig kind of set the bar for Christian McCaffrey getting in, I think.
Yeah, and you've got Christian McCaffrey now, who's finished top 5 in MVP voting twice as a running back in this era of football.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey's a Hall of Famer for me, I think, now. Like, before I'd argue against it, but at this point, just all context, I think he's going to get in. Christian
McCaffrey is also top 30 all-time in total touchdowns. He has more total touchdowns than Eric Dickerson.
Yeah. It's just a different game now. With running backs, too, there's no bell cow backs anymore or anything like that. Like, you're just not going to get 400 carries a season. Like, I mean, the Ricky Williams and those guys back then did. Maybe David Jim Peterson's. Like, DeMarco Murray got like 366 carries in the season one time. It's like, that just doesn't happen anymore.
Can I read you the players in the top 30 in touchdowns all time who aren't in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
So, again, Christian McCaffrey is number 29. Eric Dickerson is 30. With 96 touchdowns, tied with Tyreek Hill. Eric Dickerson, a Hall of Famer. Here are all the guys ahead of Christian McCaffrey in all-time touchdowns, total touchdowns, rushing and receiving.
You said that aren't in the Hall of Fame?
Scrimmage touchdowns. These are the guys who aren't in the Hall of Fame. There's 4 of them.
Okay.
Frank Gore.
Will get in.
Mike Evans.
Will get in at some point. Yeah, he'll get in.
Devontae Adams.
Yes.
Adrian Peterson.
All right. Welcome to the Hall of Fame.
Up,
yeah, he's getting in.
He's
there. Getting in.
He's in there. That's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's less about his comeback player of the year, but like Roger Craig kind of set the bar, I think.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey, well, and the touchdown stuff.
Well, yeah, that stuff, yeah.
He's going to get, let's see, if he scores 7 touchdowns next year, he's going to be tied with Tim Brown in total touchdowns.
Tim Brown.
Tim
Yeah.
Brown underrated.
I said DeMarco Murray had 366 carries in the season. I was wrong. It was 392. That doesn't happen in the NFL anymore.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. Ran for 1,800 yards.
Christian McCaffrey had 413 touches and
Yeah.
led the league.
No, that does not happen anymore.
That's crazy. Yeah, Mike Evans a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
For sure. McCaffrey, Fred Warner's getting in.
Yeah, he's getting
Fred
in.
Warner will go.
Yeah. He's
George
gonna,
Kittle?
Yeah.
Kittle will get in eventually.
He's one of the top tight ends to ever play.
Trent Williams?
Yes. He's
Niners got 4 Hall of Famers right now.
Yep.
And Kyle Shanahan still can't win the Super Bowl. Come on, man.
Look, I know you're joking, but it's like it's tough when you put it that way. It's really tough when you put it that way.
Just turned everybody against Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Like
That's brutal.
sometimes you just don't win, I guess.
Yeah, when it comes down to when it's a game, when it's one play here and one play there, it's like stuff happens.
I don't know if we're going to talk about it later, but the 49ers
the
have
Super Bowl
probably
is
had
hard.
better teams than like these others, but like you're going to see the Rams, like the Rams have won a Super Bowl. You're going to see the Seahawks win their
Niners-
second in about 10 years, 13 years.
The Niners in my conscious life, again, I was alive when they won in 94, well,
Mhm.
January of 95, but the 94 season, but I don't remember that. I vaguely remember my parents had people over at the house, but I don't
Yeah.
recall the game at all. So in my conscious football viewing life, I think the 49ers have been the best team in the league. Let's see, in 2012, I think they were. I think they were the best team in the league in 2019. And I think they were the best team in the league in 2023.
Yeah.
And they've still not won a Super Bowl.
What's what I'm saying? Like you had all these Hall of Famers, and now like Seattle could potentially win their second Super Bowl in 13
Oh, that was
years.
their 3. I didn't even do that on purpose. That was the 3 years they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Brutal.
The Rams could be bad. The Rams were right there this year. They were close.
That's so tough.
And you've seen them win it.
Super Bowls are so difficult.
Do you think Super Bowls are difficult, pal? Playoff wins are difficult. You want to talk about it?
No.
I don't
Sorry.
either.
Sorry. Didn't mean it. That's Jesse Tapia.
Rich man complains he's not rich enough.
No, I didn't mean. I meant for the NFL in general. Winning a Super Bowl
For the
is really
elites of the
difficult.
NFL, Kyle, I get it. Yeah. You know, shout out to me and the Dolphin fans, the Raider fans. Shout out to us and the Dumps, the Browns fans. Kyle's out here crying poor over, oh, yeah, Super Bowls are tough. Meanwhile, Jesse hasn't seen a playoff win in his life.
You good?
No. I hate sports. That's why I made it my entire life.
All right, the jump where we hate sports on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. No, we're going to get our guy Jake Gadon on the phone because Jake told me he isn't camera ready at 8 a.m. We're going to explore what that means with CBS 13's Jake Gadon. He covers the Kings. We'll talk about the Kings. He's a huge Patriots fan. Got to talk to him about the fact that his team's about to lose a Super Bowl. Got to figure that out. And I can't wait. Should be fun. We're going to have Jake Gadon from CBS 13, but then we're also going to have Jake from New Haven is going to join us.
Sounds good. Jake, throw a hoodie on.
Throw a hoodie and a hat.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all you got to do. We'll talk to Jake Gadon next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. I will send you Jake's number, Joe. Hashtag. Yeah, Cam Thomas. Bring me Cam Thomas. Trader Sam's is the tiki bar at Disneyland.
And I told you about how That was the first place when I got it. I got in,
Mhm.
then I remember everyone's like, you should go to Trader Sam's. So it
fine.
was right there. Then I sat down with my dad at the bar, and I'm talking to him, and we're just like, man, this is so cool. We're here. I get up to go to the bathroom, and I come back, and I sit down again, and some guy puts his hand on my shoulder, and D'Lo was sitting one chair next to me the entire time. The entire time.
Ah,
It was just funny. I was like, wow.
weren't you guys there together?
No, we all went in separately. I mean, like, I knew he was there. I didn't know he was at Trader Sam's.
Mm.
They flew in actually like 4 days before I did, though. I flew with Kevin. That was fun.
I bet. What was I doing? I was doing something that was obviously very important. Probably not great. Nah. I have not done that. I haven't spent a lot of time in Modesto. Shout out to Rainbow Fields though. I couldn't care less. They're 1-0 in the Kristaps Porzingis era though. Hustle dub last night. Yep. Yeah, they're toast. Yeah, I wanted to be a popcorn bucket guy, but I just can't. I collect so many things that the popcorn bucket just has to go by the wayside for me. Yeah, dude. I get so many ads for like boutique coffee shops trying to sell me $38 bag of coffee.
Shut up.
Like, all right, man. Yeah, you got it.
Yerba mates, bro.
We got Jake?
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, yeah. It's Jake Gadon, and he's joining the show. He's a Patriots fan, and he's in the know on the Sacramento Kings. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo.
We'll get that recorded for next time.
Yeah, it's the Jake intro. I did it just for you.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Hey, second hour of the jump. Jesse's over there. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. Our guy Jake Gadon, CBS 13, joining us now. Jake is on the phone because, quote, I'm not going to be camera ready at that time. Jake, why can't you be camera ready at 8 o'clock? What's so hard about putting a hoodie and a hat on?
It's more YouTube stream ready as well.
Yeah. Talk to
Guys,
me.
I'm doing this for my bed. Okay, let's just be real about this.
You said so. You went like 7:55 a.m. alarm.
Yes, precisely.
You know what? Shout out Jake for waking up.
You know
No,
what?
Jake
Hey, I
Gadon is
respect
cool
the
with us.
honesty.
Yeah, I got Jake
Yeah,
Gadon's back
all
for
right,
life.
man.
He's with us.
All right, man.
Shout out Jake.
All right.
This is what you do in high school. Okay, right before you had to take the bus at 8 o'clock, you'd set your alarm for 7:50, run out the door, grab everything, and go. So we rocking and rolling, fam. Happy Super Bowl week.
Professional media person Jake Gadon joining us from his bed. It is Super Bowl week, and I would love to talk about that with you. But let's put a pin in it because I would like to talk about the Kings first.
Get the nonsense out the way.
Yeah,
first.
we'll get this out of the way, and then we can talk about your New England Patriots taking on the hated Seattle Seahawks here in a second. Were you surprised at all by the Kings' lack of activity at the deadline?
Yes and no. I think when I think back on it, I think the two words that I keep on going back to is prudent and opportunistic. It's the two things that Scott Perry continuously said about what he was going to do at the trade deadline. He was opportunistic when he had the DeAndre Hunter deal with the Cavs and saw that possibly there was no other better deals for Keon Ellis to be attached to, and was able to get off a deal that he probably regrets doing when it comes to Dennis Schroeder at the beginning of the off season. Which again, we can dive deeper into that if you want to when it comes to Dennis and why it worked and why it didn't work, and just the interesting makeup of how that all went down. But then there was also, they were linked to so many other trades. Levine going to the Milwaukee Bucks, which I know James Ham had talked about previously for a number of weeks, and then Domantas Sabonis being linked to the Toronto Raptors. We also know that Jonathan Kuminga was something that they coveted, but of course Golden State, as you guys have reported, just really wasn't interested in any of the assets that the Kings had. When it came to Sabonis, I thought a deal was going to get done and they were going to be able to find a third team, or they had a third team in mind that would be able to take on the Jakob Poeltl contract. I just don't think Toronto at this point, heading into the end of their season, wanted to give up draft capital. Now, do I think that could change in the offseason? Absolutely. I think that's something you got to keep an eye on, and that's something that I would report it as well, that, just because this didn't happen before the trade deadline yesterday, this could totally happen this offseason. And then with Levine, everything surrounding Levine to Milwaukee had to do with Giannis Antetokounmpo. And I think the injury not only put a pin into anything that they were going to do, I think it put a pin into a lot of things that the other NBA teams are going to do. They held up a lot of trades over the past 48 hours. A ton. A lot more moves might have been made if Giannis was traded or if Giannis wasn't traded. So it's a complicated deadline. Of course, there was plenty of fireworks with, like Harden going to Cleveland and stuff like that. But when you look at the Kings, I think they made calls. They wanted to get certain things for certain players, and they weren't able to get it. If I'm a Kings fan, of course I'm frustrated. I want to get off these contracts, especially the bloated contracts that we have on the roster. But at the same time, they're depreciating assets. No one wants any of these guys at the contracts that they have, especially Levine. And that's where it's like, you've got to understand the bigger picture that, it takes two to tango. You can't just force someone to take a player. And at the end of the day, this is what you got to deal with. And Scott Perry has got to deal with this mess and try to clean it up and just start looking at 2027, guys. I hate to say it. Unless something massively happens this offseason where Sabonis gets traded, Levine opts out, and DeMar doesn't have his extension signed and he's only paid the $10 million of guaranteed, this might be the same team again next year. So this is what you got to wrap your head around.
I'm gonna go back to something you said earlier with Dennis Schroeder. It seemed like that was Scott Perry's first real signing and something that they felt good about. Why did it go so sour so quickly?
See, that's a really good question that I'm going to ask Scott today when he holds his press conference at 11 a.m. at the Golden One Center, because he was so excited at his press conference when he introduced Dennis, saying, this is the type of guy we want to build our team around and the type of guy that we want to model our style of play after and everything like that. And then it was a 180 of what the messaging was at the end. If you had to ask me, I think they paid Dennis to be the starting point guard. And when Russell Westbrook ended up being a better fit at the starting point guard, you're asking yourself, well, we're paying Russ a better minimum deal and we're paying Dennis let's just put it a lot more money than what they're paying Russ. So why are we paying him that much for someone that's going to be coming off the bench and maybe only playing 20 minutes a game? I also didn't think that, they didn't have a lot of options at the point guard position this offseason. So they took the best available, and this is who it was. But this also goes back to roster construction, guys. I think, they knew that they needed to get a point guard this offseason. I just don't know if they realized that Russell Westbrook would have been that interested. And if they were, they probably would have gone back in a time machine and not signed Dennis and re-signed Keon and then signed Russ to a veteran minimum deal. And that takes care of all the issues on the team. But, that's 50-50 hindsight. You can't go back. You got to live with what you had in the moment. And when you look at it, I think you could say it was a bad decision by Scott, but then it was a good decision to get off the contract, and it was a movable one with Keon to a Cleveland team that, needed both those assets, and you got someone back in DeAndre Hunter, who I think was undervalued in Cleveland, is an undervalued player in the NBA, and is a guy that you can, at least play around for the next 2 years before his contract expires, of course, as well in 2027.
Jake Gadon, CBS 13, joining us here on The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. So you're expecting just kind of more of this. Like this is what it is. They're not going to be super aggressive trying to get off these contracts, and they're good waiting it out over the next couple of years while their money frees up.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I think the biggest thing is if you can get off these contracts, you want assets back, and you want assets that you believe are equal to what the player value is.
Mm-hmm.
And you wanted those first round picks from Toronto. That's where the prudent part about what Scott's trying to do is saying hey, I'm just not going to take these guys off just because I can get off these contracts. I know we want to speed up the timeline, and I'm with everybody. We're in the generation of I want everything now. And I understand that the Kings fan base wants to be better now because they've been so poorly managed and run for God knows how long. But if you're going to build this correctly, you've got to build a brick by brick, block by block. Rome wasn't built in a day, unfortunately, and that's what's going to happen with the Sacramento Kings. You've got to figure out who you want to establish as your pillars of a franchise. And I think it's going to be looking towards guys like Dylan Cardwell, who they just signed for a 4-year deal, Max Renault, Nick Clifford, which I want to see a little bit more of because I just feel like they've mismanaged him throughout the beginning of the season. And then, other guys like Keegan Murray and see if he can take another step. I think the other thing that I want to point out that no one is really talking about is, yes, Scott made a really poor decision in maybe signing Dennis, but he made some really great decisions in signing Russ and then signing Precious Achua.
Mm-hmm.
That guy is someone that I want to bring back next year. He's only on a 1-year deal. He fits the mold of what they're trying to do. He plays extremely hard. He's a lengthy wing. When he gets his three going, it opens up the space on the floor. So I think there's ways that they're going to be able to build this team correctly. I just think they're going to have to be very, very smart about it. And I know we want to get off these contracts, but you're going to get off of DeMar this offseason. I don't think you're going to pay him all that money. And after that before the $10 million is guaranteed, I can guarantee, or after the $10 million, they have $10 million guaranteed. So I don't think they'll pay that and move off of it. But when you look at LaVine and Sabonis, LaVine might be here for the long haul till that contract is over. And Sabonis, you can try again with Toronto this offseason, which I think they're going to do. But, again, takes two to tango.
All right, Jake, let's go to the Super Bowl. Did Tom Brady break your heart like he did every other Patriots fan when he said he had no dog in the fight this weekend?
Oof.
Yeah. WTF. I hate to say that, but what are we doing here, Tom? You are a New England Patriot. How many Super Bowls did you win here? Do I got to remind you of that?
It was 7, right?
What are we doing?
6?
It was a lot.
Many Super Bowls. But, Jake, you're a media guy. Tom Brady, now a media guy.
Also an NFL owner.
NFL owner, media guy, broadcaster. I get why he's playing it out. Do you think Tom Brady, though, Jake, honestly, is sitting at home not rooting for the Patriots?
No, he's definitely rooting for the Patriots, but he's playing, of course, the middle ground like any media member would be. But here's the thing. This is what frustrates me about a guy like Tom doing this. I understand that he has responsibilities where he has to be he's a member of the Raiders organization as a part-time owner. He does Fox play-by-play, so he's got to play a middle line with everything. But, dude, you wouldn't have those jobs and that notoriety without playing for the New England Patriots and winning all those Super Bowls. So, know your roots, love on your roots. I don't think if Michigan was playing for a national championship, he would be saying, I don't have a real dog in the fight. That's BS, all right? Tom, you have a dog in the fight. You were a New England Patriot for the majority of your career. There's a damn statue outside of Gillette Stadium that I saw this past year that literally cements how incredibly important you are to a franchise. And you're going to say that you have no dog in the fight because the Patriots decided to go to the Super Bowl this year and you're one of Mike Vrabel, a former teammate of yours? Like, it's frustrating. And, the more frustrating part is this. He was in Sacramento yesterday, opening his card vault store in Doco, and no one asked him about it. Like, hell yeah, dude, that's a perfect opportunity. Tom, what's going on here? You're rooting for them or you're not? I don't know. It is what it is.
Jake's right, by the way.
You should have been out there, boots on the ground.
We were boots on the ground at Super Bowl 60, my friend. All right.
Wait, what?
San Francisco is a time right now. I'll tell you that.
Oh, that's right. It's in San Francisco.
Yeah, Jake's been busy. All right, talking about the game itself real quick. The Patriots, I don't want to say they struggled. They just played really good defenses leading up to Sunday. Do you think it's going to be any different, or how do you think that offense gets through that Seattle defense?
Well, I think last night Drake May was given some serious motivation by not winning the MVP. And I don't know if you guys have gone into it and broken it down, but man, that's one of the tightest MVP races I think I've seen in my lifetime.
Yeah, Matt Stafford had 24 votes. It was Drake May with 23.
Yeah. Well, wasn't it the closest one since like 2003, guys? Am I making that up?
But yeah, Steve McNair, I think might have been that one. Yeah.
Tied. They were
yeah. It was that one, I think.
So, like, I think that gives plenty of motivation to Drake of like, hey, you weren't MVP. Like, I could see Vrabel at practice today saying, hey, Drake, you're not good enough to be MVP. And that, like, gets under his skin. And that creates some serious motivation for Drake to go out and ball out on Sunday. But if you're asking me what's going to win the game, the deciding factor, it's nothing to do with Drake May. It has nothing to do with Sam Darnold. It has everything to do with what happens in the trenches, right?
I agree.
Who can get more pressure on whatever quarterback, right? And I think, for me, I'm looking at the left side of the line for the Patriots to see if Will Campbell and Jared Wilson's able to stop the run like they tried to do last week in Denver and did a marginally okay job with it. And then the snow came in and it was a completely different story and different game. And then with Sam Darnold, same exact thing, especially on the right side of the line for him. But I think this is going to be a close one, guys. 4.5 Vegas is giving Seattle. Like, I just don't see it being that much of a blowout. Like, I still think this is going to be a field goal game. And I really wouldn't be surprised if the Patriots, pulled off a surprise here and was upset Seattle, even though they're the underdog. Like, it's just, both these teams are good. I don't care what you say about New England and saying that they have an easy schedule. They are here for a reason. Yes, you can understand. You could say maybe they're lucky because of the Denver game last week or 2 weeks ago and how they unfolded. But at the end of the day, both teams had to play in those conditions. So it was who made less mistakes. And the Patriots ended up making less mistakes. They're here for a reason, guys. They're here for a reason. Seattle's here for a reason. Do I think that Seattle is a better team overall? Absolutely. But it's one game. And you just don't know what's going to happen. So I think, like I said, Sunday, Santa Clara, going to be a very, very close one. But we'll see who ends up taking it.
I have some good news for you, Jake.
What?
I'm wrong a lot, and I think the Patriots are winning by multiple touchdowns.
Why would you say that?
Yeah, why is that good for Jake?
Because I'm wrong all the time.
So the Patriots are going to lose, then you said?
Yeah.
Why is that good for Jake?
Because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay, question for you. Why do you think the Patriots are going to win by multiple touchdowns, though?
Because I think they're going to score like 10 or 13 points. And I think Seattle's
going to score any?
No. Wait, what?
Wait, do you think Seattle's going to win by multiple touchdowns, right?
Yeah, what did I say?
You said Patriots.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, my God.
No,
okay.
Jake, you're good. You're good. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah.
Okay,
no,
the Patriots are losing on Sunday. And I think they're going to score like 10 points.
Okay. Well, when Drake May throws 4 touchdowns, we'll have another conversation next week, okay?
Sure. Like I hope so, but I feel like Seattle is a buzzsaw. And I've watched New England stumble their way through every good defense they've played this postseason. And I think Seattle is going to be the best of that group.
Can I pose something towards you?
24-10.
What you got, Jake?
Josh McDaniels has been here for how many times as a New England Patriot?
Nice.
Like,
I don't know.
And Seattle, this is majority of everyone's first time in the Super Bowl. Do you think that takes any? Do you use any of that in considering what you're saying right now?
Sam Darnold, I don't know. We haven't seen him in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, I don't care that much at all.
Sam Darnold's going to see ghosts on Sunday, guys. Ghosts.
Let him know, Jake.
All right, I hope so, man. I will be right there with you, wearing my Matt Light jersey on Sunday,
what a
and we'll have a great time.
I love.
Yeah, I interviewed him one time, so
All right, that's enough
not to
Patriots
brag.
love.
Yeah, no, I'm out. All right, Jake Gadon, CBS 13, get some sleep, man.
Hey, thanks, guys. Congratulations on the new show, by the way.
Thank you.
Appreciate you,
Always
Jake.
rooting for both you guys. You guys are killing it in the morning, and best of luck moving forward. Can't wait to keep on joining you guys as the show grows.
I appreciate you, buddy. Take care.
Bye.
Jake Gadon, CBS 13, covers all the sports. Noted Patriots fan.
Shout out to whoever wakes up to join the show too, by the way.
Hey, seriously,
big
when
time,
he
yeah.
said,
Shout out.
so I said 8:00 because I figured, okay, that's late enough in the morning. I don't like doing guests in a final segment on a Friday. It's just a weird producer thing for me.
Yeah.
So, all right, 8:00. 8:00 should be good. And Jake's like, now we camera ready. I figured that just meant like, yeah, I'm just kind of getting my day started. I haven't had my
Connecticut Jake
coffee
Gadon.
yet.
Yeah, he's a TV guy.
But no, he woke up early. He set an
Yeah,
alarm
nah.
to be awake
Hey,
for us.
Jake
A big
Gadon's
shout
good
out
with
to
us.
Jake, yeah, come on. Yeah, it might be, I can never tell when I have a feel for a game and when it's just me being prisoner of the moment. Like, I had such a good feel for the Chiefs Buccaneers Super Bowl. Chiefs down there, Buccaneers awesome pass rush. Chiefs down their top two tackles. The Bucs are at home.
Yeah.
They got Tom Brady. They're winning this game. And I'm taking the under in the process because I don't think the Chiefs are going to be able to score. Nailed it. Was on it. Last year, going in, Chiefs Eagles, I went, man, the Chiefs are it's gonna be a in case you forgot type of thing. They're gonna go in there. Jalen Hurts is not gonna be able to move the ball. And then I was just as wrong as could be. And I feel like I can't tell if I'm prisoner of the moment with Seattle in watching them dog walk the 49ers, in watching them twice, in watching them beat the Rams and control that game down the stretch and get the stop on fourth down, and then watching Sam Darnold walk down the field throwing the ball to put that game away. It's like, man, Seattle just seems like a buzzsaw right now.
They've been the best team in the league all year long.
Yes.
It's just that 4 interception game against the Rams just kind of scared everyone off. But
Yeah,
other than
with
that, if you
Darnold,
take that
yeah.
game out, then yeah, they're the best team in the league all year.
It's kind of insane that he led the league in turnovers and they're in the Super Bowl.
It's just
That's crazy.
He's just in a great system. They got a great team. I mean, that 4 interception game, they were in it till the very end. It wasn't
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, they got blown out.
Yeah.
I think this game's going to be a lot closer than people think. I've been kind of stuck on 21-17 for the Seahawks winning and all that, but we mentioned Kenneth Walker earlier when we were creating our lineup and things like that. But I guess getting out of there, New England's got the 4th best rushing defense in the league. Seattle's up there too, but I think New England's defense isn't getting enough credit going into this game that it should be. I think they're going to do well to limit Seattle. Like, Seattle's offense is good enough. Like I said, I think they'll get 3 scores here, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than people think because of New England's defense, where you're going to give Drake May and those guys a little bit of an opportunity in the 4th quarter. I think Ramondre Stevenson, he's not going to go for 100 or anything like that, but you get him into space, he'll be fine. Travion Henderson really hasn't, I think he ran for like 900 yards or something like that this season, but he's kind of boom or bust. I'm not really expecting much from him this game, but I think the defense is going to give him enough of an opportunity. I don't know if they're going to be able to take it or whatever because I got Seattle winning, but I think it'll be a lot closer than people think.
The game script is what worries me, though. The Patriots are going to have an opportunity in the 4th quarter. Maybe not. Not if Seattle gets a turnover and scores to go ahead early and then gets a stop and then goes up 14-0. And now the pass rush gets to pin their ears back against a not great Patriots offensive line. And now they can't move the ball at all. Like what we watched with the 49ers. That's a little bit what I'm concerned about. Now, the Patriots have a significantly better defense than the 49ers.
That's the thing. I think I could see Sam Darnold probably turning the ball over a couple times here. Or maybe he does throw an interception to Christian Gonzalez, and that maybe Christian Barmore gets to the quarterback and forces a fumble. Like I can't see turnovers here. I'm not saying he's gonna have like a horrible game, but if you told me, yes, Sam Darnold had a couple interceptions or an interception and a sack fumble, like, okay, yeah, I can see that on big time.
It comes down to me, and this was something we talked about a lot with the 49ers all year. And one of the reasons that I couldn't buy into them as a Super Bowl contender is because at some point you just need to have the dudes. You need to have players execute. You need to have you need to win one-on-one matchups. And when you look across the board at Seattle's defense, and you look across the board at the Patriots offense, like, is Kayshon Boutte cooking? No, I don't think so. Is Kyle Williams cooking? I don't think so.
Stephon Diggs is there.
Yeah.
It's a vet.
But then you look at the other side, and you go, the Patriots are not great against number one wide receivers this year. It's Jackson Smith and Jigba. It's Cooper Kupp. AJ Barner's been really effective. Kenneth Walker has been a revelation. Sam Darnold's playing the best football of his career right now.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I think if you're trying to talk yourself into, one of these defenses is going to give this offense an opportunity, I think the Seahawks have a way better chance to take advantage of those opportunities.
Yeah, I know. I don't disagree with you either. It's like I got the Seahawks winning. And all that stuff is just. I think it's gonna be close. I think this game's gonna be more defensive oriented than it is with the offenses. I think it's gonna be slow. I think, and we probably won't really start getting points till about second, third quarter, stuff like that.
Does it feel like there's not a lot of buzz around this?
Yes,
Super Bowl.
It's nothing right now. Like I asked Jake the Tom Brady question. It feels like that was like one of the biggest stories going into the Super Bowl is that Tom Brady didn't pick anyone. I don't know if the NFL. I want
to put a pin in this. I want to talk about this.
Yeah,
we got to step
break,
aside for a second. And I also got to give everybody our underdog lineup from earlier. But I think it comes down to laziness and the NBA trade deadline, but also laziness. And we can talk about that. But the big game is it's right around the corner. Like you're coming up to it right around the corner. The big game is hanging out there. Watch out. Don't run into it. So on Underdog, I've got a bunch of lineups, and you should too. It's daily fantasy. You pick higher or lower on player stats, and you can make your picks. You can win money. It's that freaking easy. We opened the app. We went through it. We talked it over. Talk it over with your friends. Get them on the and you talk it over. You guys build a lineup, and then as you're watching the game, maybe you're one of those people going, I don't want the Seahawks or Patriots to win. I'm sick of the Patriots. I'm a Niner fan or a Rams fan or a Cardinals fan. I don't want to see the Seahawks win. I'm sick of the Seahawks. I want to see either team win. Well, you can win on Underdog, and we made this lineup earlier. Cooper Kupp higher than 2.5 first quarter receiving yards. We're trying for an early victory.
Yes.
All first quarter projections. 2.5 receiving yards for Cooper Kupp. Lower than half a receiving yard for George Halani. Who's that? It's the Seahawks backup quarterback. Jackson Smith and Jigba higher than 17.5 first quarter receiving yards. And with that, Sam Darnold higher than 50.5 first quarter passing yards. Drake May lower than 45.5 first quarter passing yards. That's what we're rocking with, and I'm doing that as a max payout. I'm not doing the flex. With the flex, you can miss one or two, and you can still get a little money back. With the max payout, can't miss any. So we got to be perfect, and I'm feeling like it. I'm feeling good about that one.
Yeah.
So write that down. Get on the Underdog app. Fill in your lineup. You can follow that one. You can make your own. Do both. What are you waiting for? Download the app today and use promo code KYLEM. That's KYLEM. To score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you play your first $5 on fantasy. That's promo code KYLEM, KYLEM. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Let's talk about the big game. I think we're being lazy about it and how we talk about football. We'll talk about that next. Jim Schwartz is gone.
Yeah, Tom Pelissero was being weird about it. Said he's walking away. Just say he's leaving the Browns, brother. But he's still under contract, though, so I guess he's not a free agent. He's just not coaching that team. Loki looks like he's just gonna sit out for the year since he's still under contract, I guess. It's a lot of points, Filthy. I'm not sure he's gonna get there, but I see the vision, I guess. Tyler, I don't really have a feel for where he can go. Maybe Houston can use a guard. Boston can use some scoring. I mean, maybe a contender that can just use some scoring right now. I think we know what Cam Thomas is too. He's not someone. I don't think he's like really a starter or anything like that. He's a bucket off the bench. Lazy. I don't know if I would go to snack, but I'll probably pick up a pizza or something like that on Sunday. I'm a big candy guy too, though. I'm going snacks. I'll grab some Sour Punch straws or something like that. Potentially rest. Have some options, so we'll see. I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens with Tatum. That's the season right there. Nah, Manny, he'll be in Modesto. I'll be at home. Yeah, I definitely take him Thomas off the bench in Boston. They traded away Anthony Simons. I know Vucevic brings in some scoring, but it's not the way that Anthony Simons does, so he'd be a big good fit off the bench. It's true, Karen, but Boston can never use enough scoring.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. Joe Brazil. Final segment of the week.
Final. Head into the weekend.
Kind of made it.
Well, I'll be here at 2:00, but yes.
Oh, I mean, yeah. The show's final segment.
Been a good week.
Yeah, it's been really strong.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody who's been hanging out with us this week. It's been awesome. We'll do a little goodbye thing in a bit, but we're talking about the Super Bowl.
Not going anywhere too, by the way.
Huh?
So we're not necessarily going anywhere.
Yeah, no, just like, hey, thanks everybody.
Thanks for the first week. Lock in for the rest of
our
our lives.
Yeah, we're so dialed. Like, thank you so much. This has been great. The response has been amazing. We'll do all that.
The whole radio. Yeah.
We're talking about buzz around the Super Bowl and how you feel like there's not a lot this year. I think that we have a problem talking about the NFL.
Do we have a problem talking about the NFL, or does the NFL have a problem with the way it markets its game? It's very quarterback oriented, and it's going to be tough to sell anyone on Sam Darnold versus Drake May.
But I think the NFL markets it that way because that's the direction that all the discussion goes. The discussion always goes to the quarterback. And this is we've talked about this a number of times. But I think it's just the easiest thing to when a team loses a game to go, oh, quarterback. Yep, it's on the quarterback. It's easy. Yep. Or when a team wins a game, goes, yep, wow, look at that quarterback. Look at what he did. But that's just not the sport at all. There are so many factors that go into it.
Yeah.
Like we talked about the Josh Allen. Josh Allen can't get over the hump. Even though he went on the road to Kansas City against the prime Chiefs and scored a touchdown with 13 seconds left, threw a touchdown to Gabe Davis with 13 seconds left. That is supposed to get it done. And then the Chiefs went down. It was Patrick Mahomes with Tyreek Hill and with Travis Kelce, and it's Harrison Butker kicking the game-tying field goal. And then they get the ball in overtime. They win the coin toss, and they go down and they score a touchdown, and Josh Allen doesn't see the field again. And we're like, wow, Josh Allen can't get it done. Like, no, man, that's so lazy. That's not what happened at all. And so I think that's what this is. It is hard to go Drake May, Sam Darnold, who's fired up for it. But when you go, hey, these are two defenses that might stuff the opposing offense in a locker for 4 quarters, and we might get a really close-ass football game around a Bad Bunny concert.
Yeah. We're just in a different era, I think, because you're not even saying anything that's wrong. And like we'll talk about that. Kenneth Walker, Patriots' 4th best rush defense, things like that. Shout out to the chat house. They're tapped in for that. But I wonder if the general fan wants to hear that. If the general fan would get bored of insert NFL analysts talking about, oh yeah, actually it's not the quarterbacks or whatever. It's going to come down to the trenches. I wonder if we're just in a different era with how we consume just content and things like that, where it's just not, just give me the fireworks.
I also think part of this is because you're right. I do think that average fan who taps in on Sundays.
Yeah. Like we talked about Christian Gonzalez earlier. The casual fan is not doing that.
Milton Williams is not moving the needle. It's a Patriots defensive line. But I also think that part of this is, like you said, it's a new era. Tom Brady was the story for 20 years.
Yeah, for 2 decades.
And if Tom Brady wasn't in the Super Bowl, it was like, wow, the guy who beat Tom Brady is in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady overlapped. And for the last 8 years, or 7 years or whatever it was, oh my God, Patrick Mahomes is in the Super Bowl. The team that beat Patrick Mahomes is in the Super Bowl.
We went from the greatest quarterback of all time dominating for 20 years to, oh my gosh, this is like one of the 10 greatest quarterbacks of all time next.
Yes, in the same era. That's not supposed to happen.
No, it completely overlapped each other.
But I think if Seattle wins this year, and then they go in next year and they win 12 games, and they go to the Super Bowl again next year, I think there's buzz around it. Because now all of a sudden, oh man, you got a lot of people just rooting against the team because they don't want to see him go back to back. Or if Patrick Mahomes is back in it next year, it's the revival of the Chiefs. The Patrick Mahomes is back.
Yeah.
That's what I think the league needs. And right now, there's just there are storylines in terms of what I was just talking about. 2 defenses really good, but to your point, I think to the casual fan, it is more, or to the I shouldn't say the casual fan because that comes off as a negative, and I don't mean that.
To the general NFL fan.
To the general NFL fan who's like, yep, love sports, but man, it does not rule my life until game day. Right? Like I'm gonna lock in. Gavin from the Wake Up Call, huge Eagles fan, loves his Eagles, but he watches on Sundays and he's like, yeah, I couldn't name 5 players on the team. I just want to watch the Eagles uniform win on Sunday.
Yeah.
And then the game's going to end and I'm going to move on with my life. Like, I think there's a lot of people out there like that. And that sounds crazy to somebody listening to Sports Talk Radio on February 6th. But I think that's a lot of the general public. And I think for the general public, in terms of storylines to sink your teeth into, I just don't think it's there.
No, you really have to get into not the depths, because that makes it seem like there's nothing there. But if you want to get into the storylines, all right, we got to talk about football then. It's not just,
I agree.
Football goes far because Sam Darnold threw it or blah, blah, blah.
And we always, the storyline, quote unquote, is almost always a villain.
Yeah.
It's almost always people want to hate. People want to root against something.
There's no one to hate here at all.
There's not.
Mike Vrabel is cool.
Let me back up.
What?
Let me back up. I hate the Seahawks.
Well, that's different.
I want to
Yeah.
see. I want to see. I think the Seahawks are going to win. I want to see them lose so bad.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for insert like rival fans, sure, but just
again,
for the
we're
general,
talking
the general story is like, no, Mike Vrabel was cool. Like Drake May, like he's had an incredible season for a second-year player.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold, like, wow, congratulations to you. You finally figured it out. And then the Seahawks have just been dominant all year long. It's like, yeah, they're all awesome.
Yeah. Does Bengals fan care about this game from a storyline standpoint? Probably not.
Nah.
Not from a hate standpoint. And so
The only hate thing you can really draw up is like, oh, the Patriots are back in here. They never stop winning, blah, blah, blah. But it's also, I don't know if that's
the
really
same for the Seahawks, though.
Yeah, but the Patriots did it for like 2 decades.
Sure.
And there's kind of the evil empire there aspect of it. But I don't even know if that's really a big storyline. I don't even know if people are like hating the Patriots because of that. Like
they're
I've seen
so
it, but it's
different.
not really like a big thing.
If this was Bill Belichick with a completely different roster, I think the hate would be there.
That's a good point. Yeah.
If Bill Belichick brought this exact roster to the Super Bowl, there would be a lot of like, oh my God, just beat Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
But there's not like Drake May's in his second year. They won 4 games last year. They won 8 games the last 2 years. I'm not going to hate on the Patriots. If you're not a 49er fan or an NFC West fan, the Seahawks are an incredible story. Mike McDonald, 2 years, they've turned this thing around. Sam Darnold won 14 games again, and this time he got over the hump. He did it. He made it to the Super Bowl. Their defense is awesome. They're flying around. They're super fun to watch.
I get paid after this game, too.
Is his contract up?
He's got another year after this, but there's an out after that. So you might just tear that up and be like, yeah, let me go ahead and get a big money deal after I just won you a Super Bowl. You want some security going into it, but we'll see. He could very well throw 3 picks and be like, yeah, I don't know.
If Sam Darnold wins the Super Bowl,
you have to pay him.
Are you putting him top of You're putting him above Dak Prescott?
No.
Are you putting him in
Brock
Purdy range?
I think you got
about 53 a year.
Yeah, you have to. Like Trevor Lawrence, he's right there.
Okay.
I don't.
I think I agree, but stand by, because we say Brock Purdy range. What Sam Darnold is going to tell you, again, we're assuming Sam Darnold wins the Super Bowl in this scenario. You're going to say Brock Purdy range, and he's going to go, I'm sorry, Tua range?
Hey, that's not. Relax, Sam. Relax. That was their mistake.
Tua makes 53.1 annually.
Yes,
got 93.1 guaranteed. Can he go to Jordan Love 55? Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence,
that's
Josh Allen 55 a year. None of those guys won a Super Bowl.
Trevor Lawrence is 55.
Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Josh Allen, all Joe Burrow also 55.
That's the ceiling right there. I can do 55. I don't love it, but
okay. Now
we just won a Super Bowl.
Okay,
also real quick. Like, how can I not pay him that and kind of be like, oh yeah, let's just do what the Vikings did and see what the Vikings just went through this season.
That's a great point.
Like let me lock up my quarterback. I know I can win I know I can win a Super Bowl with this guy. Like just let me lock up my quarterback.
But if you're Seattle, do you at least have to consider, hey, this defense is sick. Can we keep this group together and find a Baker Mayfield?
The Vikings just did that.
Yeah, but that was the Vikings. This is
no, don't do that. No, you're not different. We're all the same. We're all dummies here. All right. It's finally here. Sign him and keep it moving.
Yeah, when you have a quarterback you think you can win the Super Bowl with, you have to pay that person.
Yeah, well, because like I said, I want to keep bringing up the Vikings, but they thought, hey, our system works. JJ McCarthy is like, oh no, we don't even know if he's good. We don't know if he's bad, but who knows? And now we got Justin Jefferson trade rumors.
The worst part about that is they could have just franchise tagged Sam Darnold and made it a 1-year thing.
Yeah.
Like they could have just kicked the can down the road.
And then you realize, oh no, like he's good. Like,
no. Oof.
Yeah. When you have a quarterback, sign him and don't let him.
Now I do think, and this is the bubble I was waiting to pop, and I think we've seen it. It's no longer the next quarterback to get paid gets paid the most.
Yeah, no.
And that's the right thing. Shout out to the Cowboys for messing that up and paying Dak 60.
Insane. Dak is good, by the way. I mean,
Dak, good player.
If the Cowboys,
good player for sure.
Cowboys had a defense and we're in the playoffs, Dak very well might have been in MVP conversations.
Yeah,
but
totally.
Yeah, but yeah, $60 million is still insane.
You had a question about the 49ers with the Seahawks and Rams.
Yes,
and that's weird. I just brought up Gavin from the Wake Up Call, and he just texted me.
Is he listening to the show?
I don't know.
Pretend he is, just for the sake of content and people thinking that other people around the building listen to our show. So yes, he was listening.
Should I say, yeah, did you hear me talking about you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm going to say.
There you go.
Hang on. Talking about you. What are the odds that Gavin doesn't know that we do a morning show?
Oh, they're high.
Even though
They're high.
I sent out a mass email to everybody.
I think people just last year, Dealing and Casey, we've been on the air for about 6 years now. I think people just last year like, oh, yeah, no, like all the time. There was times people went up to Dealing like, hey, what do you do here?
That's tough because it's been 6 years of that show.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the odds are high right now for ours.
He definitely doesn't know. He's definitely
He
asking
knows.
to. He doesn't.
He
I
doesn't
don't
know-
think he does.
He knows we
He
have a
wouldn't ask
show.
if I was here.
Oh, is that what he asked?
Yeah, he said, "Are you here?"
Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
So
Be like, yeah, bro, I'm doing
like,
a
yeah,
show
man,
right
I've
now.
been here
Yeah.
actually.
Like and subscribe, please.
Studio One live next enabled. He can see that from his office. Tell him to take a look at the TV.
Yeah, great point.
Yeah, he can see that we're live.
Like, yeah, man.
Maybe
I'm
he's
here.
double checking. He's just being thorough.
Yeah.
He's
Could you
like,
help
"Oh."
me with something quickly, brother? I'm on air.
Oh, that
Oh
is
yeah, he has
so
no
funny.
clue. He has no clue. Oh my gosh. It's all good.
Cool. Hey, the jump 7 to 9 a.m.
Gavin's big time, bro. They don't worry about us.
You know what? And that's why if that was a
Hey,
salesperson,
cut that
I'd be a
segment. We
little
were
bummed.
talking about him from the podcast, though.
I'd be a little bummed if it was a salesperson that was like, "Hey, are you here?"
No, that'd be really bad.
Like, dang.
Yeah,
I
that'd be
sent
really
out an
bad.
email. I did a presentation at a sales meeting. Like, oh, that's tough.
Well, could
Then
you
it's
name?
Gavin's big time. That's the longest running morning show in this market.
Could you name everyone's time slots that they work here for the on-air people?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
100%.
So could I.
Yeah, it's easy work.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely could do that too.
Whose
But
whose morning's on the Eagle?
oh, just in case.
Who's
That's my guy right there.
Ken Anthony's in the evening.
Yeah. I know. You don't have to quiz me.
Okay.
I told you I got it.
All right. I couldn't tell if you were being sarcastic.
Who comes on after Abe on 98 Rock?
Mickey.
Okay.
Mickey at night.
Yeah, go take a lap, Joe.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Fence
take
and
a
back,
lap.
pal.
Complex's office and back.
I'm gonna do a 40-yard dash eventually one day in here. We've talked about it before. We just gotta move some stuff. It's gonna
Oh,
be
you can do a
tough.
40-yard dash right now.
It's.
I told Gavin we were talking about him on air.
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh.
Ah,
Text him. It wasn't great.
it's going to be fun.
All right. What were we talking about though?
The 49ers.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be a tough look. And I say this as a person who is I'm a like Kyle Shanahan person. I believe Kyle Shanahan can win a Super Bowl. I think Kyle Shanahan is a very good coach.
Yeah, he's one of the 5 best coaches in the league right now,
Yes.
if not the 3 best.
But it is a tough look if the Seahawks win this Super Bowl. And since Kyle Shanahan has been hired, the Rams have won a Super Bowl, the Seahawks have won a Super Bowl. They've both gone through like little mini rebuilds.
Yeah.
Since Kyle Shanahan has been hired. Like the
Rams
they've
won a Super
both-
Bowl, won 6 games in a season, and then came back, and they're great again.
Yes, and they've been to the NFC title game 2 years in a row. No, I'm sorry, they lost in the divisional round last year, but they're very good. They almost beat the Eagles in Philly last year. That would be tough, and I don't mean immediately, but next year, hey man, we talk about this with the Kings. Like, all right, hey, this is the path you took. You have to hit this draft pick. For the 49ers, you have to go A, back to the playoffs, and B, be a Super Bowl contender next year.
You need to make that move this year.
Yes.
Like that,
Yes.
the move,
Yes.
not like the Deion Sanders move in the 90s or just whatever else you want to pick from whatever other team. You need to make the move that puts you back up into being a contender. Because right now you are a level below the Rams and Seahawks, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think they're far away.
No, they're still a wild card level team, I think, as is, but that's just not that's not gonna set you apart or put you with the elites right now.
They cannot go into next season. I understood it this offseason.
Yeah.
Jettison the veterans who are not producing at the level that they're being paid. You wanted to take some of that money. You wanted to save it. You wanted to put yourself in a better financial position moving forward, a better salary cap position moving forward. Got it. 2 thumbs up. You wanted to spend a bunch of draft capital to add depth and to restock the cupboard from a talent perspective. Cool. Got it. This year can't be another, okay, we're going to draft guys. We're going to play some young guys and hope they can help us by the time the playoffs roll around. Like, no, you need to, from day one, you need to hit the gas and go.
Well, yeah, because
Max Crosby available, go get him.
Well, yeah, and looking at it, like you didn't expect to be this good. And it's kind of in hindsight, so it's not a knock on them or whatever. It's
No.
like maybe if you did make a deal at the trade deadline, who knows what that would have did for you this season. But like
Another deal at the trade deadline.
another deadline, another deal, excuse me. But just knowing that and knowing where your floor is right now, it's like, yeah, go ahead and go take that next.
Yes.
Go get the next
You are-
CMC that you did a few years ago.
You are,
Not the running back necessarily, but just that top player.
I think they are a big swing away from being in that conversation. If they added Justin Jefferson in a trade,
We're talking Super Bowl
we're
contenders.
talking about the 49ers being a Super Bowl contender going into the year. They are one star piece away.
I
No,
just-
they need other things to go right. Real quick, they need other things to go right. They need to make the right free agency moves. They need to draft well still. Like all of that is still in play.
Yeah.
But it cannot be another year of, yeah, well, we're going to take the young guys. We're going to let them play. We're going to see, like, no, you need to know. Because if the Seahawks win the Super Bowl and the Rams have won a Super Bowl already, they're both going to be really good again next year. You're going to do nothing but fall behind if you don't try and get ahead.
Matt Stafford already said yesterday he's going to be back next season, so the Rams are going to be around.
Yeah.
But I think
No one's going anywhere.
I think they know they need to make that move to this offseason.
I do too.
So I think they will. I don't know what it's going to be or who it's going to be, but they do have options, I feel.
Well, and especially with the Brandon Ayuk situation and getting off of that money, you have a ton of cap space.
Yep.
They're going to have the room. Brock Purdy's the big numbers on Brock Purdy's extension aren't going to kick in yet. You don't have anybody who's up for like a big, massive extension. Like you're good. You can go and you need to. And if you don't, then that is where, if they're going to do the Kings thing, if the 49ers are going to do it, if pull a Kings and make me play the patience game, I'm out. You're too close.
Yeah, there's no reason to pay the patience game. Like you said, you're right there.
The Kings playing the patience game is fine.
Mhm.
That's not, I mean,
It's not our favorite,
not-
but you understand it.
Yes, I understand. The
Makes sense.
logic
You understand it, yeah.
tracks. You don't get to play the patience game when you're a big move away from being a Super Bowl contender.
No, yeah, that's every reason to go for it. That's why you're here. I know I
Yes.
wouldn't understand playing the patience game, like, oh yeah, we'll see what Ricky Pearsall looks again or whatever. But yeah, no, that wouldn't make sense.
Ugh.
But we'll see. Maybe it's a George
I'm
Pickens.
so-
Maybe it's Justin Jefferson. Maybe it's Max Crosby. Jay Glazer was talking about that the other day.
I think if Max Crosby comes available, which it sounds like that relationship is heading toward a divorce.
If Jay Glazer says it, then I'm just gonna that's what's happening.
When Jay Glazer says it, especially the way he said it,
Mhm.
where the person asked him, if you missed it, Yahoo Sports Daily asked Jay Glazer, do you think Max Crosby's time with the Raiders is over? And he just went, I do.
He doesn't do the content game. Like
Yes,
when he's got a scoop, it's because he
Yeah.
has something concrete and he's gonna tell you what it is.
Yes.
He's never gonna be. He might be first, but that's never been his game. So if Jay
Mhm.
Glazer says it, yeah, I'm gonna believe it.
If that's available, yeah, use your first round pick use a first round pick next year too to go get Max Crosby.
He did mention in
Because-
there as well that they could net a return higher than what the Cowboys got for Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Yeah.
Because the Cowboys bungled that.
Mm.
If the Cowboys had made Micah Parsons available before the draft, I think it would have been a lot different. But they made him available a week before the season started.
Would you give up
If
two firsts and a third for Max Crosby?
Yes.
What up, though? What up? Casey.
That there we go. What's up, baby? Switch this over here.
What's
Jump D-Lo and KC. Switch D-Lo and KC.
Can I say something that? How do I say it? I'm not trying to start no mess.
Yeah, I noticed. That's why I shut us down real quick. I gotta refresh, but go ahead.
No matter.
Okay,
I
go
ain't
ahead.
Did you notice? Did you notice how clean San Francisco was yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
And did you notice what you didn't see
Yep.
on the streets?
Yep. Yep.
Mm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
It
something
was
that happens.
glaring.
Yep. I absolutely noticed.
And I'm like, I just kept thinking, well, what happened? Like, what happened? I heard stories about what happened 10 years ago, and I don't know if the same thing happened.
But he just wait till the World Cup gets there.
Oh, man.
Well, watch LA.
Mm,
Watch LA.
mhm. It was glaring. I was just, I was just like, man, this is. At first, I couldn't put my finger on it. I was like, what? This feels different out here.
And he's all, wait a minute.
I look down. It's all clean. Mm. I've been in that area a lot. And I'm not one of those people that thinks like San Francisco's this terrible place or anything like that. Like, I think that gets overblown. But it was noticeable just walking around yesterday. If I got to choose a coast, I got to choose the East. I live out there, so don't go there. UConn versus St. John's tonight. That's old school Big East. Old school Big East. Delivery Joe, you're a bowler, sir? I like bowling. I'm really good for the first game, and then something happens. I'm like a closer, like a relief pitcher. Like I'm not a starter. Can't go 7 innings. I'm really good early, and then something happens where I just can't control the ball.
Okay.
Got to work on that.
Do you do the spin joints?
Nah. I go straight.
Look at that outfit on Swagoo. That's a great color, like a plum. A plum color.
Yeah, I go straight. I know you're not supposed to hit the front pin straight on, so you move over to the left or right a little bit. That's how you get your strikes. I'll be locked in. And then
I think, is it Drew Down?
Drew Down
is like
yeah, he a big bowler.
He the one.
We'll get Drew Down versus Delivery Joe in like the match, the same way they do golf.
Oh, hell yeah.
Out here in Sac, they're doing
Dane plays on one team, KC plays on the other.
They're doing a UNC 1-on-1 series in basketball. I know that because I'd seen it in general, but Chris Haynes participated.
Oh, okay.
They're somewhere on YouTube. Yeah, that's the other thing, Delivery Joe. How do you play team bowling? I guess not everybody shoots all 10 frames, I guess, right? Just like 3 apiece.
I don't know, man. I could be wrong. Them mics and them cameras sure seem nicer than these.
I don't know about the cameras. Cameras seem the same, but
These ones are louder. Like, I don't know. Like,
I don't know. Everybody was talking about my voice. Sounded like I want that back.
Yeah, I think I shouldn't say they're better. They were different mics, and they worked better.
I think they were different mics.
Both of our voices.
Because you were talking like here, and we can't do that with these. We have to talk right into this side.
Come on, man. Need that.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's let them air horns fly for Friday, baby. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, one more time for that California 70 outside was good.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. I almost took the cardigan off.
Yeah, it is. I mean, remember we in here,
Well,
so it's a little different.
I need to bring the.
It's you bring the jacket. Yeah, when we in this studio, it stays chilly. But I was outside. I grabbed some drinks from Vitality Bowl down the street, and it was like it's warm.
Yeah,
like shoot, like it's warm.
I saw that in the car as I was getting out here. It said 77. Obviously, as I've taught everyone, they take the temperature in the shade. My car wasn't in the shade, so it wasn't really 77.
Mm-hmm.
It was probably about 70, 68, 70. And I was like, damn.
Well, we have learned to not challenge Kenny's weather expertise, given his 3-month rain call.
Well, this is true.
Arguably the greatest call in the history of this show. It's not a Super Bowl. It's not a finals. It's not an MVP call. It's Kenny calling it was going to rain 3 months in advance on a very specific Sunday.
I should have put that on the whiteboard.
Oh my God!
I need to erase my. John
We walked in and there's a new Jesse. You want to fill us in? What the hell went on this morning?
What did Kyle write?
Darren Peterson, Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, he's been trying to manifest something. He wrote that down yesterday, I believe.
Fall out, die in a good way.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Kyle gets one right finally.
Can you? Oh well, is he worse than Kenny?
Bro, he threw the Ravens were good on there.
He had the 49ers losing to the Browns.
Yeah, I know. Kyle, yeah, he's worse than Kenny.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I need to erase my job. I'll put my record next to my name. But
how about we can strike that one from the record right there?
Which one?
The John Moran one.
No, I gotta wear it.
Are you sure?
Oh, absolutely not.
I gotta wear it.
He said that with hella confidence.
I gotta wear it.
Remember when he went from 60% to 62%?
Yes.
Come on, man.
All right. Yeah, I felt bad for peer pressuring him, but
even StreamYard was like, "Hey, clip this. Let's get this on the internet."
I gotta wear that one. That one. So no, that goes on my permanent record. I think I am 1-3, maybe 0-3. I don't know. I feel like I got one right.
I don't think you did, pal. Yeah, I don't think you did. Jesse's the only one up there cooking.
That Super Bowl one don't count.
Why? That was literally your Super Bowl prediction.
That don't count.
You should have wrote down the Chiefs and Lions one. Or we'd have the board at the
time.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I said that with the courage of my convictions.
And then 3 weeks
later. Well, I guess it's a lot
that's
like Twitter. If you don't put it on the whiteboard, it doesn't matter.
Well, that's the thing. Before the season, they're not going to make the playoffs. 3 weeks later, I might have been wrong.
I might have been, but I still stayed with the claim. I wouldn't have erased it off the whiteboard.
You didn't really stay with the claim.
That was worth 2. One for each team.
I mean, if it was on the board, sure.
We just got the whiteboard.
Well, then this is when we start counting. We start counting now. When we got the whiteboard.
And if I would have listened to Scott Perry, if Scott Perry would have talked on Monday, I definitely wouldn't have put that up there.
What would you have put up there if Scott Perry talked on Monday?
Nothing will happen ever.
Ever? Damn. Hey, obviously Scott Perry spoke earlier today. One thing I admire about Scott, one thing that I really, really appreciate about Scott is he is punctual. If the media alert that goes out to us says Scott Perry is going to talk to the media at 11 a.m.,
mm-hmm.
Scott Perry is going to talk to the media at 11 a.m.
Last GM would have been like 11:07 or something.
Oh, yeah, that's waiting.
Then he would have sat down like, well, we
maintain and improve.
Yeah, we had many conversations. Go ahead, James.
Go ahead,
James. As we talked about yesterday, like Scott spoke. Did Scott say anything? Like, yes and no. He said one thing, and it was loud, and I heard it. It was what I heard. It was what Jesse heard. It was what Kenny heard. But he did not back away from. We are not going to make deals that we do not think better the future of this organization. He did not back away from, we're not going to make deals just to make deals. We're not trying to be in the news cycle for 24 hours. We are trying to build a sustainable winner. He did not waver from that. He sang the praises of Domantas Sabonis. He sang the praises of Zach LaVine. He sang the praises of Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis as well. He acknowledged that Keon Ellis didn't work. He acknowledged that they weren't able to get Keon Ellis the minutes he needed to become the type of player where he could have an impact here in Sacramento. He wished those guys. I think that was the first thing he did. I think he thanked his team, and then he, wished those guys well. He mentioned Dario Saric as well, saying the praises of Dylan Cardwell. Talked about getting a player like that, an undrafted free agent making an impact. It drew the comp to Ben Wallace, his time working with Ben Wallace in Detroit. But as far as his lack of movement, he did not waver from things that he said in the past. We're not going to make a move just for the sake of making a move. And that he also he was clear because he was asked about Jonathan Kuminga. Mm-hmm. And he was very clear. Like, obviously we had conversations during the summer about Jonathan Kuminga, but I'm going to leave it at that because I have to work with these organizations. I have to, in a couple of months, I'm going to be right back here talking to these basketball teams once again. And I don't want anyone to have hesitancy in talking to me, feeling like, well, Scott's going to tell his media in Sacramento everything that we do. Yeah. So he just said, I'll just leave it at, we obviously had interest in this past summer. And, that was kind of that. So he didn't talk about Toronto. He didn't talk about any Domantas Sabonis deals falling through. He didn't talk any specifics. He didn't do anything along those lines, nor should he, nor should any general manager. Only one who does that is Danny Ainge, and everyone thinks Danny Ainge is full of crap anyways. And so it is kind of left for us to take all that in and try to piece together what happened with Toronto, what happened with Washington, and what happened in some of these other potential talks that the Sacramento Kings were involved in.
He said about what I would expect him to say, and not even like as a shot to Scott Perry or anything, but how I feel. Like, we as the public, we as the media, we don't need to know everything. We can ask the questions, but we don't need to know every single thing about your conversations and even your plans with players or coaches that are here right now. Like, we'll get in depth with it, but if he thinks Doug Christie is going to be gone at the end of the year, they've already kind of made that decision. I'm just saying hypothetically. He doesn't need to tell us that. Like, oh yeah, no, Doug's going to be gone at the end of, you know what I mean? Like, you don't need to say that. He's going to say whatever he needs to get through that question and move on. So I didn't expect a whole lot from the Scott Perry press conference. I appreciate that they had it and he answered questions and stuff like that.
It's the right thing to do.
Yeah. But one of
as Tone pointed out, his Tone said right at the beginning, thank you for doing this and doing it so quickly.
Yeah. But one of the things that I came away thinking about, because he was very consistent and persistent with talking about 2027 and the contracts and being patient and all this other stuff. And I'd like to know, not even from Scott Perry, but like talking to you, talking to Jesse, talking to the Chatty House, anybody that's listening, realistically, how long do you guys think this is going to last before everybody wants to say a consistent winner, a consistent, not middling playing team? Like
Scott said that too.
Yeah. If that's the goal, how long realistically until we get to that point?
Long. How old's Reese?
13.
He's definitely graduated.
Will Ryan be Reese's age?
He's definitely graduated from high school. I just don't know how long it's going to take him in college, so I'm going to stop short of saying he's going to graduate from college. He could be a one and done guy too. It's not quick,
Gonna
man.
link into Scott's second contract.
Yeah, like Securin says 4 to 5 years easily. JT Lowe says 6 years. Dr. Davis says 4 to 5 years easily. I feel like man, I feel like 4 to 5 years is really optimistic.
I think so too. Like
because think about what we're talking about. Just real quick, sorry.
No, you're good.
We're not on year one.
Right. We hadn't even started.
We're not there yet. We might not be on year one next year. Scott said, well, 2027. He brought that up in the press conference. We could be a full other year away from even being to year one. So 4 to 5 years is stunningly optimistic because we haven't begun yet. And then it all depends on the draft. And I'll take what Securin Bagley said, or Securin Carter, sorry. It all depends on the draft. It might all depend on this draft. Because Scott talked about the draft process and he talked about luck. But when he talked about this draft, he smiled. Because they know.
Yeah.
They know what everybody else knows.
And I always look at it with the draft and all this other stuff. Even with some of the best case scenarios, we're talking De'Aaron Fox took 7 years to get to the playoffs?
Yeah.
7 years to get to the playoffs. And even when he finally got to the playoffs, because this is what I always hear from everybody. They always talk about not a play-in team, like a real contender and all this other stuff. De'Aaron Fox got to the playoffs in his 7th season, and they weren't a championship contender.
Yep. Right.
They were first round and out. And it was clear, oh, man, we got more steps we need to get to. So everybody talking about that, I'm not disparaging anything. I'm just trying to figure out, okay, when are we getting there? When are we getting where everybody is talking about, or where they want to be? And they look down so much on being a playing team and a first round team. And I get that I'm not saying that should be your ultimate goal, but everybody looks down on that so much. And you want to be more than that. It's going to be a long time.
Yeah.
A long time.
That's why you got to get those pillars in.
Jesse, if Jesse ever hears the word pillars again, he might throw something through one of these windows.
It's akin to him hearing scuttlebutt.
Yes. Yes.
Facts. Yeah.
You hear it in the
facts.
halls.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Like I'm done. I'm done with the.
Oh, I can actually see. I can see the look on Jesse's face watching that Scott Perry press conference.
We already knocked down 2 of the pillars. Doug was talking about DeAndre Hunter being a pillar the other day, and Scott Perry at the press conference today talking about, yeah, we like DeAndre Hunter, but his expiring contract next year could give us flexibility. So it's like, what is being a pillar? What does that even mean?
I don't have an answer.
This is just a buzzword for a team for an organization that was dysfunctional.
It
now
does.
You're trying to convince us that it's not going to be that way. So yeah, we're going to be accountable with this, and that.
It does feel like a buzzword. Pillars. Is it Scott Perry's 6 pillars? That feels like, and I don't mean this as any shade to Scott. That feels like something you read in like a how to manage book. What's important to you? What is unshakable? What is you will not waver on these things. What are your pillars? Well, it's hard work. It's this, it's that. It's like, all right, cool. Like, because I don't know how many players on this roster fit those pillars. And I mean, it's tough. Like, I don't know how much Scott can do about that. There's trades. There's just trades. There's good trades. There's bad trades. I guess I said this yesterday. I'm not going to be mad at Scott for not making a deal to make a deal. We don't we don't know the specifics of what happened with Toronto or Washington. We've been left to kind of put it together for ourselves. I'm if Chris Haynes is reporting about wanting some form of firsts over some form of seconds was accurate with Toronto, I'm not confident he's going to get that. That's my biggest concern with Domantas Sabonis. It's like, I understand. I just think you're holding on to something that's not realistic. Unless you have reason to believe the market for Domantas Sabonis is going to change this offseason, then okay, you have all the information. I don't.
Right.
And I've also kind of resigned myself to, I don't mind if Domas gets left behind here. I understand the flaws in that, but I don't mind it.
Here's my thing with Domas, and I don't know it, so I don't want to say it one way or another. But are you committed to changing where this franchise is right now? Domas is probably the one guy that you could look at. Maybe Malik, Keegan, I guess, but Keegan doesn't. I don't look at Keegan as having a lot of say either way. Like,
Sure.
Domas is one of the guys here.
Yeah.
Are you committed to turning this thing around? It reminds me, and it could have been lip service, but I absolutely believe him because I believe in his character and what he represents. But remember when Tyrese Halliburton was here as a rookie, and I think they were in the midst of a losing streak or something. He's like, man, I don't like this, but I'm here. We're gonna turn this around here. Like, this is what we're gonna do here. This is what we're gonna do in Sacramento. I'm dedicated to that. I want to be a part of that. And we joked about him a lot for talking about, I wanted to be here or whatever. But he said numerous times, like, we're going to turn this around here, and I'm going to be a part of it.
Yeah.
We're going to do it. Is that how Domas looks at his current situation with the Kings? Does he look at it like, I am committed to changing what's going on here in Sacramento? I'm committed to changing our fortunes and our outcomes and the perception. I'm a Sacramento King. Or is he here like, hey, I'm just showing up, I'm doing my job, and if they want to move me, they can move me, but I'll do my job while I'm here, which there's nothing wrong with that either. But this organization needs somebody committed to changing and embracing the challenge that is changing who they are right now. And if that's not him, if that's not what he wants to do, understandable. But I it's almost akin to the what do you say, the hostages and the volunteers. Like, it's almost akin to that. I don't want nobody that's just here. Kind of, this is going to be tough. This is going to be difficult. I need the people that are going to be a part of this to be ready for the long haul and embrace what might be in front of them. And I don't know if that's what Domas is doing. I don't know either way. I'm not trying to say one way or another. I like to know, though.
I would too. And I think that's a perfectly fair question to ask. I don't know that he's that I don't know that he's that type of guy on multiple different fronts. If he's the type of guy who will make that claim, make that stance, or that he even operates like that. Like, he feels it was one of the frustrations with him and De'Aaron. They both felt very kind of passive at times, though you could see Domas's emotion on the floor was very clear on multiple occasions. There is the famous time, too, he told Jake Gadon to shut the F up. Figuratively, of course. Said it's none of your damn business what we talked about. But I understand the question, and I understand why you ask it, and I understand anyone who feels like he might not be. It feels like this situation is toxic. It feels like the Sacramento Kings are toxic. And it doesn't, to me, I haven't resigned to the fact that Domantas Sabonis is toxic. He might just not be a winner. Like, OKC was comfortable moving on from him, right? Indiana was good. After he had, like, blossomed a little bit, Indiana was comfortable moving on from him. Well, why? And then he comes here and he has success in Sacramento. But there's still like I'll go to Joe M's question right here. Joe says, "Wait a second, D'Lo, you're saying Bain was worth 5 first-round picks. I think it was 4, wasn't it? But Domas isn't worth 1." Well, no, Joe, I'm not saying Desmond Bain is worth 4 first-round picks. Orlando did. Orlando said, this is the type of player that we're missing. This is the type of player that we need. And I'm not saying Domas isn't worth a first-round pick. I'm saying this last trade deadline did. And if Domas was worth 1, we would have heard more than just Toronto and Washington. And the cold piece to that is, if you recall when all this started, it wasn't just Toronto and Washington. I feel like it was more Toronto. There was like talks about Washington, but remember, it was AD, and Domas was like the backup plan. And then it wound up being, Anthony Davis going to Washington. We don't know exactly what Domantas Sabonis and the Sacramento Kings role were in that. And then Toronto wound up doing nothing. And again, we've said this repeatedly since it happened. If Jakob Poeltl was a part of this and they wanted Jakob Poeltl to come to Sacramento, if there's not multiple draft picks in the multiple first-round draft picks to take that bad contract back, we can't help you. And even at that, I still am, hey, I'm going to call you back, because I still don't know if I want to do that. But Scott was asked about assets today, and I can't specifically remember his answer, but he was asked about acquiring draft assets and if that's a goal, and it was almost like a question.
Was that when he talked about he believes that you get better through the draft? Was that the same question?
Okay.
Same answer?
Yes. It might have been, because there was a couple of those merging together, where he talked about he expects everyone who takes the floor to want to win the game. He expects them to go out there and try to win basketball games. And then he said, like, I know, that's not good for, the lottery and the draft and all of that. And I think that's where he gave us the line, lottery needs a lot of luck. And I think he flubbed the stat he was trying to give us about the team with the worst record drafting number 1. He said something 4 out of 5 times they have. I think he meant they haven't, because since this new draft lottery has been implemented, it hasn't happened. It hasn't happened once. So, and that's 19. I think it started.
So before COVID. So
right. That's what So it was 19.
A Zion draft, I believe. Right.
Oh wow, was it? Okay.
I thought that because did the Knicks have the worst record?
Well, that would explain a lot. Yeah.
They did the lottery in New York, I think, didn't they?
Oh man.
Something crazy like that. Yeah. So it might have been
Stephen A. Cam. I mean, someone find the Stephen A. Cam from that night.
Did a couple people have said it in the chat for specific questions, and I saw a couple of tweets. Did you think I didn't feel this way. I didn't think this, but did you think Scott got a little flustered?
Yeah.
Up there?
Mm-hmm.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Just the whole thing, or were there specific times?
No, not with a specific. I thought Scott is a great talker.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say a smooth talker, but that does not sound that sounds shiesty.
It has negative connotation.
Yeah, it has
shouldn't it? Smooth talkers can be great people.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But Scott knows how to work a room. It's one of his great qualities. Like it's a quality general manager's need. You've got to be able to work a room, and Scott can work a room, and he has had no problem, batting 1,000 when, working these rooms through press conferences. His opening statement prior to getting to the questions, maybe it was the amount he was trying to cover. Maybe he was working to not forget anything. It looked like he had some notes in front of him that he was kind of keeping an eye on, just to make sure he touched on everything before getting to the questions. I did, like, one of my immediate takeaways in the first few minutes was the press conference is he doesn't sound, I think when you are able to work a room, you're talking with a lot of confidence. It felt like maybe some of Scott's confidence was wavered today in his opening statement, because he referenced the Kings fan base a lot. He referenced the Kings community a lot, and he knows, like, he's like, I hear some of this. There's unconfirmed reports that he got Kenny's clip sent to him.
No about that.
But, I think in response to one of James's questions, he was like, well, you're more tuned into that than I am. I hear stuff here and there, but I've been so busy the last few days. But I can imagine, like, I understand. And I think he recognizes now, like, oh, this is the honeymoon, so to speak, is over. And I have to figure out a way to get this basketball team better. But what I think he was trying to do, and this is where I think, when I talk about talking with confidence, is he's got to find a way to get this basketball team better. But I'm telling you, all of you watching D'Lo and KC, all of you watching this press conference, all of you listening to Sports Talk Media, all of you reading the Kings, I'm telling you, I hear you. But there's a way I'm going to do this. And I'm not going to make a trade just because it's the trade deadline and you think I should. I'm not going to sign this free agent just because you think just because I have the cap space and you I had a conversation with them. I'm not going to overpay on a trade. I'm not going to overpay on a free agent. I'm not going to do this just because your group text thinks that I can. I'm going to do what I think is best for this franchise. And I think he had trouble. I think it was easier communicating that when there was no backlash. So when he takes over the job, when he introduced Doug Christie, when he has his first draft, remember the Kings didn't even have a first round draft pick. He got in. That's win. Right. He's just stacking dubs.
Yeah.
This wasn't a dub. Dennis wasn't a dub. And it's like, okay, now you're feeling the heat a little bit. And I think I do think we saw that today.
Yeah. I kind of
still smooth.
Always smooth.
Still smooth.
Scott always gonna be smooth. You ain't never gonna get him too flustered.
Nah, and the flustered looks different on different people, right? Scott is composed, he is fluid, and he lost some of that fluidness. And I think that's where it was like, if you were watching, it was like, oh, okay.
I wonder if somebody like Scott Perry, who he had been here before. And it was a little bit of a different circumstances. It was Fox rookie year. He gets these veterans in here, and people, and much like what I think might happen again next year, is people were intrigued and enamored by this rookie De'Aaron Fox and watching him develop. I wonder if he maybe took for granted or wasn't expecting the level of vitriol around here surrounding this team when he took over. And what I mean by that is, like, maybe it's like, oh, Sacramento is such a good fan base. They just love the Kings so much. It's actually one of the underrated jobs out here because the fan base is so understanding. They root for you and all this other stuff. And then I don't know if he ever encountered this fan base mad, and especially as mad as they are right now. And I wonder if that was something that he wasn't expecting and had him a little bit flustered here after what's gone on the last 9 months or so.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine what it's like to talk to an angry fan base. You know what I mean? Especially one that, we talk about
especially when you don't have answers.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't have, or he does, but it's not one they want to hear.
Yeah. And it's worse when it's like, I'm going to throw this line in here because I want you guys to understand I might not be able to do anything about it next year either. Now it's different. It's different for a multitude of reasons next year, and we'll talk about that. We'll come back. The marathon is on the way. We're going 60 minutes straight, baby. In wrestling, they call it a Broadway. We're going 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk with our man Eddie Gonzalez next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
The Iron Man match was a Broadway?
So a Broadway is 60 minutes to a draw.
Oh my gosh. Well, it was until they did overtime, right?
So that match sucks. That match is so bad. But I've always thought
Which one, Brett versus Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought you could do the same exact match with the same exact spots. And if you wanted to do the same corny ass finish, you could. Just you should have never told us it was an Iron Man match. Because there was a point where you realized, or at least we did, no one's gonna get pinned. Like they're going all the way, like so someone's gonna get pinned with 5 seconds left, or someone's gonna get like I didn't think they were gonna do the overtime thing, but there was a certain point where this is gonna go 60 minutes.
Yeah. They could have. So it feels like they could have had more pinfalls.
You could have,
Like if it could have worked if it was 2-2, and then
which is what they did later when they did iron matches.
They did that later
when they did iron matches again. Like I think Brock versus Kurt Angle was like 6-5.
Okay, now that's excessive.
Yeah, I think Hunter and Rock had one where the American Badass Taker debuted, and it was like 7-6. Like they went the complete opposite direction.
They wrestling in Coors Field.
Yeah, they went complete opposite direction.
Oh, look at this!
I don't even
crap.
think they do. Iron Man.
Oh, get that out of here! The Philly special is on tonight.
Stupid. You want to do your Philly special?
Oh,
Yeah, let's run it.
man.
Oh,
Did
God.
you see that video of her squatting, Lindsey Vonn, like working out with the ACL?
No, I saw her on the slope.
You see the video of her on the slopes today?
I didn't see that. No, I saw her like doing squats. Like, ma'am, what the f- are you doing?
I can't imagine how that happened. Well, you know, I'm sure you know this. Do you know there's people who, maybe not athletes, not professional athletes, but people who tear their ACL and don't get it fixed? They just live
like
life.
regular people. Yeah, yeah.
They just live life.
Mhm.
And there's like a guy I knew. He would play basketball. Like obviously it hampered him. He wasn't as good as he probably was before, or if he would have got it fixed. But he played basketball the rest of his life, not getting his ACL fixed.
Mm.
And
Like pickup.
and
Mm.
he wasn't like terrible out there. Like he was all right. But he told me, he's like, yeah, I just didn't get it fixed. I didn't get the surgery. And I was like, I didn't know you could do that.
Imagine being a regular guy and just, I popped my ACL.
Well,
And just left it there.
yeah, it's just there. As long as it's not the Achilles.
Oof.
As long as it's not, you can't fake your way through that one.
You
got-
can.
You got to reconnect that joint.
But I know somebody who didn't. They didn't get a full tear like that, but they, Achilles didn't feel right, and then a little limp. Went to the doctors, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you kind of tore your Achilles. You're not going to need surgery, but that's what happened, and you just gotta rest and be in a boot for a while."
You know who don't care if you tear your Achilles or your ACL? Your job. If you a regular guy, you do not get a year off to figure that out. You gonna do that surgery on the weekend.
Hey,
you go to work,
Hey, Miller, I'm out 9 months, man. I'm out. I'm out.
You did what at 24-hour fitness? Hey man, your reports is due. EOD.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll see you on Monday.
Yeah, like bro, that ain't got nothing to do with us. What you mean? So yeah, that's gonna sting.
We coming back here, Eddie. Hang on. All right, baby. It's the marathon. 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk. Our man Eddie Gonzalez with us. Eddie, let's start with this. I know you was hyped. I ain't even talked about this with KC yet.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
Did you listen to it? Did you listen to the follow?
so I a couple
he
of months
about to
ago,
say
I
something
kind of
crazy.
like
You
dusted
about to
off.
say something crazy.
I am. A couple of months ago, I like dusted off the pen and I wrote a couple articles, and I had people like really happy to see I was writing. I was bored, but I'm gonna write something about this album. That's how inspired I am by what J. Cole did on this, and it's not necessarily a compliment because I was like very unimpressed with everything. What I'll say about Cole, and I've always been a big fan, and I was the guy in 09 saying, yo, he's going to be the best out of all these people. I think the warm-up is better than So Far Gone, and like I was that guy. And I've interviewed him, and he's always been very nice to me. I just think like more than ever, he doesn't have anything original to say or do. And I think on this album, he wanted to pay homage a lot. And I respect that because there's a part of him that's just like super hip hop head, and it was always his dream to be this guy. But I think it's more obvious than ever that he never really put a stamp in a way that Kendrick or Drake or even like Wale or Meek or these other guys who were very unique in their own way. And so I think it jumps out here more than ever. I've only listened to it like twice, 2.5 times. I literally just got done running and playing it back and forth. And that was kind of my instant thought. Like Cole can rap and we know he can rap, and I think he can produce well too, but he's just like aggressively good and not great like his peers are. Like to me, you'll love this one. You'll love this one, D-Lo. He's LA Knight to me. Like he's
better than LA.
He's like he understood the greatness in other guys and tried to do that as best he could, and then and all he really became was like a okay flattering imitation.
I actually get the reference. I wouldn't call Cole that, but that album I can understand because
that might be more fair.
Yeah, like LA Knight, like you hear the Austin, you hear the Rock, like you hear that thing, and I think that's why it never resonated with me. But that was my biggest takeaway from this album. It absolutely, and I don't know if it is or not, it felt like a final album because it was very clearly a tribute in some way, shape, or form to hip hop. Like he
redid I Used to Love Her. Like, you know, how more
right.
And J. Cole can it get than that? And I don't, that's not a good thing to me. Like, I love
DMX callbacks in the album. There's Queen Latifah callbacks.
So many. It's every song.
The Pac and Big song on the second disc.
What I told my buddy just a second ago is like, it almost feels like he's in his 15-year-old J. Cole rhyme book. Like, these are ideas that when you start rapping, you're like, oh, I could do that and I could do this. And it's this like almost amateurish. Like, I should do a song where Biggie and Pac talk. And I actually like that song. Like, I actually thought he did a really good job on it as an exercise, but it's just like so very forced, I guess. And so, like, again, there's stuff here I like, and I've always liked J. Cole. I've been a huge fan. I love Born Center. I love Forest Hills. I love Off Season. Like, I think Off Season was great, but I think Off Season was also him putting his stamp and like throwing his weight around and kind of being unique in his sense. Whereas this album to me is not, unfortunately. And like, there's some on here I like. Like I said, I like the Pac and Big song. I like the song where he's talking to the guy at the gas station. Like, but it just feels so unoriginal and uninteresting. So I don't think he's done. Like, because this album, I don't think he's gonna be done. He's gonna hear about this and he's gonna do something else.
So there's a couple things going on for me with this Cole album. Number one, I'm a pretty easy music critic. Like, it's not. It takes a lot for me to be like something's trash or not good. Like, I just kind of hear music, and I like hearing J. Cole rap, and he rapped, so I'm like, it was fine. I also take time. You know what I mean? I heard the album one time, and I was like, okay, it was whatever. You know what I mean? Like, cool. But I need to sit with albums a couple times, a couple different listens. What's the Views? I remember when I heard Views, I wasn't taken aback in any type of way from it the first time. It was just like, okay, it's whatever. And then I might have heard it a second time. I was like, I don't think Views is that good. And I was like, let me hear it the third time and actually listen. And I was like, yeah, this one is fire though. Okay, no, this is good. No, this one actually goes crazy. Actually, no, this one goes crazy. Next thing I know, I'm 10 tracks in and I've said every song is fire. I was like, maybe I do like it a little bit more than what I originally thought. That's what I kind of feel with this album. But here's the thing about it. I'm a big believer. A double disc is
too much.
A double disc is damn near impossible.
24 songs is almost
damn near impossible. There's only two people that I think, and two rappers and one R&B artist who've been able to do a double disc and make it like, oh no, this is unbelievably.
Chris Brown did one a couple years ago that was actually.
He snuck the CB Love in there.
No, that ain't the one I'm talking about.
No, I know which one you're talking about. I know which one you're talking about. I know which one you're talking about.
That one is fire,
I'm
too.
saying Chris Brown did one in addition to the album that you're talking about a couple of years ago.
But I deem it almost impossible. Almost like I don't think Mr. Morale is something that should have been a double disc. I don't think Scorpion is something that should have been a double disc. Like Jay-Z with the Blueprint.
Well,
too,
Mr. Morale.
I love
really,
Blueprint too, by the way. I did hear a little rumor that Scorpion might. I mean, not Scorpion. Iceman might also be a double disc. So maybe it's just something in there. But
I'm not.
I just think for a guy who, and I say this in the nicest way because it's gonna sound like some real good hate. I just think for a guy who lacks versatility, you don't need 23 songs. Like you just don't. And it's funny because if this is his homage to hip hop as the super hip hop head, he knows all the best albums are 12 songs. Like he knows that in his heart of hearts. So I don't know. It's fine. I love J. Cole. I'll go back to warm up if I really need to hear J. Cole.
There's a song, and I don't remember what it was. I was walking and I didn't pull the phone out to hear it, but it's a song where he breaks from what you're talking about, that J. Cole, and he's rapping and he's getting angry. Like he's getting angrier and angrier as he raps. And it's like, this is different. This is actually really, really dope. I think he only does it one time. And that's the thing about Kendrick, whether you love him or hate him. Eminem, it's actually the thing about Eminem I hate is they can often rap from multiple different perspectives. And even when J. Cole is doing the Biggie Pac thing, it's J. Cole.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like Kendrick and Kung Fu Kenny, they sound like two different people.
Yeah.
Like Cole is Big and Cole is Pac is just J. Cole rapping from different perspectives. And his ability to storytell is second to none.
Yeah.
From like a performance standpoint, he falls short of Drake, of Kendrick, and of those guys. But as a straight storytelling rapper, I don't know that there's anybody better than him.
And that's kind of his curse in a lot of ways, that he's just always going to be compared to those two. And he kind of is the perfect middle ground of them both, but that makes him lesser. You know what I mean? Like that makes, and I think he feels that too. He's rapped about it. He's talked about it. It's, you know, it's tough for him to feel that hole, but I think again, it's just kind of uninspired. One thing I noticed about Cole in his career that I also think holds him back in a funny way, like his story just isn't as interesting. And so what he does is he'll tell other people's stories a lot. And I think he does really good at that, but it also kind of like highlights that, oh, so like your whole thing is just, you just wanted to be a rapper really bad. And then sometimes it's like, oh, my mom had to work and I went to college. It's like a very bland, typical story. And it's like, you wanting to be a rapper really bad when you're 12 doesn't hit as hard when you're one of the most successful rappers. Like we know you did it and you made it. Like, is there more to say? Or is it just like, yo, I was rapping when I was young. Everybody rapped when they were young. So, you know, again, it sounds like hate. I mean well, and I love Cole. And I think he can do better than this. I do think the beef kind of scared him away from maybe whatever he was going to do or attack an album with. And probably altered this album a lot, but you know, it's not like my critique isn't related to the beef at all. I kind of don't care. I really wanted a really, really good J. Cole album, and I got like an okay one, which is like, you know, it's whatever. We got some other guys on the way soon, and I really like Don Toliver's album, so I'll be all right.
Yeah, a couple more thoughts on this one too. Number one, I think the song you're talking about is the one with the guy. You talk to the guy at the gas station.
Yeah, it's called Quick. I think it's the exact because and again, true to J. Cole, what I'm saying, that's from the other guy's perspective. The emotion is from the other guy's perspective, and he's just getting angry about life. And it's like I did the same thing. I was running. I was like, oh, he's okay. Yeah, and it was that. It was anger from another guy's perspective. There's a song called
Quick Stop.
I think Lonely at the Top.
No.
Quick Stop. Yeah.
There's a song called Lonely at the Top, and I really like the hook, and I like Cole's perspective. And then the last verse is him basically saying, like, all the rappers I used to look up to, like, they fell off, and that's kind of whack. And, like, I wish they were better. And it made me think of, like, Drake saying, I'm better than all them. I don't care. Like, I used to want to be rocking. I turned into Jay. Like my house is bigger than Kanye's, and like I ain't doing it to the letter. I'm doing it better. Like this kind of like cockiness about competing against them dudes. Whereas Cole is like, damn, I wish they were still around and like rapping. And it's like, it's just, to me, it just shows the difference between those guys like that. And Kendrick carries himself with a similar energy. Drake in the sense of like, yeah, I respect y'all, but like, I'm here to kill everybody. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I shook your hand and I'm keeping it pushing. So again, it's just, I think they're all just different guys, and that's fine. But unfairly or fairly, he's always going to be compared to that, and I don't think he measures up to either one of them. And y'all know how I feel about Kendrick. So.
Well, the other thing about Cole and where he's at in his career, and this is just a personal thing for me, is I do believe that these guys get to a point where Kenny Caraway speaking, I don't need new so-and-so music.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jay wanted, Jay, he might be doing an album. How many times he gonna tell me about Tata and how he took it? Like, I've heard that for 2 decades now. I'm okay. Like, if you want to hop on a song as a feature, that's cool or whatever, but you're gonna give me 20 more songs. 444 was great, but it was still 10 songs, right? Like, it was 10.
It was very
real
short.
Quick.
It's like a 30-minute album.
Yeah, like, that's cool. But I think Cole,
and that's
Drake,
the different album that you're talking about, which is the one that doesn't get the love, because in he referenced this in some freestyle before, but if I'm talking about Big Pimpin', y'all are all about it. But when I'm telling you a story, y'all ain't listening to it.
But even then, he talking about marriage and how rich. There's not all the audience is married and can relate to that. You know,
it's
I can
a very
relate.
niche album.
Yeah,
my younger friends do not like 444. My older friends do. My friends my age group, they love it. They get it.
Yeah, that's a life experience album. Like we're talking about, I should have invested in property in Dumbo in Brooklyn. Like of course a 20-year-old is like, what's he talking about? I don't care. I want the car. Like, I want the car that he's talking about.
There'll be 40-year-olds to be like, all right, Jay, you missed out on $10 million. Like, all right, cool. You know what I mean? Like, you're worth $1 billion. You want me to be like, oh, that's crazy. You missed out on $10 million. Like, I get it. I enjoyed the album. I enjoyed 444. It's one of my favorites. But I can understand.
Yeah, I get why people don't.
Yeah.
I think Cole is like the very good guy, the very good man. Like in that sense, I mean, like Cole doesn't have a blueprint or a good Kid, Mad City, but he's got a couple like solid 8 out of 10s. Whereas Kendrick has albums that are like, they'll sit here forever. You know what I mean? And whether they're influential or not, like, you make all the Kendrick disses you want. He made good Kid, Mad City, you know, and Kendrick, Cole just doesn't have that tier of album. And I think a few dudes, I think Meek has albums approaching that tier. Like, I think Future has a few. Like, I think some of his contemporaries do, whereas he just doesn't. And, you know, that kind of hurts where he measures. He's talking about all-time greats. And so to me, he's like the different, like, he's like a perennial all-star versus like a first ballot Hall of Famer, you know. And it's unfortunately for him, he's Carmelo, but LeBron happened right in front of his face, you know. And like, to me, this album says that. I don't think he had too much to say, but he had a concept and wanted to get an album out.
You know that Aunt Edwards commercial we watched the other day, where it had like Wemby and it was zero swag or whatever it was. Like, all of the things that Drake and Kendrick got like at 100, those are the things that Cole has. And he
like, sounds,
and it's like something from Drake and then it's something from Kendrick, and then you put him on Cole's bar and it's like 0. It's like, oh.
Yeah. And Eddie was about to say he sounds insecure, but I'm gonna tell you why he's probably insecure, maybe frustrated about it, because he's the best. He's the best. He is. And when you talk about, it's almost like, tell me if I'm wrong, Kyrie Irving is probably the best, most skilled basketball player I've seen in the last 30 years. He's not LeBron, he's not KD, he's not Steph. But what he can do with the basketball, I don't know if I've seen anybody be able to do. Cole, when you talk about rapping, he's the best. He is the one putting words together, bars and all this other stuff. But just like Kyrie, we would never say this is the Kyrie era or he was the best of his era. Like Drake and Kendrick are KD, Steph, and LeBron. Like these guys are icons. And Kyrie will never be an icon. J. Cole will probably never be an icon. But I think J. Cole is the best rapper in the world. Like he will give you the best bars in the world.
You gonna let him say that about your boy D-Lo? You think he's better?
No, because I don't think that he's necessarily wrong in that component. Because I think when you break the three down who are intertwined here, like you cover so many different elements of what is hip hop now. Drake, and this is not a diss, it's mandatory. Kendrick just crossed over into this, but Drake is like the king of pop when it comes to hip hop. Like he has hit that pop category like no rapper before him has. Kendrick has hit the art form of rap. It's why he takes home Grammys every time he opens his mouth or whatever that line is. Drake, like it's why he's the most decorated Grammy artist of all time. When it comes to rapping, that's Cole. But that's the one the least amount of people care about.
Yeah.
It's the rap. Like critics, writers, fans care about the art. Again, not a diss, but the Rockland High School girls, the boys too, they care about the pop element to it.
Yeah.
Once you're able to mingle, that you have crossover in the pop, you have crossover in the art. I don't think you have a lot of crossover in the rapping.
Yeah.
Like he's just like Daz Dillinger is a corrupt. They'll tell you, everyone from the 90s will tell you Corrupt is the greatest rapper to ever live. Great, man. Who cares?
Ice Cube.
I think the thing, and I think this is a great point. Even if I don't agree with him being a better like MC than those dudes on their most MC days or whatever, I think, and this is Cole. This is like quintessential Cole. Drake is the biggest hit maker we've ever seen. If he's not, it's Eminem, and Eminem is kind of like this different thing. But in hip hop, he's the biggest hit maker we've ever seen. Kendrick might be the best album maker we've ever seen, or he's like in that tier. You know what I mean? Like he has, he has put his stamp on this and shown how to do this at a higher level than most. Cole is not the best rapper we've ever seen. He's not close. He's not Nas. He's not Jay. He's not Ghostface. He's not Biggie. He's not all these dudes that we hail as like, these are the guys these are the gods. Like he's on nobody's Mount Rushmore of best MCs. He's not close. And so it's like, it's kind of always been a losing battle in that sense. And like you just said, D-Lo, it's also, and I hate to say this as a dude who loves rap, it's the least important part of the package. Like like, I feel like more people feel it's almost easier to do that than it is to do what those dudes do. And so he's in this weird middle ground where it's like, yo, I'm really here for like the hoopers, where everybody else is like, okay, that's cool. Like we got people for that too. Like we can go play Stove God and we can go play Ransom and we can play these real like rappers. You know what I mean? We don't necessarily need your cookie cutter version of that. And then again, when you go to the all timers, it's even crazier. So it's like that makes it tough for him, and it's like he's in that weird spot. So I would love for him to make another album. I know he just dropped one. I really like the Fall Off a lot. I mean, not the Fall Off, the All Season a lot. And I thought that was like the best version of Cole, the producer Cole, the rapper Cole, all of that. He's just an odd artist in a time of niche fan groups and two absolute supernovas. You know, he's almost like if Jay actually existed with Big and Pac, where you had these absolute supernovas who were just way bigger than everybody. And Jay's like, well, I rap really good. Like, this is kind of what it might have looked like, where it's like, yeah, that's cool. I'm going to go play Biggie, though. I'm going to go play Pac. They're running the world right now. So it's like, in a weird way, he fits right in there. It's funny how things repeat. And it's funny how it aligns with Hoop and so much stuff. But, yeah, we can talk about this all day. I know we're kind of like getting long-winded, but I'm gonna try the album and try to like it and try to keep listening. I don't want to give up on it, but
make sure that
Drake album here soon, and then it's done anyway.
Make sure you tweet that article out when it's written because I'm ready.
I might have said it all just now, but like I put it like this. I wrote a few paragraphs already, and one of the things that jumped out to me is the very first bar of the album is a flip on the Pimp C bar. Pimp C said, "If I wasn't rapping, baby, I'd still be rapping Mercedes." And J. Cole said, "If I wasn't rapping, I might be the president." And it's just like, it's very J. Cole for him to water that down and make it boring and bland. And it's like, I love sipping on scissor. Like, this is where you take it. So it's just like, this is the most J. Cole thing ever.
I did have a thought listening to the fall off yesterday of Kendrick, Cole, and Drake. It's an era. And it reminds me a little bit of LeBron, Steph, and KD. And they're both coming to an end. And I don't know what's next.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's like. This is I know I disagree a little bit with what Eddie said about J. Cole and being with the greats, but I think that's an era. Cole, Drake, Kendrick. That is an era.
Yeah.
It's like LeBron, Steph, and KD, and they're both coming to an end.
Who's the Cole?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're gonna make us pick who's who, aren't you?
Well, I know. I think I know who it is.
Yeah.
Cole is KD.
Yeah.
KD, and we've talked about this before, Eddie. Kevin Durant is not appreciated, like to the level of which LeBron James and Steph Curry are. Like, if that's the three, he's the least appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it's particularly close.
Yeah.
Steph is the most loved. LeBron is the most decorated. And KD is like polarizing in some forms, and he's genuinely not appreciated for how great that he is.
And unfairly dissed, like Cole is a lot of the times too.
Mm-hmm.
And but I don't know what's next. I don't know who's next in hip hop to be on that level. Just like we talked about earlier in the week, I don't know who's next in the NBA.
It's a different approach now. It's a different approach. Like, those dudes wanted to be the biggest and best, and they were looking at Jay and Kanye for the most part and saying, "Oh, I could do that. I could be better than them. I want to take them on. Like, I want to show y'all I'm better than them." It's not really a bunch of kids running around saying, "Oh, I'm gonna do what Drake's doing." Like, if anything, they're running around saying, "Man, I grew up on Drake. He's the greatest. I'm gonna do something else." Like, it's just, rap is just different now. I was just talking to a friend and was saying, I don't know if I'm growing out of it or it's getting worse. And he was like, it's probably both. But the point is, and I think this is true of J. Cole, funny enough, like, to circle back, a lot of rappers now, a lot of young kids, and I'm on my rocket chair now, so I'm sorry.
On the stool.
They don't have a lot of life experience. A lot of their life experience is online, and it's only so much you can talk about being online. Whereas Cole and Drake and Kendrick, like, they went outside and did stuff. Like, Kendrick's first album is about being outside for one day, one crazy ass day, and just all the things that could happen in the mad city, right? Drake's first couple albums is about being outside and learning himself. And then it, like, you know, people hate for all the dogs or hate on it, but that album is about going outside and partying and realizing it's not all it's cracked up to be. Cole's, like, last few albums are kind of on real insulated. Like, I'm out the way. I don't get online. I just kick it with my wife. And it's like, doesn't make for exciting material. And it's the same thing for a lot of new rappers coming up. They're just talking about, like, trends and things they bought and stuff like that. That's not exactly great life experience or great listening. It's cool you bought a car and all this stuff, but, like, have you been through anything? And I think that's what's missing kind of in hip hop. And I know, like, there's artists doing great stuff, but I do think that element is missing from a lot of what's going on now. And so I just feel really old, but I do truly think, like, some of the other artists, older artists, were more talented than what we get a lot of times now.
Were you surprised by anything at the trade deadline?
I'll keep it local and say I talked to you guys, and there was a deal on the table for Ja Morant, and I'm kind of surprised the Kings didn't do it. So that'll be my one. And the reason why I'm surprised is because the Zach LaVine packages in the summer aren't going to be too much greater than Ja Morant, and the Ja Morant packages in the summer aren't going to be too much greater than Zach LaVine. So it's like, you guys might as well mix it up, and both teams chose not to. I'm more surprised on the Grizzlies side because they clearly broke it all down by trading Jaren. And I thought that would ease things up on the John Morant front, and it didn't. So I'm just confused about that. I heard some of the conversations about Domas. I'm also a little confused about that. Like, you're playing out the string, and then you made that weird deal for DeAndre, and I just, so many teams I watch, and it's just like, I just don't get it. I don't understand what's happening. Even some of the money that shuffled was like, the Warriors deal, they can get out of those contracts this summer too. So it was like, it's not even about KP being expiring. Everybody was expiring. Like, you'll clear that money up. And maybe I'm just not smart enough and I just don't get it. But like, the only deal that really jumped out to me was like, okay, I see what's going on. Is the world champs getting another shooter, another young guy who, it's not make or break for them if McCain doesn't go out there hidden and take care of business, because he's going to be the ninth guy off their bench and he's going to be very situational. And they just stole him for nothing. So it was a lot of confusing stuff. I actually like what the Wizards did, because at some point you got to get serious and win. And they have some very interesting and talented young dudes. So you put these two vets around them, you hope for the best, and you hope it fits what those young guys are. I like Trey Johnson a lot. I actually like Sarr. I've seen him in person. I see the flashes. People forget these guys are young and it takes time. They're not playing for this year, which is smart. And next year will be fun for them. The Clippers is just like, we're going to give the Thunder AJ Dubance, aren't we? Like, we're just going to give them somebody great this summer. Like, they're going to get the Boozer twin. And it's all going to be because the Clippers suck. Like, I getting rid of James and going younger with Garland. I don't love Garland, but I kind of get it. James wanted out or didn't, depending on who you believe. I heard there was rumors that James went out all the way back in November, so I believe that. So I get rid of getting something for him. I don't fully understand Zubac other than like kind of getting out of that money, but then trade Kawhi too. Like, really, really do it if you're gonna do it, So I don't know. It was a weird deadline. I think a lot hinged on Giannis, and that obviously didn't happen. So everybody kind of was just waiting and seeing. But I do think this summer will be some fireworks. It almost has to be, the way a couple of these teams set themselves up. Like, whatever you're going to do with Giannis, you got to do it this summer. Same thing for Kawhi. And I think Kyrie is another one who, if you're a shark in the water, you definitely need to ask a little bit about Kyrie, because I think he fits with Cooper Flag. But I can see the Mavericks going, hey, you're 30 and he's 20. Like, we got to do something else. But yeah, it was a very confusing deadline.
Man, you said a lot there. Yeah, I got
sorry.
It's a great thing. I got a lot of things that I wanted to touch on. Let's stay local. And I want to ask you the question that I've asked everybody this week. And I don't think there's a wrong answer to it. I'm just trying to get different perspectives. What, if you were in the Kings situation, what would your number one priority be? Would it be to shed contract or to get assets like draft picks, young guys, stuff like that? Because it feels like Scott Perry's number one priority is getting the best draft picks no matter what's going on, and I'll deal with the salaries later. But if you were a GM, like, what would your number one priority be?
I think that's the right of it. I think, get the picks where you can. You look at the teams right now around the league and you say, these are the teams that are in the best situations. You're looking at the Thunder. You're looking at the Jazz, funny enough, and where they had the assets to acquire somebody. Like, I don't love Jaren, but he is a useful player in the modern NBA, and they were able to scoop him where they could for almost nothing. And you're also able to hold somebody like Walker Kessler hostage for multiple firsts, because it's like, you know what, we're chilling. And you can get involved in other deals. So I think those picks make you buyers in every market. So that's what that is. You can shed salary at all times, especially as these deals become expiring. And if anything, they become expiring for you. So I do think he has the right of it. I think the thing is, if you're closer under the cap, and if you're, again, where where the Jazz are, where the Nets are, and they've kind of gobbled a couple picks off of this, is you can kind of charge teams to take a pick. Like, we'll take your bad contract, and we know it's got to sit here on our books, but we need a pick. Mm-hmm. And that's where you stack up, and then you have these teams with multiple picks in the next few drafts, and the Grizzlies just did that. So I think that's your way to get back into it. You got to hit in the lotto. You got to you ideally you get top 4 and you really go. But I think they got the right of it in that sense. So I understand not rushing to get rid of these contracts because I think you can get rid of them eventually as well. I also think the markets just aren't what they want. Like the packages you're talking about for Domas, like it's almost no useful guys coming back in that. You know, it's contracts. Ideally, it's a pick. Same thing for Zach. Like Zach is a swap for another troublesome player in different ways, and the contracts almost match. So it's not like you're rushing into these and you skipped over like this great reward. Those rewards will be there in the summer. I think you gobble the picks for you can. I just didn't understand taking back DeAndre and his contract. Like, if you're going to break it down, if you're going to shed these guards, fine, but get something expiring, like get something that clears off your books soon. That's more about DeAndre than anything. I don't think he's just like this can't miss player. I need on my roster for 3 years. We've seen him bounce a couple times now. And it's like, also, especially where you're at as a team, like that's a guy you add to a team that's winning and you need some defense to get over the top, not a guy you sit with and lose with and then watch be disgruntled and then have to trade again because they're going to have to flip him again relatively soon. So
Scott reminded us of that today. Scott absolutely reminded us that he's young. He's 28. He's a lot of things he can do. And his contract is expiring next year, so we can do a lot with that.
So you end up
Scott.
you end up shopping him next deadline too for a team that he makes more sense to be on. That's like, I'm the 5 seed. I need some help on the wing defending, like essentially what the Cavs were last year when they got him, and so you're just gonna end up doing it again next year. But it was just, I don't know, it's just a weird player to take back. But they took weird players back, in the Fox trade too. So it's just what they've been doing.
A Vecron D-Bay special. The marathon continues at 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk with our man Eddie Gonzalez here on Deal and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well. We actually never mentioned the deal, the Ja Morant deal that we never said it on the air. That stayed in the group chat. Do you want to share what that was?
The rumor I heard was Ja was there for them for Zach in the first. Now, do you feel like Ja is worth Zach in the first? That's a different combo. But he was there to be had. And it's all but been confirmed publicly. Like, they had deals for Ja. They just weren't they just didn't get what they wanted. So they took him off the shelf. But he was there to be had. And it seemed to be like if they wanted to do that, they could. Is that worth sacrificing a first-round pick? I don't know. I like Ja. We've had this conversation a few times. I like Ja. I think he's the type of player you got to take a gamble on. If you're a team like the Kings, this is where it begins. You do that, and then you start building your pieces from there, and then you hope to, like the Pacers, hit on a Pascal Siakam or something, and then you're an elevated team. I like him. I like him as that player. You get younger. I think you get healthier, funny enough. And you kind of just move from there. Are you going to take a player as good as Ja with whatever pick that is in the next 4 years? That's how I look at it. Maybe that's
certainly not this year's pick. Like as long as it's not 2026's pick. I ask you, would you have done the deal, Zach LaVine, in a 2027 for Ja Morant?
2027 was that?
Yeah, but we don't know. It's a first. There's no way they would have done 2026.
No.
So would you have, if it was 2027?
Nah, I wouldn't have done 2027. I would try to make it one of those, like that 31 Timberwolves pick or something down the road a little bit more. If I could get that as part of the deal, I definitely would have done that if I was the Kings. But my number one thing is getting off these contracts right now. You know what I mean? So I understand, and it's funny enough,
you would have been bringing back an extra 44.
Would have. Funny enough, though, I think Scott mentioned that in the press conference, right? Like, yeah, we're not just gonna get off a contract. So we're not just gonna get off a contract and take and then include picks to get off a contract. Didn't he say something like that?
Yeah. He did.
Yeah. So that kind of lends.
So that's
but there does need to be a discussion about whether
correct.
What's that?
Ja's contract is a year longer than Zach's. Is that what it is?
Yeah,
right?
yeah. But it's also like, at what point are like Ja's not worth a pick? Like and I'm asking in the sense of that's where the market is, because you could talk about here's a pick for taking the Zach LaVine contract. That's off the table. There's 1 year left. Like there's no conversation to be had with that, at least in my mind.
Right.
I thought more of the pick was for Ja, the player, and like Ja's not worth a first.
Right.
Okay. And again, I'm not stating, I'm asking. And it appears the market has dictated that perhaps he's not.
Because that's the deal for them, right? Like, okay, you're getting out of this contract a year earlier, so your relief comes a year earlier. We're paying the tax because this guy's better. Like, that's essentially the deal you're saying. And then again, you kick it down the line as a pick, and you say maybe you might even argue for some protections around it, but apparently it wasn't even. It was like a non-starter. Like, no, we're kind of good there. So it was just, again, maybe I'm just too high on Ja. It was just confusing to me in that sense. But I thought this is the type of thing you take a flyer on if you're the Kings, and they don't. And maybe the plan is what we've talked about for a while. Like it's gonna be a couple year plan, and it's gonna be rough for a while, and hopefully we get the right guy in one of these drafts. And who knows, the ping pong balls go how you like this year, and you get one of those guys, one of those 5 guys better than Cooper Flag, and you hit. But we've watched the Kings draft luck for some time. I think the Matt Barnes or somebody video just went viral because it was like, these are the guys they miss, and you play that game again over and over. The problem for the Kings is it really is by one pick multiple times, in which so. A lot of times it's like, well, that's not how it worked. And, you picked that first guy and things changed. But, like, you could have had Kawhi and you picked another guy. You could have had Clay and you picked Jimmer and you da-da-da-da-da. So this is one of those can't miss drafts, but you got to land early and you got to get it right. So I would have took the flyer on Ja, but, yeah, the value on him is low as could be right now. And a lot of teams just weren't even interested at all to begin with. I think there was some Miami interest, but it's like we're not paying too much for that, and we're thinking about Giannis. And once Giannis was over, it was over anyway.
So where do you stand on kind of that philosophy of hey, we're just going to be – you kind of see it in Brooklyn right now, right? We're just going to be bad for a couple years and hope to get some draft luck, get some assets, and that's just how we're going to live life. I understand the logic of it and the strategy of it, so to speak. But, man, we were trying to figure out here earlier, when do we realistically think that the Kings will be good again? Yeah, people talking about 5, 6, 7 years. It's a long time. That is a long time before you're good, not even like a championship contender, but like everything's got to go right. We talking about 6, 7 years. Where do you stand on that just thought process of like, yeah, we're just going to punt 2 or 3 years and not be good?
I mean, the alternative is you're doing what you're doing now. You're trying to be good and you can't be. And then you're stuck in this rut. It's why the Bucks have to listen to Giannis offers, because they have almost no flexibility. They've kicked so many draft picks down the road. They're trying to be good, and they can't. Even with Giannis, they can't be good right now. We got to do something. I think if you're trying to sell this dream, you say, look at the Suns. They won 15 games 1 year, 2008, 19, whatever it was. They were in the finals in 5 years. Look at the Thunder. Their first year with Shea, I think it was the COVID year. They lost 50 games, and they're in the finals in 5 years. So you're looking at a 5-year plan. You really are. And a lot of things have to happen in that 5-year plan, but you got to be bad for a lot of it. And then you got to get a guy. But the alternative is you're just middling and you do almost nothing, and you're frustrated all the time. At least if you understand that's the plan, you go. I think the Nets are a good example right now. You look at their guy, Igor Denham. They're starting to see some promise there, and he's hitting shots, and it's like baby steps. It's like a little deer and they're crawling away. But you got to really commit to that, and you can't jump the gun on that. And if you ask some Rockets fans, they would say, hey, y'all jumped the gun. We had our kids, and we could have took our time and did it. So it's like it's a delicate dance after a while. But what you got to do first and foremost is you got to get a guy. So if you got to trade for a Shea or you got to draft one of them, you got to do it. You know, you got to trade for a Tyrese Halliburton or you got to draft a Jaylen Brown. But you got to get them, and ideally you get 2 or 3 of them, and then you go. And understand it's going to take time. And then you have to make smart moves after that too. And we got to have guys that fit it. We got to find Isaiah Hartenstein and convince him and overpay him. If and maybe not overpay, but he got the biggest contract of that summer. And you got to do that over and over. I seen somebody saying that about a couple other teams. And they were actually talking about the Rockets. It's like, you shouldn't rush this. And they mentioned the Spurs and the Thunder and the Pacers. And there was one more team. But it's like, no, all those guys add vets, expensive vets when it's time. But you have to get the young MVP caliber young guy first. And those 3 teams did. And then you go. Then you take a risk on Pascal Siakam. Then you take a risk on De'Aaron Fox. Then you pay these guys a little bit more money. So you need to get bottom out. You need to get as many picks as you can, and ideally good picks. And you need to hit. Like, that's where it all starts. If you can't hit on your picks, it's a problem. The sick part for the Kings is they hit on a couple picks. And they watched one of them dudes go to the finals, and they had to let one of those dudes go because he got disgruntled where he was at. So it's like, you got to do that again. And I sat down with Luka this week. I sent y'all a picture, and I said, we talked about him. We talked with him off camera about the draft, just curious. Just like, man, And, Vince spent some time in Sac. He was very familiar with everybody. He was there what would have been Luka's rookie year, which was De'Aaron Fox rookie year. And we asked him, he's like, man, I thought you was going to be a King. He said, man, I thought so too. And so, like, you got to take Luka Doncic when he's there, and you got to make that work. And for a dozen reasons it didn't happen. But, yeah, man, this is the path you have to go, and you got to know it's going to be frustrating for some time.
Real quick. I'm not saying you always have to do this, but we've talked about it before. I kind of like the way Matt Ishbia goes about things, and you see he's being rewarded this year. Mm-hmm. Now, are they on track to a championship, which everybody's always, no, probably not, but I bet you, like, it's a lot more fun, and they've laid the groundwork a lot better right now in Phoenix with this season that they've had going to get a Dylan Brooks or trading for him and putting them with Book than what's going on here in Sacramento and what's the prospects of what's going on here for a couple years. Not every situation is the same way, but you know how it is. Matt Ishbia was like, man, I'm here to just try to win. Like, I'm trying to win and improve every year. And that's kind of what I lean towards a little bit more on a year-to-year basis.
Yeah, I mean, and y'all know better than anybody. You know what was the most fun year to be a Kings fan? What was it? What did they climb up to? The 2 seed? The unexpected 3 seed is way more fun than the next year when it's like everybody knows you're good and it's like, go be a 3 seed again or else. And you're not. And it's like, well, this sucks. Like, what about that stuff y'all did last year? That was fun. That's the funnest year you can have. And that's what the Suns are doing right now. A lot of people wrote them off. They proving guys wrong. And they're being a competitive team. And that's the sweet spot. That's what you got your guy. You got Book. We drafted him 10 years ago. And then now we've put guys around him that makes more sense. Being the middling team sucks. Being the team with heavy expectations sucks. But being that nice little sweet spot, like surprise 5 seed, that type of stuff, oh, you're in heaven. And sad enough, the next best place to be is the team that understands we're losing now, but we're taking our time and we're going to be great soon. And so,
you think that's Washington
happier right now than Thunder fans, and nobody was happier than Thunder fans 3 years ago when it was like, we got a dude and we got some young dudes and we ready. It's just going to take time.
Do you think that's Washington? You brought them up earlier. Now, great, maybe not great, but you see a direction with them, and you said that you liked what they did this trade deadline.
I think that's the idea. And Trey Johnson is a guy who a lot of people are really high on and think could be one of these guys, but he's got growing pains. He played 1 year at college and showed it and flashed, but he's got to figure out the league. He's got to take his time. If you ask people what was Shea his rookie year, there was some promise, but there's growing pains. Like, it takes time. Not every rookie is Cooper Flagg or Con Knipple. Some rookies take their time and then become a dude later. Some rookies have ups and downs like Tyrese Halliburton and then become this huge thing. So it's like, if you think one of those young guys is that, yeah. If you think Alex Sarr is a future star? Yeah. If not, they're going to struggle and they need to find that guy. But at least I think now, especially in a Eastern Conference, they can compete on in the next few years. You add Trey, who I still believe in, and I think is a good point guard to set up scorers and players like this around him. And you add AD, who adds, he is what he is. But at the end of the day, when he's on the court, your defense is better and he helps other guys look better defensively. And that's what you need for young dudes who's figuring out the game. Is Washington there just yet? I don't know. Like I really like Trey Johnson, so I want to say yeah. But the team I think is there, the Detroit Pistons. You know why the Detroit Pistons are there? Because they got a guy. They got Cade Cunningham. And that's like what makes all the difference. You got to get a guy. And it might take a few years for you to see he's one of those guys, but you got to get him. And I was talking to Vincent Tracy about what the Mavericks did with Cooper Flag, and they talked about it on the show this week too. You throw him out there. You put him in the deep water and you make him swim, and look at what he's doing now. He's 30 a night every night, and he looked like a monster, and he just turned 19. So it's like you got a guy. All right, now we'd figure it all out after this.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how this thing in Washington plays out, because I really like the way they've maneuvered around kind of the rebuild. Obviously, we've talked about it a number of different times here. They have to be bad this year, but instead of just being bad this year, they've set themselves up to be immediately not a championship contender, but in the Eastern Conference.
A competitor,
yeah.
not a competitor. A team that's competing.
Absolutely. Yeah. Immediately with probably a top 6 pick, to go along with it too.
Sure.
So I've really liked what they've done in Washington. I'm interested to see how this plays out almost right away, because I think this is something that they could hit the ground running next year with.
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to do. This is one of those drafts, man. This is one of those drafts, and you sit there and say, this is where you get a guy. And we've had some rough drafts the past few years. We've had a couple of really good ones, but this is one of those drafts, and you look at Darren Peterson and these level of players, and you're like, yeah, if we get one of those guys, we're off and running. And that's why you start your gamble now. That's why you start there. And that's why if you're the Thunder, you sitting there like, yeah, buddy.
who you taking at 1? Is it a conversation?
No, it's definitely a convo, and I think after watching them on the same court, it's definitely a convo. Who I'm not taking is the Boozer twin. I don't love his game.
I take Kingston before the Boozer twin and before Caleb.
Yeah, and I love Darren Peters. I love the type of player he is. I love a shot maker like that, and he's a little bit bigger than the smaller guys who are like this, than your Cam Thomas and the like. He's a tough shot maker in a league where that is an absolute premium. His size scares me just a little bit because he's not 6'8" like Shea, and he's not that. But he is such an elite shooter that he might be the guy where it doesn't matter. I'm taking AJ, the size and the athleticism, and kind of banking on the growth of that going forward. But I truly believe it's a 1A, 1B thing, and it might just be where your team is. So if you're the Thunder, you say, all right, well, we already got Shea, obviously. We got Dub. We got wings. But, man, if we had another ball handler here, like, and so maybe you don't need Edgecombe. Maybe you need him. So I think it's a 1A, it's a 1B, and it's going to be dependent on who ends up getting that pick. I would love for VJ to end up in Indy. I think he makes perfect sense there. Darren could end up in 5 different places and make perfect sense too.
Indy's fascinating because you brought up the Zubac trade earlier, and there's like one of 2 ways that Indiana can go. Indiana's 13-38 right now. Mm-hmm. They're 1 game better than Sacramento in the win column. And it's like you either do everything you can to lose as many as you can and try to secure a top 4 pick, or you win and try to go like 10. Because the protections on that Zubac trade are so weird that you can't do, like, it's one or the other. Yeah. Like you have to either that, if it's not one or the other, either that you're just relying on a whole lot of luck to get you the rest of the way. But you either lose as many as you can, or you go out there and you try to win basketball games and get all the way up to the 10th in the area of the 10th pick of the draft. But the protections on that Zubac deal were so bizarre for this upcoming season.
And I think they're settled. It's over. The season's over. I think the amount of tanking we're about to see is going to rival the Wemby year. Like, it's going to be bad because there's a lot of teams on the fringes and a lot of teams that are now set up to just get it over with. So I think the level of tanking we're about to see is going to be pretty nuts after the All-Star game, which also for the competing teams mean you got a real chance to rise up in the ranks if your schedule breaks that way. So I'm expecting some pretty bad teams to be out there, and the Pacers are going to be one of them.
See, like, what do you think Charlotte does?
Charlotte might sneak into the play. They're like, I watched them last night. They're a legitimately good team. And I think if you're Charlotte, you're looking at that roster and saying, yo, we got some keepers. It's time to get going. And salute to their coach, Charles Lee. I don't know if a lot of people don't remember. He beat out JJ Redick for that job. And they really, really believed in him. If you look at the tree he came in, he's a little bit from the Spurs tree. He was under Mike Budenholzer for a long time. But he was also under Joe Mazzulla in Boston. And a lot of people believe that he could be something. And so it took a few years. He's had to play hardball a little bit with LaMelo, but he's getting there now. And he's showing them, like, he's going to be a good coach in this league. That's a competitive bunch. That's a ton of offensive firepower, very little defense. But man, Conkaniple's a dude. Like, I think there's just no way around it. He's a dude. He's going to be an issue going forward. And you got LaMelo playing some good ball. They're like, I think 11-1 now with that starting lineup. Finally, that team might just sneak, not just to the play, and they might just get in the playoffs. And some of those teams at the top are a little ripe for the taking. Like, some of those teams at the top have some issues that I think will jump out in the playoffs. It's going to be the East playoffs got a little more interesting at the trade deadline. I think James is going to help Cleveland a lot. And I really do believe in Charlotte. Can they beat Detroit 4 times? Nah, but they can actually make this a series a little bit. I think the Knicks kind of in for a rude awakening if they get the wrong team to start the playoffs too.
Shout out to Jeff Peterson, their GM too.
Yeah.
He's done a great job accumulating.
Yeah, he's taking his time with those dudes and he's figuring it out. Their center, they got Moussa Diabate. He is like a very modern center, very athletic dude, and he gave Alfred Sengun hell last night, and it was like you can see what that team can be now. You're starting to see the idea. Brandon Miller's a little banged up. He had foul trouble yesterday, but I still love Brandon Miller's game. So, like, there's a lot there to like as they continue to grow and continue to take off. It might not be this year. I think they will get in the playoffs. I think they will make a little splash, but man, next year they start adding some pieces. They got some stuff going on there.
It's time for them to win.
Yeah.
It's winning time in Charlotte.
Yeah,
Eddie, we appreciate you.
We'll get vindication for LaMelo in this too. I think we will.
Yeah,
he hit a sidestep, one-legged fadeaway 3 yesterday.
It's media training, man. Go teach LaMelo some media training.
Just look at who his daddy is, man. He's never gonna have media training.
No, I guess
he don't
not.
care. You'll be hearing his brothers on their podcast, man. Them boys don't care about nothing.
I guess that's true. Eddie, we appreciate you, man. It's nighttime out there. Go enjoy your Friday night.
Fellas, I'm gonna try, man. Who you got in the big game?
I feel like I'm the one person who thinks the Patriots can win.
I'm having that big fight feel, Kenny, where it's like everybody's picking the one team, and I'm like a little wary, like maybe the Patriots just got something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they can hang in there. But
speaking of, yeah, it wasn't close on Saturday.
It wasn't close.
It was a massacre.
Like, I know we're an hour commercial break, no commercial breaks in, but it was the fight. It was the most boring and basic, simplest version of that fight. And this is exactly what happened.
And you saw it right away.
I'm going to give Kenny some media training. You want to fill everybody in on what you're talking about?
My mistake. T.O. versus Shakur. Shakur made Teofimo Lopez look like a mid-carder.
Who got that?
You saw it in the second round. You were like, oh, this is over.
Yeah. And Teo had no plan B. Like, they said it on the First of all, I hate that telegraph. Like, what is Sergio Moore doing every day on this? But anyway, they called it in round 2. Like, he has no plan B. What does he do? He did the same lunging left hook, stabbing jab to the right over and over and over and over, and it never worked. Every time he just
Give
jabbed
him your power. Where's your power? You're going to hate yourself tomorrow.
I said in round 2, like, yo, he's going to bust his eye open. He keeps doing it. And sure enough, he cut his eye. And the corner had no plan what to do with his cut open eyebrow. It's like, yo, put something on it. Anyway, it was very much the fight we thought it could be. And now I'm like, can Shakur go to 47 and fight Devin Haney? Like, could he? Like, yes. But yeah. He's great. He's just going to be boring. He doesn't have the mean streak Floyd had. And so he'll be a boring fun guy for a while. Like,
boring great.
Yeah, he'll be more. He's more Sweet Pea than Floyd. He's way more Sweet Pea than Bud. But like Bud actually is like a mean guy. So hold on, before we go, let me say this thing. Every video I see of Bud Crawford, who is the best boxer of the generation by a lot, he is just incredible. He beat the hell out of everybody. He's arguing with everybody. And I kept thinking, like, if I could beat up everybody in the world, I'd probably just be arguing all damn day too. And can't nobody tell me nothing. Bud Crawford had got shot in the head and survived. And he's won every fight he's ever fought. Can't nobody beat him up. You can't tell him nothing. He probably wake up feeling like God every morning. Like, I'm untouchable.
50 of boxing.
Every video he's arguing with somebody. Oh, I could do it. Like, it's hilarious, but I get it. Like, I wouldn't argue with that, man. He got it. He told what's the name? Oh, then your soul is for sale. Then you ain't got no back. I was like, damn, son.
Soul is for sale. What's the Rock around? Like, what is that?
Buddy said, yo, so you wouldn't do a fight for $200 million? I'd do anything for $200 million. I said, well, then you for sale. I'm not. It was what's the name from the football podcast with Fred Taylor and Ryan Clark? What's the other dude?
Pivot.
Yeah. And he was just and the whole room was like, damn, and just kept talking. But again, he's Bud Crawford. Nobody can beat him up. So what are y'all gonna do? And he can't be shot. He survived.
Can't be shot.
We appreciate you, Eddie, man. Thank you as always, brother.
It's always fun, gang. Have a good one.
Yes, sir.
Take care, boy.
That's our man, Eddie Gonzalez, man. 60 minutes right there with our man, Eddie. We'll come back. There's a game tonight. Let's talk about the game tonight, and then we'll talk about the game this weekend.
Okay.
Steeler and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. You holding up all right in there? Yeah.
I said, that's not my contract. It's not my contract, sir. I didn't make this decision to go to this time. Right on, Soren. Appreciate you, man. Lee Z, what up? I appreciate you. I accept it. Yeah. Lizzie, I was going to ask you to do something tonight, but it's too short. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, dog. Which reminds me, tonight, NFHS Network, brought to you by ABC Productions. Franklin at home, taking on Sheldon. I'm on the call with my guy, Matthew. Big ups to him. He's a Warriors fan, but he's still a good guy. It's one of the biggest games of the city all year long. Tap in, 7:30, NFHS Network. Franklin versus Sheldon. I don't think it's a 1 versus 2 anymore. Sheldon's probably technically number one because I think the rankings came out before they lost to Monterey Trail. But it's a top 5 matchup. My guy, Aiden Rollins, I think he'll be back for this game. So tap in. I'm on the call with my man, Matthew. It's lit, baby. It's lit. Let's go. It's going to be a good game. I'm excited for this one. It's going to be a real good game. That's right. They are on Prime Video today. It's still 7:30. Only NBC is 8 o'clock. 7:30 on Prime Video. Winner gets to talk to Taylor Rooks, Blake Griffin, and D Wade, and Udonis Haslem. Excuse me.
Taylor Rooks here. We got Maxime Renaud with us now. Can you imagine?
Now if the King they're not going to do it, but if the Kings win, somebody needs to be like, hey, at Amazon needs to be like, we need to talk to Dylan Cardwell.
Hell yeah.
That's going to be the best interview.
Hell yeah.
They won't do it. I don't think they're aware enough.
Sorry, Sacramento's most charismatic player is a kid they didn't draft. Put him on. Shout out to Skinny Pop.
Oh yeah.
We're not eating the Pirates popcorn anymore.
Nope. I moved up. There's a couple of things I want to talk about from that conversation with Eddie Gonzalez here in just a minute. Let's see what Leezy talking about.
Yeah.
916-909-1320. What's up, Leezy?
Yo, what's up, D-Lo, Casey? What's popping, guys? Hey,
What's up, man?
You happy in the afternoon?
HAL.
Oh man, I don't know. I'm kind of upset, man. I wanted to call you guys. I've been waiting 24 hours to ask y'all about this.
Okay.
What's going on with NBA players wanting to get traded, but then ducking the smoke and saying, "Oh, I don't want to be traded." We've seen this with Dame Lillard. We've seen it here in Sacramento, and now we've seen it with Giannis and Harden. James Harden, of all people, been traded 4 or 5 times. Talking about, "Oh, I didn't want to leave the Clippers." Why are people ducking the smoke so much? If you want to leave, just say leave.
I don't know why James Harden. I didn't actually see what James Harden said, so I know James Harden will make his.
Here?
No,
oh, he's gone.
James Harden will make his debut with the Cleveland Cavaliers tomorrow. I didn't hear James say that. I know that the people in LA, they kind of spoke favorably, like they didn't bury James on the way out or anything. They just kind of kept it cordial and simple. I assume he's referring to De'Aaron. I don't know. The only one that's weird to me is Giannis. Giannis is the only one that's a little weird to me. I don't have an answer to why Giannis is moving the way that he's moving, but I just think guys just genuinely, people don't want to be the bad guy.
Yeah.
Like, and I get it. Like, it's hard to be a heel.
Yeah, I think they should have a little bit more awareness of what's gone on in recent years. I think people are more understanding nowadays to say somebody say, "Hey, I want to move on." Like, you're not going to be. I don't think you're going to be looked at as the bad guy. Maybe in local sports talk or something like that, they might feel some type of way, but like, yeah, I want to move on. You know, I think if De'Aaron in his situation would have said, "Hey, this is everything he probably feels like. This is a mess. I'm ready to move on. Yeah, I want to be traded." I think the general public and the media would side with him. Would say, "Yeah, De'Aaron, I get it. This is a mess. Go out of here. Get out of here and do something, different." Like, because they've fired another coach. They're like, go ahead. They would understand that. But instead, it's like in some ways in the De'Aaron situation and Giannis and all, it's always this gray. Well, I'm not asking for a trade. I don't want to leave. It's just, it's okay. Like, it's okay. We get it. We understand. There is no. You won't be the bad guy in this situation. I think more people should have that type of outlook to these situations, because I think people are a little bit more understanding because we know more nowadays about these situations.
You know what I'm more offended by than players doing that is general managers burying players on the way out. See, Daryl Morey essentially tried to bury Jared McCain on the way out.
I didn't see that.
He wasn't he wasn't like, "No, this guy sucks." It wasn't anything like that. But he did make a remark about how they sold high on him. And that was the main line, is we sold high on him. And like, that's kind of offensive. It's like, come on, man. Like, you drafted this kid. Like, why would you try to diminish him on the way out? Like, what's the purpose of that? And shout out to Mark Dagnall, who was like, we love this kid. We've had our eye on him for a long time. We had our eye on him in the draft, and the fact that we were able to acquire him and add him to this group, man, is just tremendous for us. It's like that to me, like, Daryl Morey's not good at this.
No.
And there is not a single person in the league who covers the league, who just talks about the league, who can convince me otherwise. Daryl Morey is a bad general manager.
He's also a liar.
I repeat, Daryl Morey is a liar. I don't know if that answered Leezy's question, but Leezy, we appreciate you. I got the clip right in front of me. I don't know if I get the volume high enough.
James?
Yeah. These poor kids are just like, hey, like, can you? No. And then they popped. It wasn't he in is he in like China?
Yeah. I swear, man, that all because I forget until I see it or hear it that he's in front of the kids. It reminds me of Dennis Scott all the time.
Dennis Scott with Biggie. I think it was Ready to Die. Or maybe it was Life After Death playing in his car.
Don't ever let these people try to take advantage of you. They're going to try and take advantage of you. They're going to try and get you for all your money. Don't let that happen. I ain't letting it happen. I'm going to tell you that right now. Little Susie was like, I thought you were going to show me how to shoot a jump shot.
Yeah, no, poor little Susie.
I thought you were going to show me how to shoot a jump shot. What are we talking about? But, yeah, James, he's – Daryl Morey, that's whack, man.
I don't like Daryl. Yeah,
I'm
not. I don't think I'll ever be a Daryl Morey fan.
Yeah, that's not cool. Especially when a guy like that who played really well and got hurt 2 times.
Like, he played hard too. It's not like he was. Yeah, I just don't. I get Leezy asking about players. I get far more frustrated when general managers move like that. Have you, by any chance, unrelated, seen the 50 Cent Super Bowl ad?
No, I'll just say no, because I've seen it. I haven't heard it. I heard.
You know that it exists?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was hoping you knew nothing about it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it with volume though.
But here is the 50 Cent Super Bowl ad that will obviously run on Sunday.
It's come to my attention that everyone's calling me a troll. Some said even the king of trolls. First of all, I'm flattered, but I'm done with all that. I would never do a deal with DoorDash and quite literally deliver beef when millions of people are watching. I mean, who would do something like that? Delivering quality beef is more of an art than science. Don't want to be too obvious. It's all about timing, and I'm always on time. Oh, it's Chuck Holmes. What a coincidence. No matter what kind of beef you have going on this weekend, remember DoorDash delivers. And you know what goes great with beef? A bottle of this beautiful Branson cognac, aged 4 years or 50 months. Who's keeping count?
That's
fantastic. 50 a fool for that one, man.
That is absolutely fantastic. For those who didn't get it, there's a Ja Rule reference with Always on Time.
Yep.
And then the rest, those are all Diddy references.
Yeah. Hey, 50 is like how Eddie was talking about Bud Crawford. Like 50, like, man, I got shot 9 times. What y'all gonna do to me? I'm gonna say whatever. I'm bigger than most of you guys too in the industry. 50 like 6'1" and buff.
Yeah.
Like, what, you guys gonna fight me? No. I'm just gonna do whatever.
Sean asking a good question. Why isn't Alex Lynn in the ad with him? It's a good question, man.
I like Alex.
And who was Deuce up there? Or was it Morgan? Someone was so confused.
It might have been Morgan. I think it was Morgan.
Like,
I like
Alex
Alex.
Lynn? Oh.
I like Alex.
And then I think we determined he meant Keegan.
Yeah. I like Alex because he don't really say nothing. He just go about his
That's
jab.
a terrible impression. It's as bad.
No, I'm just saying go about his jab.
No, it's as
like
bad
Jamaica
as the one he
Queens.
did the other day. I don't even remember what
Jamaica
one
Queens,
did
many men, 50 Cent. Get Rich or Die Trying came out 23 years ago
terrible.
yesterday.
Please stop. Please stop. It was so bad. By the way, the Kings play basketball tonight.
At the Golden One Center.
Yeah.
What do you think that look like?
So I said I wanted to get back to something Eddie said. We didn't share the deal that Eddie told us about in the group chat. Yeah. So he just kind of casually brought it up, and I was like, we didn't really mention that one. And to be clear, so we didn't because we knew Eddie's source. So we just like,
yeah, we'll just leave that
see
there.
What happens.
Yeah, we'll just leave
and
that
then
there.
Eddie brought it up. It was like, okay, I'm going to have you say this deal out loud. And it was the Zach LaVine and a first-round pick for Ja Morant. And, yeah, that's why we had a lot of conversations this week about, clearly Scott Perry is not in on the idea of Ja Morant.
No.
Despite reports saying otherwise, it does not appear that he is.
You asked me, I'll ask you, would you have done that deal? Does it just really depend
the year
on
of the pick? Yeah, the year of the first round pick matters a lot.
I don't even think I'd do 27. Like I gotta go.
26 is out of the question.
Yeah, that's not.
I don't think 27 is the move either. If you can start to get into 30 or 31, then yeah, like you could convince me to do it then. Because that pick swap is looking like a bitch right now. Who Bontemps was right, or whoever wrote it.
He was
got
right.
the most valuable part of the draft, or the most valuable part of the trade was that pick swap.
So that's 31. Maybe by our projections earlier, maybe that's when the Kings start to like. Maybe that's when the Kings are like Charlotte this year.
Okay,
because 2027's happened.
Charlotte's 4 games
and that's
under 500.
4 years from 2027.
Yep.
Jeez.
What deal was that? Harrison?
Yeah,
that was the Harrison Barnes deal that brought the DeMar DeRozan signing.
No, I think that was the Fox trade.
The Fox trade was the pick swap?
Yeah, I think it was the Fox trade.
No, because I remember a group of fans being pissed that they just didn't get the pick swap back.
Oh, you're right. No, you're 100% correct.
Because remember, they had to trade Harrison the day they signed DeMar.
That's right.
And so I think that's where the pick swap was involved.
Yeah. Jeez.
The Sacramento Kings have made so many mistakes, it's hard to pinpoint. We thought Luke Walton was fired on Mother's Day, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I listened to Scott Perry today, man, and like I said, I still believe in Scott Perry, the general manager and the basketball executive. And if he says it's just going to take time.
He's talked you into believing into him.
Yeah, no.
Smooth operator.
He can talk. He can talk. But I believe whatever direction he say we want to go, I just want to see him execute it to its fullest. One thing that I don't think Scott thinks this way, but a lot of people are like, oh, stay on that path and don't do any rush win now trades. Well, every trade isn't like a bad one or a rush. Like the timing might be right. Like let's say he's gone through 2 drafts, as it is, and I'll throw the name. Ja Morant is available at next year's deadline. Well, just because he trades for Ja Morant doesn't mean it's a brash win now move. It could be like this is the right time to go get a guy like that. That will help us in what we're trying to do. And I just hope, and I'm confident that he will. I hope that that's how Scott Perry looks at trades, and trades for veterans as just because I'm trading for a veteran or a star that may be trying to rehash his career. It's not a rush win now trade. There are some trades and some players that fit, the timing fits with what you're trying to do. And yeah, I just want them to be open to that. I don't want them to be, and I don't think he is. I don't think he's closed off to making trades and stuff like that for players that are established. That's just what my hope would be, is have your eyes open, be ready at the drop of a dime to go get a guy if need be. So that's it.
Let's see what TC's talking about here. 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
Ain't nothing.
TC,
What's up with you?
what up, man?
Hey, just vibing. So my approach, not listening to Scott Perry, right? Listening to him, but just in general, I was always at a peace of mind because I seen a vision. Like I told you, it was frustrating by not busting moves because I believe that move was there. Like even that job move, I'm busting that move, bro. I don't care if it was next year, 27, 30. I'm not letting that get in the way of busting that move. But I also can see what you're saying. Like, we're just not going to bust moves to bust moves, right? We're trying to build a sustainable winner, and we feel like this is the best way. We might have to wait till next season. We can take this away and do what we got to do. But other than that, we're going to stay put, and we're going to be flexible. And I believe him in that. And also, I give him his respect because not only did he come up there and show his face like we always want, but he answered all the questions, whether they were the question that you wanted, the answer that you wanted. He stood up there, and one thing that he did say, and he stood on was, listen, man, I'm not going to make no trades just to make trades. That's news. When he said that, I said, man, you know what that is. All that is just breaking news. Give me a Shams bomb. And then 3 hours later, ain't nobody caring about the trade other than saying the Kings shouldn't have made that trade, man. This the same old Kings. And I respect that, bro. He's developing an identity, and I respect it, bro. So I'm going to fall back and let him do his thing.
Shout out TC, man. That was a heck of a call.
That was go ahead.
I don't understand just the amount of leeway the Kings get with this guy.
That was a heck of a call, man.
Yeah, you know it is funny. You're right.
Yeah.
No, that's pretty funny. No, Scott Perry, I'm gonna fall back. No, I get it. No, that was a good press conference. No. Now I hear what you're doing. No, we're gonna bust this. We're gonna bust that. We're busting a move. We're doing this. It's Young MC. It's the whole deal. Hey man, let me tell you about Kyle Shanahan.
Exactly.
Kyle Shanahan went to the NFC Championship. It wasn't even real, bro. Hey, Kenny, D-Lo.
Bro.
Hey, Jesse in the back. Hey, it wasn't even real.
I ain't even gonna get into all that because you already know how I feel. It's gonna be what it's gonna be.
He gives the Kings miles to screw up.
and then he talks about something that kind of I ain't trying to make it a big deal, man. I'm not, but it did kind of frustrate me. Talking about, he stood up there and showed his face. No, he didn't. Nobody could see him but the people in the room. Why wasn't that streamed?
Wait, what are you talking about?
The press conference.
What press conference?
The one today. It was streamed video. There was video?
Yeah.
Where? I couldn't find it.
It was on kings.com/live. We all saw it. What you talking about?
I couldn't see it nowhere. I went to their YouTube page. I went to their website. Maybe it wasn't up yet. I couldn't find it. I was hot. I was like, I'm trying to see what Scott's talking about.
We all watched it live.
Oh, well, if that's the case, they good then. Fine.
I'm gonna be quiet right now. I got Kenny back.
Missed the whole thing,
right now.
man.
Shout out Kenny.
I missed the whole video, man. I was like, oh man.
Kenny tweeted that they didn't televise. Like, yeah, it's not on NBC Sports, but I mean, it's on YouTube.
Oh man, look, man. I thought I apologize to the Kings. I apologize to them right now because usually they put it on on their YouTube page. So that's what I was waiting for it for, and I didn't. I apologize to the Kings.
They emailed us the link yesterday or 2 days ago, whatever it was, yesterday.
I apologize to the Kings then, man. My mistake.
Oh, man. They said KC is digitally challenged. Well, welcome back to our favorite segment, Kenny versus technology. Oh, no. Kenny got chatty housed again.
I was just going to be quiet. Like, yep, they didn't put it up there.
Well, I'm glad they did it.
I was so confused. I thought you was talking about Kyle Shanahan. I was like, wait, what press conference did he put?
Nah, man. I was looking for it on YouTube.
Nah,
that's what they normally put.
It's normally kings.com/live and whatever their
sorry,
Kings.
Kings.
Is there.
I apologize. I was wrong.
Got to log into the AOL. I was debating whether we should put it on the stream, but there was no one. There was going to be no reaction before it. There was going to be no reaction after it, or no, lead into it, no reaction after. I was like, just wait till 2:00.
Yeah.
Till 2:00.
Now with that press conference though, all right. Do you guys want to talk about some of the other things you heard?
Sure.
I've been waiting.
Well,
I didn't know if we were saving it for a second.
No,
Like, let's be real here.
All right. There was one particular part that stood out to all three of us. And it was when Scott was asked
by Chris Biederman, I believe.
By Chris Biederman about Doug Christie. He referenced Anthony Slater's article on ESPN. And he said, you had mentioned that Doug is, or the article had mentioned that, Doug is safe. And Biederman kind of left it at that. And he said, what are your thoughts about Doug Christie? Do you think he's going to be the head coach of this basketball team next year? And Scott's response was, I expect Doug Christie to be the head coach of this basketball team until I tell y'all he's not. And I thought, damn, okay. And I don't know how Scott meant for that to come across, but I know how it did.
Come off as a vote of confidence.
Nah, it's not what that was. That was not a vote of confidence. That was a we'll see you hoes in April. I don't know, man. Like I'll see if I can find the exact part, and so you can hear Scott Perry's words. But that was the part, that particular section. Now, mind you, earlier in the press conference, he did praise Doug. He talked about. I mean, he also talked about Doug being a first-year head coach. He talked about the growing pains that come with being a first-year head coach. And it actually, I remember thinking as he was talking. Excuse me. I remember thinking as he was talking, like, this is actually nice to hear. This is Doug's first run as a head coach, and we have our questions about Doug, and we wonder what Doug's future might wind up being, but when he gave that first, thought on Doug, I was like, that might be a kind of a positive thought. And then we got to that question, and it was like, I don't feel that way anymore. I do not feel that way anymore.
That was tough. And it really feels, man, it feels like Doug, like you've talked about, like you're not going to make it out of this or past this season, and I just wonder how he can be truly evaluated on this season when I don't think that they were honestly trying to win games. How can you look at what's going on this year and be like, Doug is good or bad or not right for what we're trying to do, when I don't think their plan was to win games? And once again, I'm not saying that in a disparaging way or saying that they're wrong for how they're going about it. But this was an evaluation season. This was a season where some people would say the smart thing to do, hey, go ahead and tank so you get a draft pick high enough in this generational draft that we look like we're about to have. So if that was the plan, if that's what you were okay having go down as a organization, it just seems like, how can you look at Doug and be like, yeah, I'm ready to move on from him? You didn't give him an opportunity, an honest opportunity to be a good coach and to have everything at his disposal.
I want to respond to that. And I want to ask a follow-up question to that very specific thing that you just said about Doug Christie, Scott Perry, and what might be next for Sacramento. So I'll do that. We'll come back. We do want to get to the Super Bowl this weekend. There's an NFL story that I've been holding on to most of the week that I'd like to run by you. Just kind of talk me off the ledge here with it a little bit.
We don't have to get to the Super Bowl. I mean, nobody care about neither one of these teams. Maybe the Patriots, but don't nobody care about that other team.
I know the people who are coming out to join us at 32 Brew Street at Sky River Casino for the big game. They're excited for this game coming up on Sunday. You could be there too, assuming there's any tables left. You might want to call.
Yeah, now.
Walking in, probably not going to be the best option. Just call, say, hey, I'm dealing with KC. They'll tell you whatever the buy is, and this is most places during the Super Bowl. This is not unique to Sky River Casino or 32 Brew Street. Normally there's a minimum buy. It might be like $100 or something like that. But if you've gone out to dinner in the last 2 years, spending $100 at a dinner is not difficult. No. So 32 Brew Street, Sky River Casino. D'Lo McCasey will be there probably beginning around 2:45, 3 o'clock to the start of the game. And then we'll hang out with you. We'll watch football. We'll come back. I do want to get to football, but I want to get back to this Kings topic, specifically this situation with Doug Christie and what Scott Perry said today. And we'll do that next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Don't mind me, y'all. I'm just prepping some KSFM stuff. You gonna go see your boy on Valentine's Day?
No, because I don't think Jazz wants to. So. I don't think so.
We're off the next day.
On
Monday.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's even more reason to go to Hard Rock on Sunday.
Is that Jodeci?
Yeah.
Jodeci's Valentine's Day?
It's the day after.
Oh, the day after. Yeah, do you have it? Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
I don't know if anybody saw the report from Ross Dillinger. Sac State is aggressively, essentially trying to buy their way into FBS.
Might be some action.
Might be some action.
Mm-hmm. All right. I think as it pertains to Sac State, I'm just going to shut the fuck up for now. But I hope it happens.
Yeah.
I hope it happens.
Hey, C, do you think Cam Thomas joins a contender? That's your boy. I don't know how Cam Thomas became my boy. I wouldn't go that far. I like his game, but
boy,
I wouldn't say he's my boy. I don't know, man. Cam Thomas did his behavior might have did himself a disservice with his reputation around the league. So I don't know if a contender would want to take that on. You know, maybe they talk to him. Maybe, maybe him getting cut or getting released is a eye-opening moment for him. So I don't know.
Especially when you're looking for money next year.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I want to get back to this conversation about Doug Christie here in just a second. Jesse's got the clip of Scott Perry. I didn't realize Kenny seeing this.
Yeah, I'm seeing this for the first. Look at him right there, right in front of us.
Apparently, Casey had no idea that this was available for all of us to watch today. Is the question in the clip? Okay, here's a clip from today's press conference with Scott Perry.
Scott, you just talked about Doug a little bit, but there was a report from ESPN last month about his job being safe. And are you expecting him to be your coach going into next season too?
I'm expecting to be my coach till I tell you anything different. So, so I'm not even thinking along those lines right now. I want to see us get incrementally better each day, our young players, and I want to see him continue to improve as a coach. But so yeah, I'm not here to talk anymore about Doug's plight other than behind him, and I expect him to continue to grow and improve and be the coach here for the Kings.
What do you mean you're not worried about that right now?
What? So
thanks to ABC 10 for that video, by the way.
I can't. If I'm Scott Perry, I do understand. I can't say too much there. Even my response is getting picked apart as it is. So even if I'm ready to move on from him, I'm not going to say that there. And if I'm not sure, I'm not going to guarantee that he's going to be here next year because he might not be.
Right now, we're trusting Doug Christie to lead the Sacramento Kings group.
That, I feel like there's a way. I don't know. He's the coach of the team until I tell you he's not, or I tell you something different. It's kind of crazy to me.
And I'm not worried about. Don't want to talk about that right now. I'm not worried about that right now. It's
like you need to be worried about it. Like in my opinion, because I have years of experience running a basketball team. In my opinion, like you're entering the final stretch of this. I think you said this in regards to Doug. They already know. Yes or no.
Right.
What Doug's future is with the Sacramento Kings. They already know what happens over the next. There's going to be no Antonio Pierce moment here. No matter what happens over the course of the next 30 games or however many are left, it's not going to have an impact as to whether Doug Christie is here. It's the same roster. We speculated maybe if you wipe this out a little bit, maybe if Levine is gone, maybe if DeMar is gone. And that's another thing we should mention. Scott did say, there are no buyouts coming. DeMar DeRozan is going to finish the year with the Sacramento Kings. Zach LaVine is going to finish the year with the Sacramento Kings. There's no buyouts ahead for any of those guys on this team. But yeah, like all of this stuff has to be at the forefront of your mind right now. And I don't know. I don't know what Doug could do differently. We have asked that question a million times. What could Doug do differently? I'm of the belief I don't think Doug is going to be back. And listening to Scott today, especially that last remark, made me think, I don't think my guy's gonna make it back. And here's the second part to what I was gonna ask. Who does Scott Perry think he's the general manager for? Because how appealing is a Sacramento Kings coaching job when you fire Mike Brown, who was successful, when you fire Doug Christie, who wasn't, and you still have the big bad owner lurking over all of this? Now let's go with what the common narrative is. Monty and Wes wanted Mike, but Vivek didn't. Monty and Wes got Mike until Vivek decided he was the owner. Now, there's all sorts of different reports about sleep on it. No, let's wait and see. Maybe Vivek wasn't behind it. Narratives tend to shift when Vivek Ranadive is involved. But you're going to be involved as the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. You're going to be involved in so much nonsense. Doug has been here. He is familiar with the nonsense on every level. Ownership, front office, meddling minority owners, leaks to the media. He is intimately aware of all of that. You going to bring who in to say, no, let me get you acquainted with Sacramento? A young coach? Well, Doug's a young coach. Why don't you write it out with him? You're going to go with a veteran coach. Okay, there's going to be a veteran coach who wants this job. Okay, which one? Well, Tom Thibodeau was out there. He's 68 years old. You got Taylor Jenkins out there. He seems to rub a lot of people the wrong way. You got Mike Woodson on staff. He's 67 years old. You've got your ties to the New York Knicks with him. Who wants this job? You don't think other organizations are going to call Taylor Jenkins? Tom Thibodeau?
They're gonna call Mike Woodson.
See, that's the one. That's the one. I don't know if his phone is ringing. I don't know if but I don't think Mike Woodson is here by accident. I don't think Mike Woodson is the guy to lead this team moving forward if it's not Doug Christie. I also don't know if you want to go with a young coach to lead this group, I think it should be Doug Christie. Because I don't know that you go find the Will Hardy or the other, what Will Hardy was.
Right.
You go find the young hot assistant on OKC or on Boston or whoever. It's on Houston. That's the guy we want here. I don't know if that's the route you want to go. If you want to go young, just go with Doug. Let him learn. But if you're going in a different direction, I'm really curious as to who would want this job.
Scott Perry was in that press conference talking about 2027, and he's not even committed to his coach this fall.
That absolutely happened.
Let me ask you guys a question. If you're Scott Perry, and say you weren't 100% sold on Doug Christie being the head coach coming into the season, but you say, you know what? We're in a rebuilding mode anyway. I'll try it. I've got time. I'll try it. You saw it for a year and you didn't like it. Do you keep him around just because?
Just because what?
Just because it'd be a bad look, or maybe nobody wants the job, or do you saw it for a year?
You keep him around if no one wants the job.
You saw him for a year, this isn't it. He's not it. I'm just saying if that's what you believe is man, I didn't seen 82 games.
Are you Scott Perry?
I'll be Scott Perry
Oh,
here,
no.
for argument's sake.
What's wrong?
Someone's about to
It'll be
get fired
fine.
right now.
It'll
No,
be
it's not.
fine. It'll be fine. Scott, you don't think Doug is the guy to lead this team moving forward?
Let me tell you about my pillars first.
Oh, okay, great.
I'm going to leave the room, actually. You guys got it.
Does someone have to tell him?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Does someone have to tell Scott, you said this, General Manager Perry, during your press conference today? It's the only team in the NBA that has yet to play a single game without their projected starting lineup. You mentioned the amount of games that Domantas Sabonis has missed. You mentioned the amount of games that Keegan Murray has missed. You didn't mention, but I'll do it for you, that these two have not played a single basketball game together. That's two-fifths of your starting lineup. Excuse me. That's important. You moved off of the Dennis thing pretty quickly. You brought Russell Westbrook in as the starting point guard. Great. You're moving these young kids along. Are you positive you gave Doug Christie a fair opportunity to be a good head coach in this league?
Once again, Scott Perry. I'm Scott Perry. Everything that I said that you just repeated is valid. I'm not sure if he had the best opportunity to be successful. But I was around him for a year. I worked with him. Good guy, great guy. He knows the game. But his philosophy doesn't, after being close to it, it doesn't line up with what I think is going to be successful. So I'll ask you, should I keep him around even feeling that way? I don't believe in him as a head coach after being around him for a year. It'll be a bad look. I'm not
Did
exactly
he do a
sure.
good job with? You all right?
No, I'm not, because now we got questions now as we're talking through this. It's all right, if you let Doug go after this year, that's another strike on Scott Perry, right?
In my opinion,
How
absolutely.
in the world do we have confidence of? Why did you hire Doug? Why did you hire Doug why did you give him a 2-year deal? Why, if you're planning to move on, did you move on hypothetically after the first year? Like, just none of like it just reeks of dysfunction. Still, nothing's changed. That's what it feels like.
Oh, I'm still Scott Perry.
I don't know,
Let
I'm
me
just-
tell you
no,
about my
No,
pillars.
no, no. Beat
my
Kenny
pillars
Caraway.
again.
You gotta beat Kenny Caraway in this because you've said it on the show before. It wasn't a
Yeah, I have a feeling that Scott Perry did what he had to do to get this job. And part of that might have been giving Doug Christie an opportunity as head coach. If that's the case, here's what I'll say about this. I don't know if I agree with it at all because of everything that you've laid out. Like, he didn't really get the best opportunity to be successful as a head coach. He didn't have everything at his disposal. There was injuries. It wasn't a good situation. But if you're the guy that's trying to build this team and you are a year in, and after a year, you're like, man, this is, I tried it. This is not the right coach. I think I want you to make the decision that you, just like any trade or anything else like that, regardless of what Kenny Caraway is saying on air, if you don't think taking 2 seconds back for Sabonis is best for this team, don't do it. If you don't think Doug Christie being the coach for this team is best for this organization, then move on from him.
But here is where I'm going to begin to question you as the general manager.
Oh, I'm Scott now.
No,
I'm messing with you.
Because Jesse's right. It would just end with one of us storming out of here. With Doug, if I said Doug Christie was the first one to identify Dylan Cardwell, do you think that would be accurate? Certainly from a public perspective. Do you think that would be accurate?
Yeah.
I think, because I always go back, and I know I've referenced him before, the fan fest, just Doug, in a string of like 3, 4, 5 days, he kept saying Dylan Cardwell's name.
Well, Doug told that story, I think, when they first saw Dylan. He's like, "Oh, we got something here," and the assistant coaches were teasing him or something like that, like, "Oh, you're just falling in love with a prospect." But like Doug saw him.
So you have Doug, or excuse me, you have Dylan, and you have Max, 2nd round pick, showed a lot of potential in summer league, has had moments here and there on an NBA floor. You have Neek. Neek is a little, despite the fact people saying he's the most NBA ready prospect in the draft, there's still like some, rocky points, but we've seen him had some good moments. If I said Doug is connecting with the young players, do you think that that's accurate?
Yes.
I think it could be difficult for Doug with a 37-year-old, a 36-year-old, both Hall of Famers, both nearing the end of their career, both in the losingest situations they've ever been in. I think, maybe I'm remembering this wrong, I think Russ took Washington to the playoffs. Like, neither one of those two guys have ever been in a situation like this. Zach LaVine, I don't even know that he's been in a situation like this, but Zach LaVine is just he's just always going to be an odd player in this league. Always. If I told you Doug is having a different, and Domas, I don't know. I don't have a clue what Domantas Sabonis likes. But if I told you Doug, that's the only thing I can think of. Doug is having a difficult time connecting with the older players because they're feeling a certain way about the way that this season is gone, the fact that they're still here, the fact that they weren't traded. But he is really, really connected with these younger guys. Would that change your thought process to what you should do next year?
Damn.
If
I was Scott Perry, I mean,
you've already kind of put yourself in a position where you can't.
I understand everything that you guys are saying. I'm asking you guys, if he does not believe that that's the guy, should he keep him around just for optics?
No, you shouldn't. But also, then we have to have the conversation about how Doug or Scott Perry keeps cleaning up his own mess.
But this isn't that's a great point. But this isn't an optics question to me. This is a question of the makeup of the basketball team.
That's fair too.
I'm not asking
fair.
you to protect optics or the way that things look.
Yeah.
I'm asking you if your idea is to get a younger group in here, will you have a coach that is connecting with younger players? Get the guys who are going to the Hall of Fame somewhere else and get these veterans in here. Maybe figure out where Domantas Sabonis's head is at and try to work with that if you can't move him this offseason or you can't get your value, whatever. Figure that out later. Try to get the other two out of here. Russ's contract will be expiring and you can move forward with another draft pick coming in. We got a couple of picks. We're going to, try to be as good in next year's draft as we were in this one. And as Scott pointed out, free agency, we're going to have another opportunity then, to improve this basketball team and to step to the direction we want to go.
I'm with you and I understand it. I just go back to, if he doesn't think that's the guy, then I don't.
Then that's where I go back to Jesse's, and I feel like I know what you're going to say with this. This is Scott Perry cleaning up another Scott Perry mess.
Yeah, that is so. He is, but I always ask the question, like even with Dennis Schroeder, if it's a mess, do you just not clean it up because you made the mess?
You clean it up, but also
no, but at some point,
your GM.
Yeah, but
it's confidence in what you're doing.
Yeah, at some point, I'm looking at you.
No, understandable. I get it. I'm not arguing that. But if it's a mess, if it isn't right, I believe you don't not clean it up just because you don't want people to start questioning you.
No, I get
You know
that.
what I'm saying?
No,
So
I get that.
it.
You clean up the mess. You don't leave the spilled milk out. But also stop knocking over the goddamn milk.
Yeah, don't let them in the kitchen at that point.
Yeah, and that's the next thing. The next thing is you're going to get banned from the kitchen.
Facts. Now here's the other thing. I don't think he's going to have the opportunity to hire another head coach. So, like, say for instance, you bring in somebody.
You're talking about you're not talking about the after Doug. You're talking
Right.
about the coach after Doug.
Right, exactly. So he will. That'll be the last time
yeah.
he gets a chance to knock over the milk, and he better get it right. So maybe, and then you're. So then here's the other alternative, right? He doesn't think Doug is the guy, but he's looking at self-preservation here, and he said, I ain't gonna start my clock yet. We ain't doing nothing next year. All these guys that he couldn't get to next year, they still gonna be here next year. So I'm not gonna start my clock. I'll bring him back. I'll let Doug coach again in this losing situation. Are we not saying you guys are, I'm just asking the question. Are we okay with that?
Doug coaching next year?
Yeah.
For me personally, yeah. I mean, I don't love the idea of hiring a coach, and like I'm not even sure if Doug's a good coach or not. Like looking at this here, it's kind of an impossible job to do. But if we're firing Doug after this year, like great, you cleaned up your mistake, but also like there's no faith in Scott Perry and what he's doing.
I have a different perspective. If the line of thinking is that self-preservation thing, we're already screwed. Because you're not thinking about the basketball team. What'd you say 2 years ago with the San Francisco 49ers when it was this contract holdout, this contract? It was Ayuk wasn't coming to Trent Williams was holding out. Every player was worried about their money. Nick Bosa, they were worried about this. They were worried about that. Didn't seem anybody was worried about the football team. When you're all worried about the individual thing, the focus isn't on the football team. If we're talking about self-preservation and starting clocks, you're not worried about the basketball team at this point.
Oh, I think to me, that's been said a number of different times. You're not worried about these next 2 years. Every time you bring up 2027, I'm just trying to get to 2027, and then we can start.
Then, Scott, if you're listening, start worrying about next year.
I don't think they're going to. I think
so.
I'm with you because you sniffed it
So
out
here's-
immediately. They've been saying 2027 for a reason. Like that keeps getting out there. I think they're laying the ground for nothing matters until 2027.
Then here's what I'll tell you definitively on February 6, 2026. If that's the case, Scott Perry is bad at his job. I don't need much more time to decide that. If the idea is we're going to sit and wait, Excuse me, I'm just gonna die on the goddamn radio. Just
Make
everybody
sure it's
go along
on
with
the
it.
radio. Though.
Hit the thumbs up, hit the like button, and clip it when I die, and post it everywhere.
I feel so weird if we actually do have to clip that. He said, "Yeah, go ahead."
Yeah, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. Hey, just and the caption can be following through with his wishes. If the idea, every general manager in the league can work around contracts. We've seen Anthony Davis, who barely plays professional basketball anymore, traded twice in over the span of a year.
Yeah.
The job is not easy. I am not pretending that it is, but it is not insurmountable. Every general manager in the league can do what you do, but you seem to be the only one. You're telling me 2 years. You're telling this fan base, hold on, guys, just wait till 2027. We'll be able to take a step forward in 2027. No, you won't. You'll have financial flexibility. You'll have money. That doesn't mean you'll be able to step forward. It doesn't mean you'll be able to execute a trade for a player with 4 or 5 years left on their contract, or a player going in to a contract extension. It doesn't mean that at that time you'll be willing to accept the Jakob Poeltl type deal because they're sending 2 picks. You have the ability to do it. It doesn't mean that you will. Memphis had the ability to take Jakob Poeltl's contract, but they didn't. Just because real GM or just because the trade machine says you can do something doesn't mean it's going to wind up happening. Every general manager can navigate a bad contract. Don't tell me we have to wait 2 years to do this. Do your goddamn job.
It kind of feels like
that's what I'm hearing.
It feels like it's going to be 2 years though, because like
if that's the case, that's fine.
No, I'm
if
saying like Doug's contract too. Like that third option is for that 2027 year.
Then fine. That's perfectly fine. You are bad at your job. If I told you to, hey, D'Lo and Casey ain't going to work until we get a professional graphics department to set this up for us. It's not going to work until Jonathan comes in here and puts the process on our mic and changes the microphone. Guys, just hang tight. Just hang on until we get a program director who actually is in the building and not in Portland or San Francisco. I know it's been 3 years, guys. Just hang tight. Anybody going for that?
Oh man,
I don't
nobody.
That's why
it just feels like everything's pointing to that scenario. Like that's just what's happening. These 2 years are an evaluation period, or just kind of like Scott didn't really expect anything to happen, and there's nothing he could do. So it's like, yeah, we're just gonna do what we can these next 2 years, and then 2027 gets here, and let's take off.
That's why I was tripping out the other day, because it hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, we just wasting time. And he gets on the press conference today.
You was right,
and he's saying like, oh, hey, I'm not just gonna do anything. And look, I understand that. I understand everything he's saying, but the reality of that plan is nothing's going to happen for 2 years. That's what I'm hearing. And I could be wrong. Once again, Scott Perry can talk to us at any time. All right. But
he's welcome to.
Sorry.
I guess we should follow through on that.
It's no different than like,
but that's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing. Nothing is going to, because you've got 2 of the worst contracts in the game. They couldn't be moved this trade deadline. Maybe Zach becomes a little bit more tradable next year.
Or they both could have. And you
decided not to. So you're not going to do anything there. You're not going to go get somebody. Like nothing is going to happen. You're going to try and work through the draft, and that's cool. But that is telling me I'm not doing nothing for another 2 years. And that is disappointing.
Then I encourage every Kings fan to go to the Game Time app and SeatGeek and all that stuff and get $10 tickets.
It's just kind of like this a bonus thing. Like you could have got the seconds, and I don't know where Poeltl would have ended up or whatever. Let's say Memphis would have taken him, but it's like they want the first. Like they're not gonna move unless it's the move they want. It doesn't matter about moving off these contracts right now, I guess.
Hey Vivek, why don't you go ahead and cut prices for the next 2 years while fans wait for your general manager to do something?
I mean,
because that's the first year we could really make a move. Let's go ahead and slice prices so a family of 4 could go to the game and hang out and eat good food.
Hey,
watch a bad basketball team.
Get Costco on the line.
James Ham came in the offseason talking about 2027. Like, what do you mean 2027? It's like, yeah, that's when this is going to start moving.
You, Damien, have said that from the first time you heard it. Nobody was even saying anything like that. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, 2027 is like kind of, you're like, wait, whoa, what? Who said anything about 2027? And it keeps they keep hammering that point every opportunity they have. 2027. Once again, if that's the strategy, I'm not switching up on it. I'm riding with Scott Perry. I still believe in what he can do as a general manager. But that also tells me none of this matters. Like you'll make sure you get a good draft pick. Like you have to do that. But the games don't matter. The contracts don't matter to a certain degree. Like you're not really trying to do anything in the trade deadline. You're not doing much of anything until you can get these contracts off the books. And that's just disappointing. It's just disappointing to hear.
All right, we'll come back. There's some more Kings basketball to talk about. I want to talk about the Super Bowl. Oh, you know what, everybody? I'm sorry. Don't bother. Come back in 2027. We'll have something to talk about in 2027.
Do not listen to him. Please don't listen to him. We will get fired. We will lose our jobs if we do that.
It's ESPN 1320.
JT Lowe's is a great idea. $20.27 for lower
There you go. Oh, yeah.
We knew this was going to be ugly, I think, when Scott Perry got the job. And I think my biggest issue is you should have hired a coach that was ready to oversee this being ugly for the first few years, too. And, you can't set a culture and do all that nonsense that you're talking with a coach that you're not sure is going to be here going forward.
It's unfair to Doug, too.
Yeah. Like people have their thoughts on Doug, but if you were going to hire Doug, then give him a 5-year deal. And Doug is my guy. Like that's who's going to see this through with me. And
give him a real opportunity.
Yes.
Man, I don't feel great. I just want to snack all damn day. I feel like Kenny. D'Lo, Jesse, if Kings get a top 3 pick, does that help? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. For sure. What's up, Drew Down? I feel like I don't hear from Drew Down a lot anymore. You good, bro? I mean, I know you in here. I just mean I don't hear from you very often, which is amazing because you're Drew Down.
TC, good organizations don't do trial errors. Like, hey, yeah, let's just go ahead and see what the next 2 years look like.
Yeah.
Like either you believe in me to help run this team or not.
Oh, great. Complexes.
Thank you, Complex. Yeah, the guy's talking nonsense.
Awesome. Complex happened to be listening
Thank
when I
you.
told everyone to come back in 2027.
Voice of reason.
Great. The funny thing is, I have no clue if Complex is actually here or not.
Who knows?
I have no
His
idea.
office is 2 miles away.
It's hella far away, and the only person I've seen Abe, and I saw Andy Hawk once. Yeah, getting in it too on a Friday is a different experience.
Wasn't a fan of the other day when it got dark and all the lights were off out here too.
Uh-huh. There is no way that that's true. Absolutely, there's no way that that's true.
Complex checks in on us more than Danny and SF ever did.
Oh, that's true. That's very true.
Leezy, no, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't move a pick for Jaw right now. If anything, give me a pick for Jaw.
You guys check out the new Costco yet? No, that's West Roseville, right? Is that where they were selling the Kirkland shoes that everybody was going crazy
That's
for?
where they had them at. They had them at that Roseville.
I don't know.
Shout
I
out
don't know.
Costco.
They be telling like, and I guess I've never done one of those openings before where they have
Those openings are crazy.
like $300 whiskeys and bourbons for $50 or whatever.
I didn't know they did all that.
Did you guys
Probably be too many people there for me.
have you seen, Jesse might have seen it, I don't know if Damien did, but I'm assuming just by the nature of the text, there's this young guy who is like, hey, I'm watching this old SmackDown and Stone Cold came out and holy shit, the pop was crazy. Like he had never seen it before. So people have been like, hey, check out January 4th. Oh.
I think I know exactly where that was going. January 4th, 1999.
Yeah, and people just keep sending them.
Oh yeah, that's the
Austin
one. That January
pops.
4th, 99 one
It's
is
like,
the one.
Man,
The
that
Austin,
I ain't never seen nothing like that.
the Austin pop when Mankind wins the title for the first time, that famous "That'll Put Butts in the Seats" night is the biggest wrestling reaction I've ever seen.
Yeah, that
I've
one was
never seen
crazy.
anything like that.
That was great. They had another one.
The story behind that, I think Austin was gone. That was a taped Raw. Austin had been gone for a few weeks. They probably weren't expecting him. They were getting a title match. It hit out of nowhere, and here he came.
Crazy. And the Austin,
It was so loud you can't hear the referee count 3.
Yeah.
Like there's almost a delayed reaction there was just a title change.
Yeah.
Because it was so loud from Austin being there. And then he cracks Dwayne in the head with a chair.
When that glass breaks, that's like nothing we've ever
Different.
seen in sports
Different.
entertainment.
Yep.
It rivals some of the things we've seen in sports. When that glass breaks, I ain't never seen people react to something like that.
That stuff does not exist anymore.
No.
Not the glass breaking, but just more so the pop. Like the last when is like the last memorable
fans
like,
are
all-time
really
moment?
Taker for WrestleMania 40. Remember that 5-minute stretch where like Cena came out?
Oh yeah.
And then the lights cut out, and then Taker is there, and he
But do
choke
people
slams
even
Dwayne.
really run that one back?
No.
That one's pretty fire. Like that moment was, I mean, as bad as we think this is all, that moment was pretty dope until we realized, wait, Austin's not coming out? Like, it was The Undertaker?
Yeah, I don't.
They're really like, I feel
Maybe
like
it's just
fans,
less and less now.
Fans are really into the intros now. So they sing, the whoa, they do that stuff. They do Punk's song now. They do Cult of Personality.
Punk coming back. Was that a?
Oh yeah,
that was
Punk
a
coming
pretty
back.
good one.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
a pretty
Punk
big
coming
one.
back was a big one.
Yeah.
What's a massive sports reaction? I have one in my head. The Shaq's dunk against Portland when he points to his kid.
Yeah.
Do it for dad or whatever lie he told us on TV.
Yeah.
The reaction to that dunk, because what was it, like a 17-point comeback in the fourth quarter, was pretty bananas.
Well,
Nope.
Say it.
No.
Say it.
What are you trying to do here?
Bibby shot. That's what he was
Yeah,
thinking. Bibby shot at
that
the
is
Arco
wild.
Arena.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Kevin Herter shot at Arco or at Golden One Center apparently is
Kevin
one
Herter.
too.
I mean, it's
Ooh,
all
the
the greats.
Kawhi game winner. That's a good one. The
That one's
Kawhi
crazy.
The Kawhi game winner is crazy because it's delayed.
Yeah, but see, that's what I don't like about it.
Oh, you're
I love
crazy.
it. I love it, but I don't like that more than Ray Allen. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no delay. It's just shot goes up, pop, crazy.
Football doesn't really have those moments, huh?
No.
Well, you can't see the crowd either.
But like you don't really hear it or like just I don't know. Yeah, maybe you're just right. It's not focused on, but like there's
I'm
never
trying to
really
think
been
of
like
what games they've had. Well, the
Football fans don't really get
Stephon
rowdy
Diggs
like that.
one in Minnesota. That's the first one that comes to my mind.
Stephon Diggs.
Divisional round.
Yeah.
It's the first one that comes to mind. But yeah, football is different. Baseball, you kind of get them a little bit with like, and I got to credit Barry. Barry started this one. The Giants started this one. The reaction off the crack of the bat. Like the swing, and then everybody just jumps up with their hands up. Ohtani gets a lot of that nowadays too. Aaron Judge gets a lot of that.
Yeah.
You know,
from April to September.
Okay, That was
Damn.
completely
That a little bit unnecessary,
completely unnecessary.
A little bit.
The judge has his moment, and it's 3-3 in Game 3 of the ALDS. The Yankees are down 2-0.
Come on. Come on.
Sorry.
Let him live.
Sorry. Shout out 209. Shout out Aaron Judge. Shout out 209.
Bryce Harper had a couple of those moments in Philly.
Baseball ones are actually really good because those crowds go nuts.
Oh, you know what was a good one was Altuve. So he had one where he tied it up in Game 5 against the Dodgers. That was crazy. And then obviously
that wasn't the.
No, that was Game 7.
Don't touch my tattoo.
Yeah.
That was, I saw, you know what I saw this morning? Shout out to Jesse. I saw the Austin Rivers shot against Carolina. That was pretty cool. No pop because it was on the road, but it was a pop from the bench.
Oh,
and then
the pop for Villanova was big though.
That was a good one. That was a real good one.
Real quick, Austin Reeves was cooking yesterday too.
Oh, what did he say?
Well, no, not what he said. He was scoring. Yesterday.
Reeves.
Oh, you said Austin.
Reeves,
I thought you said Austin Rivers. Sorry.
That old man LeBron James to get out the way.
They won that game.
Yeah.
They beat the 76ers.
I think Reeves went for 30 plus.
He's not the only one.
Joel Embiid.
Come on, man.
JoJo.
35.
JoJo, he's feeling good.
So he's
35.
back.
He's feeling good.
He's back.
I need him tested. I mean, if it happened to one person in that locker room, I need the other person tested.
He's averaging 29.9.
I want to see him
averaging 30 points per game in the last 20.
I want to see him not gas out in the playoffs.
Okay, okay, wait a second. Let's just acknowledge he's back. We thought he was dead.
He's cooking.
He's playing great.
He's cooking.
We thought he was up there with me and Katie Christensen.
No, yeah, we did retire. I retired Joel Embiid a few times.
Yeah, we thought he was done.
He's cooking right now. And this is about a month of him doing
He
this.
played 9 of the first 21 games, averaged 18 points per game. He's played 21 of the last 27. He's averaging 30. Yeah, probably should test him, but
matter of fact,
he's killing.
Matter of fact, don't test him. Let it be. I like to see people playing basketball. Okay, I don't need people suspended.
Well,
let him play.
Let's be honest too. This is the NBA. Adam might have tested him and been like, you know what, throw that away. We don't need this to be a
test
thing.
Paul instead.
Yeah.
They gave it to Paul. They gave it
test
to
Paul instead.
Matter of fact, Paul.
Well, that was Joel's test.
Paul did a windmill on Tuesday. Go test him.
Joel went to him before the game and he was like, "Hey, I'm gonna need you to hold this bid for me, dog. I'm gonna need you to hold this bid for me."
It's like Michael Scott and Dwight.
Yeah.
Oh,
I need you to file these reports. I need your urine, and I need you to
finish what you said.
Why was Dwight administering drug tests at the office?
Because they were doing the within the office
because he found a joint in the parking lot.
In the parking lot.
Whose joint was it?
It was the Mindy report girl.
We don't know whose joint it was.
We don't know. That's who they thought it was, but we don't know.
But we know that Michael was worried about his urine because he was at a concert. What concert was it? He scored great aisle seats
for Metallica.
It was Alicia Keys.
Alicia Keys.
It was,
and they handed him a funny cigarette down in the row.
A woman with a nose ring, and he doesn't get to talk to beautiful women with nose rings very often.
That's what I was gonna say. You just interrupted me.
Paul George walking into the NBA office, handing in his Sixers warm up. I can't do this anymore.
You know what I thought about?
The uncut version of that is so much better because he turns the suit in and he goes, "You're not supposed to have this, Dwight. Like, how did you get this?"
That was my favorite part.
Sure it was.
You know what I thought about yesterday when we were parking at the White House?
That was a garage.
True story.
That was a name of a garage. Hey, not today. Not any day.
Come on, man.
But sure as hell not today.
Come on, man.
That is the name of a garage in downtown San Francisco.
That's
you guys were at the White House?
So
no,
we are
not that
clear.
place. I'd rather be at Michael Irvin's White House other than that other place, but no.
The boys just holding up a jersey at the White House.
No.
It's got the
No.
1320
Not at
baseball
all.
jersey that they gave us.
Nick was there with us. Max was there with us.
Not at all.
You guys taking your baseball jersey out the bag?
So yesterday, when I was when I was parking, I had they were playing elevator music. Like this the people that be getting like 22 shares because they just be on the elevator all day.
Yeah.
They need to put D'Lo and KC in the elevator. Matter of fact, put it in this elevator.
Don't even get run in the building here.
No, that's true. We are the one show that does not air in the building.
I walk in like, oh, it's 106.5 The End. Oh, 98 Rock. Oh, the Eagle. Oh, the 94.7 KSFM. And it's like, yeah, I've not heard the guys yet.
No.
They
Put us in the elevator though.
I assume there's an AM FM reason or maybe an HD reason as to why.
On HD too.
But I'd love to ask Jonathan. I think he's told us once, like, hey, how come we're just not in the rotation? Were we in the rotation? And maybe an unfortunate conversation.
I know these guys keep talking about OJ Simpson. I don't want to listen to this when I'm working.
I keep talking about OJ Simpson.
Just put a little radio out to the side.
The HR department was here that day. They were like, listen, they're not in trouble. Just turn this off.
The pause jokes are ridiculous. It's enough.
It's enough. Oh, for goodness sakes. Help me with something here, both of you. Please.
Okay.
Casey saying we were at the White House is crazy. The NFL and ESPN merger has gone through in like record time.
Mm-hmm.
And I know everyone's caught up on the story, but if you're not, ESPN now owns part of the NFL. Mm-hmm. They also purchased like the NFL Network and the different. I think of the entities at the NFL. I don't think NFL Films comes along with that, but a lot of the digital properties do, and it's no longer like a broadcast partnership. It's a marriage, like it's a full-on acquisition. ESPN is a media outlet, and I've worked as recently as this morning, because this is one of those things that I've had written in our show that we just haven't had time for because of the trade deadline. But I did want to point this out, and I feel like this has a very strong Ken Rudolph influence. Because Ken is big on like journalism. Mm-hmm. And, I always tell the discussion and tell the story about 2016. And, he was like, yeah, if Donald Trump gets elected, you refer to him as Mr. President. That's what you do in the media. Like you have to, no matter how you feel about him. And that taught me a lot about where his mindset is about his profession. And he takes it very seriously. And I look at a broadcasting, I look at a sports media company, acquiring a sports league, and or at least a portion of it. They certainly don't own the NFL, but they are now full on, partners with the NFL. And I feel like this eliminates the biggest sports media outlet from covering the biggest sports league in this country. And this is a sports league that, like, we're talking like arrests, murders, drug use, death, concussion. That's what this league is. And I did a little research. I know a lot of people remember the League of Denial concussion documentary. Mm-hmm. It was the documentary that really started to change the way that people thought about the NFL and concussions. For years, that documentary was not put together in days. The documentary was put together over the course of multiple years, and ESPN was a part of all of it until they weren't. And there was always a belief, a well-reported belief, that the NFL told them, you need to get off of this documentary because you have Monday Night Football now. And we can make things problematic for you. And there was a long-running joke that was rooted deeply in reality Go back a handful of years and look at Sunday night's football games before Monday night's football games. Look at those two standalone games and determine which ones were better matchups, which ones were more prime time matchups, and recognize that we're in that same time frame where perhaps the NFL, not too happy with ESPN's involvement in this like lengthy documentary on concussions, was like, we're going to show you how we can influence your business. And things have since gone back to normal, and obviously, you know, they're all in and partnered with each other now. But this feels like a terribly, terribly dangerous precedent. We live in a society where news is no longer news. Social media gets like mixed in with actual news, and I think people have a really difficult time in differentiating what's real and what's not. And algorithms, like algorithm is a part of everyday lexicon now, because you open up your phone, and your Instagram app, your TikTok app, it is catered specifically to you. Every morning at 4:30, I wake up and I open this computer and I start working on this show that we're going to put together. Every morning, Katie wakes up at 4:30 to work on her show, and she starts thumbing through TikTok. And her TikToks are catered towards the thing that she regularly watches and regularly interacts with. And sometimes I hear that stuff and I'm like, what are you watching? Where did you get this from? And it's every person with a phone, a fuzzy microphone, a nice HD camera. You can become a reporter on something. And whether it's real or not doesn't matter. But if people like what you say, it gets invested in. And a lot of that has been because trust has been eroded in outlets like CNN and Fox News. Fox News is talking to a specific group of people. CNN is talking to a specific group of people. And now I look at this merger here, and it's like, who's going to talk to us about the NFL? Who's like, and I'm not talking about trades and acts. I'm talking about when there's difficult conversations to be had. ESPN is out of this business. ESPN had a brief partnership with WWE that was laughable because they're reporting on the Undertaker's brother Kane and not the fact that Jimmy and Jay Uso were just arrested for drunk driving for the 4th time and have escaped punishment from WWE. They didn't report on that. They reported on the fluffy stuff. You can't find an investigative piece of journalism on concussions by ESPN after 2015. And it's like, man, this talk me off this ledge. This feels dangerous. And I get in the grand scheme of all of this, the NFL is not important. When you have Fox and CNN and all that, I understand it's not important. But it is. Covering things like what happened in 2020, covering things like what happened in 2016. That is important. It might not be important to the core audience of the NFL. It's important to me. And now I go to the biggest sports media outlet in the country and I can't get that from them anymore. Yeah. And history says I can't. History says I won't.
We joke about this guy, but better start following the Mike Florios.
Yeah, I mean that's the one saving grace I feel in this era, in this time that you have is ESPN. While it's the most known, probably the easiest to get to, and I'm not saying trusted because of their coverage, but trusted because I know if I got YouTube TV, I just go to ESPN. You know what I mean? I know it's there. Even though that's the case, there are a number of different perspectives and different outlets that you can have. And what you can do is you can look at ESPN for what it is. To a certain degree, the people that work there and choose to work there and choose to go about things that way, just by being associated with the ESPN, when you talk about the NFL, you lose a little bit of credibility. You know, like I know Schefter, you work for the league. You're not really going to tell me what it is. Like Jesse said, I'm going to go to Florio to tell me what it is. Some people maybe don't want to dive that deep into situations. Maybe it's just he's on TV and I'm going to hear what he has to say. But you have the option, right? Like if you look at Schefter and Greeny and be like, man, you guys are shills. I'm going to go see what Chris Sims and Florio are talking about because I want that real.
My counter to that is that's us. And look look at, I'll speak more for you. Look at your love for professional football. Look at the seriousness in which we take our jobs. You talk about the average fan. The average fan might not have the desire to go seek all of that out, right? They might not have the desire to go seek. They like football. They like sports talk, but it's not something that consumes them. So you flip on and you see Schefter. And what is my biggest complaint about Adam Schefter? Not just that he's a shill, but you can tell who he likes and who he dislikes. And if you watch the same individual on television who is propped up as a reporter talk about Lamar Jackson the way that Adam Schefter talks about Lamar Jackson, doesn't that influence the viewer's thinking on Lamar Jackson? It's one reporter, but it's what you happen to see because, something big happened. Let me turn on ESPN. That's the stuff that bothers me. And again, I realize that's probably, I feel like that's talking to that specific frustration. That's a more broader audience than the people who are like, I'll just turn Schefter off and go. That's like the Chatty House. The Chatty House, I don't watch ESPN anyways. I'll go to Florio, go to wherever. It's just frustrating.
It is. But what they've done is they've put themselves in the box of a CNN or a Fox News. You know what I'm saying?
That's just so crazy to me.
Yeah.
It's like so crazy. It shouldn't be, but it's crazy to me.
Like me personally, I already turn on one of those two channels, whatever's on, knowing, all right, this is their POV. Whatever they say, I'm going to take it with a grain of salt because I know there's bias behind it. I know there is an agenda behind it. And that's the box that ESPN is kind of put themselves in.
And see, you can have bias in a debate. You can have angles in first take, get up, roundtable conversations. You cannot have bias in news. News is news. That's the Ken Rudolph thing. Mr. President, there is no bias. Not crying, just dying. Remember, clip it. No, there's no bias in news. There shouldn't be bias in news. It's why again, it's the cable news thing. Like you are not learning anything. You're just hearing what you want to hear. And I hate that for sports media. I hate that for the NFL. I hate that for ESPN because I still have I look at Elle Duncan. Elle Duncan is a journalist. She left. And money, it could have been this, it could have been that. She said nothing bad about that network on her way out. She just left. She does not fit what that station is anymore. Maria Taylor did not fit what that station was. And I hate the direction that this relationship between the NFL and ESPN is almost certainly going.
Yeah. And that's the NFL to a certain degree covering their tracks, making sure, they've got a relationship with the biggest
protecting their entity.
Yeah. Biggest media outlet in the game. So
let's go. Well, let's get back to now. We'll hold off on the Kings talk since we're here with football. Let's come back and talk about better football stuff.
Oh, brother. I thought we weren't going to talk about this game.
Well, I was actually going to bring up the awards from last night.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
We could bring up your boy, Christian
so
McCaffrey, who won one, didn't win the other, and it's never going to happen for Kyle Shanahan.
It's not. I need your prediction, too, for the Super Bowl. No seriousness.
I don't like that.
Just go ahead. Go put it on the whiteboard. Put it on the whiteboard. Do it.
That's not even whiteboard worthy. Stilo and Casey on ESPN 1320. I don't know if that was any good, man. Sorry if that was trash. Like I had worked through that. Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't know that Stephen A. ruined sports talk. I think the people who allowed, excuse me, Stephen A. and Skip to do the things that they did, I think they ruined sports talk. And the funny thing is, they were all chasing PTI. They just did it way fucking worse. Way, way worse. The most jacked up part about this cough I have is it only gets bad when I talk. But thankfully, I didn't lose my voice like Katie did. Yeah, I agree, Soren, completely. Completely.
It's because it's all artificial and fake. Half the people
That's
arguing
right.
about the stuff they talk about, they don't even believe.
Yeah, that's right.
I hear we'll yell, but it's because, like, yeah, no, we feel this way.
What was that brother's name? Malcolm, right? Malcolm Butler?
He was on Radio Row, I guess, talking about the time that Belichick didn't play him or take him to the Super Bowl that one year, and he just won't answer why. He'll
Malcolm
talk about
won't?
it. He won't. They will not say why or what happened. I just wonder what happened.
Yeah.
Like you said, he didn't miss a meeting or anything like that, but yeah, he just won't say what happened.
Shout out to the Patriots fans who texted us yesterday and went on a rant.
Oh my gosh. I was where were we? I was heading for the car, I think. Oh yeah, I was just outside the ballroom. The phone just kept buzzing. I'm like, yo, I started to think, yo, it might be Kenny. Like, Kenny, did we forget something? No, just a really irate Patriots fan. Yeah, that's from when Snoop was here not last Christmas, the Christmas before. So it was 2025. So 2024. Chef Q catered when Snoop was here for that show. Buddy, this is our radio station. And maybe there'll be some changes there on that 9 to 2. Yes, it was absolutely Jake Gadon. Oh, right on, Weezy. Good stuff. Enjoy, man. Fried chicken can never go wrong there. Make sure you get a dessert. You're going to have a good time.
This was a classic game. This was an all-timer. I was so pissed off.
Wait, which one is this?
Russell Wilson, the onside
oh.
kick or whatever. Russell Wilson threw that floater in the end zone and they caught it.
I know he wouldn't like this, but big thanks to Kenny Caraway. We were at the St. Jude dinner last night in San Francisco. Great partnership with St. Jude, amazing people, and honoring Kirk Herbstreit and the dog Peter, and they opened up the night by thanking an anonymous donor who donated $100,000, and I just thought that was really nice of Kenny to do that. And
don't do that. I said I didn't want it public.
I think it's important that your contributions are noted. I mean,
That's
I think
not
everybody
why-
knew it was you because when you walked in, everybody was clapping. Hey, Jesse, this is a shoot, just like the meeting,
That's not what happened.
just like the
Really?
meeting. This is an absolute shoot. Kenny, perhaps being embarrassed a little bit by the general acknowledgement, left. He came back and everybody was just clapping. It was quite a moment. Our table was quite active.
Hey, look, they were. What table were we at?
I do not know.
Let me hold $1.
They were active.
They think reports are, and this is fantastic. Reports are they think they might have hit 2 million last night.
Wow.
I mean, they was
They
was dropping some racks.
It was a
last night.
humbling experience to be a part of.
I said I need to step my game.
when they were like, yeah, we're gonna start the evening with an anonymous donor of $100,000, and the guy goes, does anybody else want to donate $100,000? Looking around like, anybody else? Sir, right there, $100,000. I'm like,
I said, what?
Oh my God. Okay.
I said, man, I'm not working hard enough. I gotta step my game up.
Yeah.
People was like,
Funniest.
50,000. We
Easily.
got 12.
And so he
50,000.
goes 100,000, and then he goes to 50,000, and then he goes to 25,000. He goes to 10,000. Goes to 5,000. And then, in what was the funniest part of the evening, he said, in honor of Kirk Herbstreit, the Ohio State Buckeyes reached out to us, and they want to donate $2,500.
I said, wait
Who
a
else
minute.
wants in on this $2,500 donation? And we're like,
I said, wait just
you had a
damn minute.
payroll of $39 million last year, and you're donating
They got
$2,500
in
to
at
St. Jude?
2,500. That's hilarious.
All right, man. And shout out to the guy at Herbie's table who was like, OH, and he puts his card up and donates $2,500. And it was such a weird, because it was like people were like laughing and high-fiving, and I'm like, God, this is a financial investment to me. And these people are just like, in the
It's
moment,
nothing.
like, no
This-
wonder that.
Nothing.
No
Like it's
wonder,
nothing.
yo, when we got in and got a drink, I was just like, I'd like a Diet Coke, and maybe, can I have a whiskey neat? And he pours me the tallest glass of whiskey I've ever seen. I even looked at it, and I looked at him, and I'm like, oh God, like, okay. So I took it, and Katie looks at it, and she's like, I was like, I don't know what to say. Now I realize what was happening. He was trying to get me to drink that, so I threw that damn bib in the sky.
Man, they made sure the liquor was flowing.
The funny part is we didn't realize that the bibs were laid out where we were supposed to sit. And when I sat down, I looked under, and I was sitting in Kenny's spot. So I could have just thrown that bib up, and the Caraways
look.
would have donated.
Look, they could have tried if they wanted to. They wasn't gonna be
Caraway
there.
would have donated $50,000.
They wasn't gonna be there. I bid all I won.
I wouldn't have done 50.
Try to-
I would have done 25 with Ohio State.
Try to charge that thing all you want. Good luck. But that I saw this. I found out what that was. Yeah, that thing went right under my seat.
Yep.
I don't want no accidents.
And the joke wouldn't have been funny because it turns out my bib was under Kenny's plate.
Oh, the other thing. So it's just interesting. So we got through the night, and they were about to bring Kirk up. And shout out to Kirk Herbstreit. Like, they played a little video montage of him, and it's not like we didn't know it before, but just watch. That guy is like college football.
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah.
they would say he's been around 30 years.
Yeah.
And that's I don't want to say he's exactly this guy, but he's like how we feel about John Madden. Like, that's who Kirk Herbstreit is for college football. Or at the very least, it's a handful of guys, and he's one of the
Keith
handful
Jackson,
of guys.
yeah.
Yeah, he's one of them dudes. So shout out to Herbie. But yeah, you know, Laura Ruthridge was emceeing and she was introducing, and then that's when Chris Berman came up. Just like he's out there doing his little one-liners and stuff. I was just sitting there like, this guy, man. This guy.
I had, with all due respect, of course, I had zero desire to see that individual. So we left right before he came on. I was like, I just don't want to see Chris.
It's like this guy right here, man. I tell you.
Did you, because you left after we did you go tell Chris Fowler he sucks?
No, because he
there.
doesn't.
Oh.
And Chris Fowler was he narrated the video montage. He did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Did a great job.
But he was right there. You could have, hey.
So no, now look, I will say this. I'm not gonna run nothing back. It is a little boring, but Chris has gotten better. He's gotten better. When he first got on the mic, it was snooze fest. Boring. But he's gotten better.
Okay.
He has gotten better.
Okay. Like over the course of this year?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, over the course of when he first started.
I think you saw he was an actual human and you lightened your stance a little bit.
No, he was
He's
good.
Not just a voice.
He
on
was
your
good in a
television.
national championship game.
Oh, he was great.
He was good.
Yeah,
he's
great.
gotten better.
Yeah,
he's
he
gotten
was
better. I still rather take my boy Brad Nessler over him or a couple other guys, but he's gotten better.
Okay.
I give it to him there. Give it to
All
him
right.
there for sure. But yeah, Chris Barbecue. I was like, this guy right here, man. And then he not in the same category at all. But then I keep thinking about the text message. That is hilarious from the other day.
Oh, the one I sent you about getting the car. Yeah. Some of them ESPN people, boy, they different.
That was the funniest thing all week.
And it's the most believable too. This is just so believable. Hey, go get my car. What? Bitch, I already did your makeup. Get out of my face.
Oh man. That's a classic.
Matthew Stafford won his first MVP last night. He committed to returning to the Los Angeles Rams too. I wasn't really wondering if Matt Stafford was going to return to the Rams, but I guess when you get at this stage of your career, 36, 37 years old, this starts to be a thing that you have to do. So congratulations to Matt Stafford. I absolutely thought he earned the MVP. He's the third oldest player to ever win it. Of course, Rodgers and Brady topped that list, but he is the oldest to win his first. So congratulations to Matt Stafford on that. I didn't know until this morning how close the vote was. It was a vote decided by 3 points, which caused people to really analyze who voted for who. And you had Josh Allen getting 2 first place votes and Justin Herbert getting 1 first place vote. The way the voting works, if that Justin Herbert vote goes to Drake May, they're tied. If one of the Josh Allen votes goes to Drake May, they're tied. There's a lot of ifs in that, but the Justin Herbert guy immediately went to Twitter.
Yeah, I need to hear this explanation.
No, you don't. He said it was because how bad Herbert's offensive line was. And he said when Stafford's offensive line became a fraction of how bad Justin Herbert's offensive line is, he couldn't stop turning the ball over. And he said that's the epitome of the word valuable. All right, jackass.
This guy right here, man. This guy
really gave that dude a first place vote.
That's crazy.
Now, I don't know who he voted for second. I don't know if it was Drake May. At the time I did this research, I don't think the full voting panel had been released. So at like 4 o'clock this morning, 5 o'clock this morning, it hadn't been released yet. But, you know, if Matt Stafford was his second place vote, that gives you a line into his thinking. It's probably a moot point anyways.
Right.
If Drake May was his second place vote, then that's a swing state, if you will. And And I don't think there was I thought Matt Stafford was the MVP. I certainly would have felt, I wouldn't have felt any type of way if Drake May had won it. I thought Drake May was absolutely deserving, but I thought Matthew Stafford was the MVP. I was actually surprised it was this close. I thought it was going to be one of those things where it's like, oh, this is going to be a close race, but in the end, like, no, it wasn't.
What was
really.
that, Harden, Westbrook?
Yeah, that's the example I always use. People like agonize for who's going to get it. Wasn't even close. Like, it really wasn't. This was a single vote. This was a single first place vote. I think I can't remember maybe 236 to 233 or something like that. But it was 3 points that separated them, and Matthew Stafford won his first MVP.
Congrats to Matthew Stafford, first and foremost. So it's good for him. And I'm with you. I thought he was deserving. I thought he was the MVP this year. But much like you said, if Drake May would have won, you wouldn't have got an argument from me. He had a fantastic season. On one of the top teams in the league. So if I had to make a vote, it would have been for Matthew Stafford. Matthew also struggled towards the end of the season in some of those games. Like, it just wasn't really flowing. I think one of the last really good games he had was the Seahawks game where he was cooking in that game. But other than that, you got the Panthers game in there. You got the Falcons game. It wasn't overly impressive in the Cardinals game. So you can make the argument, he wasn't as top flight towards the end of the season as he was the rest of the year. But yeah, I'm okay with him winning it.
Christian McCaffrey won Comeback Player of the Year. Jackson Smith and Jigba won Offensive Player of the Year. I think a lot of people were wondering if Christian McCaffrey was going to get that award. I didn't think he was going to get both. I thought JSN had a phenomenal season, but it's good to see that Christian McCaffrey did get some love for the incredible season he had last year.
Yeah, man, much
deserved.
This
year, excuse me.
Much deserved, man. That was good to see for CMC. And also, I thought, did you see the Roger Craig induction?
Yeah,
the when Ronnie Lott was at the door.
I did.
That I love that aspect of
it's terrific.
The Hall of Fame. I saw Larry Fitzgerald's too, and I saw Luke Kuechly's. I didn't watch that whole video because I was in the middle of
Drew Brees, Adam Vinatieri are the other guys going to the Hall of Fame with that.
Nah, it was
shout out to Adam Vinatieri with I think he had the PlayStation Travis Scott's on.
I didn't see
which
that.
I've never actually seen on a person before.
Ooh.
I've never seen those on a person.
The kicker with them.
I've seen
pictures.
I've seen pictures of the shoe.
Yeah.
Never seen anybody wear them. Adam Vinatieri had them on yesterday.
But yeah, the Roger Craig one, obviously a Niners fan, but just knowing how long that's been something that has been debated, and for him to finally get there. And it might have been like kind of what was talked about during the Bill Belichick thing, and it could have been a deciding thing. You talk about swing states and swing votes. A guy who didn't vote for Bill Belichick saying there were guys on there that I knew if they didn't get in now, they were never going to get in. I feel like Roger Craig might have been on his last opportunity.
Yeah.
And
I think one thing that this Belichick Kraft thing did was expose the flaws in how the voting system works. And it's never been a thing that I care about. And to be truthful, I still don't. Like, Bill Belichick will go to the Hall of Fame. He's deserving of a first ballot Hall of Famer. I'm sorry he doesn't get that honor. Robert Kraft is deserving of going to the Hall of Fame. Like, I'm sorry he doesn't get the, like, they're worthy of it, but the system that they have in place is flawed. It's just being pointed out now because you have two really egregious snubs. And, maybe that's something that they address moving forward. Maybe they think their current setup is just fine. But as multiple people started to lay it out, it did kind of fall in line with what that one particular voter said. And this wasn't about Bill Belichick. This certainly wasn't about Deflategate. It was about the fact, and it wasn't Roger Craig, it was someone else. I don't have the ability to vote for this player again. And if I think they're Hall of Fame worthy. And if I can't get them in the Hall of Fame now, I'll never be able to. And I actually think the guy that particular media or particular person voted for, he didn't make it. And so it was a player the ilk of Roger Craig. And so, again, maybe the Pro Football Hall of Fame starts to look at this differently moving forward. But
and anybody in this situation would have had that same issue, right? Like, because I think about, okay, if I think Roger Craig is a Hall of Famer, and if he was at the end or something like that, yeah, he needs to get in. But who do you take off? Like, in some respects, somebody was like, I took off Bill Belichick, and well, that's not the right answer. Well, I don't think taking off Drew Brees or Larry Fitzgerald is the right answer, or even Luke Kuechly. I land on Adam Vinatieri, but I mean, I'm like you, first ballot or not. Like, it, I understand the prestige of being first ballot. I respect that, but Adam Vinatieri gonna get in as he should. Like, he doesn't need to be first ballot if this guy was on his last leg.
But I think they're different. I think they're different sections. So, and that's the thing. That's the thing that is becoming a bit like I could be wrong, but like Kraft and Belichick, they're not in the Luke Kuechly, Adam Vinatieri, Larry Fitzgerald section. They're in like this other section.
Yeah.
And then it does become an issue because it's not, is it Luke Kuechly over Bill Belichick? Is it Roger Craig over Bill Belichick? And that might be the flaw in the process that guys have been talking about. Kyle Shanahan, he's never going to win Coach of the Year ever. Mike Vrabel, absolutely deserving of the honor. Another
the guy was talking about they were snubbed and everybody hated the Patriots. The guy won Coach of the Year.
The guy he's referring to is Jake Gadon. Jake Gadon was absolutely irate in the group text last night. Just furious that Matthew Stafford did not win, or excuse me, that Drake May did not win the MVP, but Mike Vrabel did in fact win Coach of the Year. Kyle Shanahan finished 5th behind Liam Cohen, Mike McDonald, and Ben Johnson. He is never going to win that award.
No.
He's going to go, 17 regular season games, divisional round 18, 19. He's going to go 20-0. 20-0. But there's going to be the Arizona Cardinals, who were 1-16 the year before, got to 9-8, and whoever's coaching their team, probably Brian Daboll, is going to win the Coach of the Year.
Yeah. I mean,
incredible.
That's crazy that he's
Mike Vrabel is deserving.
Yeah.
100% deserving. I just can't believe he finished 5th.
That is, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like I said, we've seen Kyle Shanahan in every scenario. We've seen him with the best team. We've seen him with the surprising team. They've seen him with an injured team. And the results are like always the same. He's never close every time. It'd be one thing. It was like, I remember that year they were the best team and he was one vote away. Like, to my recollection, it's never close. He's never close to getting it. So it's going to be one of those things. It's going to be like, I'm not saying he's this necessarily, but it's like Kobe winning one MVP. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Except Kobe got an MVP. Shanahan not getting any Coach of the Year.
I don't think that he is. He's had 2 of the greatest coaching seasons I've ever seen. This is absolutely one of them. I still think the year where you change quarterbacks 3 times is the most incredible thing I've seen. You could talk about weapons. You could talk about, all of the different talent that was on that team. That's fine. Any other team, any other franchise, any other coach, you're talking about the quarterback. The quarterback is the hub of your universe. And Kyle navigated Trey Lance to Jimmy Garoppolo to Brock Purdy. And got all the way to the NFC Championship. I know that doesn't matter for this conversation, but they got all the way to the NFC Championship, where he essentially was forced to play a quarterback without arms. And it's incredible.
Yeah.
And I feel like he is a lot like the Kevin Durant conversation. He is grossly underappreciated for how great he is.
Yeah. And I mean, look, I understand the people that were ahead of him. I think they all did a fantastic job. Even Lee and Cohn did a great job.
Absolutely.
Ben Johnson did a great job. Obviously, Mike McDonald did a great job. But Yeah,
and Kyle had more first place votes than Ben. I think Ben had more total points. I think Kyle had 6 first place votes. Ben had 1. But again, it's not close when compared to the other two guys.
The overarching point, like you talked about, is that we've seen Kyle in every scenario. That's the crazy thing. Like we've seen him in every scenario not get picked. So I don't know what would need to happen for it to happen at some point. I'm pretty sure he's kind of given up on the thought anyway. So
it might not even be something he's thinking about. Yeah. He's just going to break a TV with football.
He need a Super Bowl. That'll make him happy.
A lot.
That'll make him happy.
It'll change the perception on him a lot because you're made with one Super Bowl. You've been pushing me for a prediction, man, and I just can't get over the thought that I think the Patriots are going to win this game. I think their defense is good enough, like to match. Like I mean, I understand the Seahawks defense is phenomenal. Their defense is good enough to match how good Seattle's is, and I'll admit though, going back to something Jesse said a week ago, I'm going to need something from Drake May in this game. This is a tough game to ask him for, but I'm going to need to see it. On the flip side, Sam Darnold, this isn't the Rams defense you're going against. This is and that's the thing. I think that's what I keep getting hung up on. Sam Darnold had his moment. He deserved it. That was an incredible performance in the NFC Championship. This isn't that. The Patriots defense, it is not that Los Angeles Rams defense. And so it's not that I'm leaning to Drake May being better than Sam Darnold. It's just there's something about this Patriots team I like. And I'm going to lean slightly to them winning on Sunday against Seattle.
I think it's going to be low scoring. I'm going to go Seahawks because that defense, the thing that really sticks out to me that I think is such an advantage if you can get your defense to play this way is their ability to stop the run. And I'm a big believer in if you can make the other team one-dimensional on the offensive end, it almost, I don't want to say guarantees you to win, but it makes everything so much easier for that defense. If they're facing 3rd and 8 every time because you can't get 4 or 5 yards on the ground, the front 4 are going to pin their ears back, get after the quarterback, and now you've got 7 to guard 4 or something like that. So as much as I hate it, as much as I do not like it, oddly enough, the whole, they're winning Levi Stadium, that doesn't really bother me. It's whatever. Like Levi Stadium even going to look like Levi Stadium on Sunday. So it doesn't really bother me. But I think Seattle wins 21-17.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we'll go 20-17.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be 3
I like
touchdowns.
that score. Yeah, I like that score. I just like it the other way. I like it the other way.
Jesse?
I went 21-17 Seattle too.
So we're all on that low
It's going to be a defense first game.
Were you leaning towards New England at one point or no?
Seattle. At first I was like, that was on the Seattle's probably going to win by a couple scores thing, but just as the couple weeks have passed, it's like it's going to be closer. New England's defense is a lot better.
I remember you saying that.
Do you guys think it's going to be a good game? I don't. Like
it'll be a good game if you love defense.
Yeah, it's going to be.
I don't mind games like that though. I don't mind games that are 20-17 fights. Like I think especially in the Super Bowl, to me, like you're on edge. Like Rams Seahawks, because I was texting with my mom and
mom.
Yeah, I wanted it for her. She actually she's like, oh, that's but what a great game. Like that's the type of fan my mom is. She doesn't have an emotional investment into the Rams, but she loves when
wouldn't have been able
win.
to text me after the Niners lost.
Oh, I'm sure. But that game was like it felt like there were 2 minutes left for 12 minutes. Like the whole fourth quarter felt like every play, like that's the whole Super Bowl. Like that's the entire game. Every moment is heightened. So it's tough for me to, especially if the game is close, if it's 20-17 or something if it was 10-7, it's tough for me to walk away feeling like, oh, that was a bad football game. If these guys are if there's no like synergy to the game and there's turnovers and it's like sloppy and goofy, well, that's different. But like if these are two really good defenses and it winds up being 13-7, 10-7, yeah, I'm good with that. Because that last drive, I'm going to be standing up. With no rooting interest, I'm going to be standing up watching. So
I'm ready for the season to be over. Let's move on.
Excited for Bad Bunny.
I am excited for Bad Bunny.
Excited to see who comes out, if any statements are made. And
I think Cardi's coming out. I think Cardi's going to perform. I like it.
I hope Cardi performs a verse we have never heard, and it's directed at another female rapper. We'll come back. The Sacramento Kings play basketball tonight against the Los Angeles Clippers. What are the Clippers doing, and what is the race to the bottom of the NBA going to look like? Because if you haven't heard, the Kings are the lone occupants of that right now. We'll have that next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You got a long way to go, TC. Drewski was out of pocket. Yeah, Drewski. I think Drewski is the funniest man on the internet. I'm a big fan of his work. Last night he was out of pocket. That was wrong on a number of different levels, and that wasn't the place for that type of humor. I like Drewski, but he missed yesterday. No, we're not. Yes, there is. Yeah, he's a good ball player. He's not. I gotta see a little bit more from him. Just not like if he's good or not. But I haven't watched enough of Alabama to really have a definitive thought process on what he could be. But yeah, I like the player so far. All right, securing the Carter. Have a good weekend, man. I think it's open. Don't give me. I'm almost certain it's open now. If you have to reserve some time there, I don't know, but I'm almost certain it's open on this Sunday.
This Bad Bunny entrance in Puerto Rico is the biggest pop I've ever heard.
That was epic. They went crazy in general. They
yeah, that was a
what's
great
his name?
crowd.
Damian Priest, wasn't that him? And then Selena Vega.
Yeah. Savio Vega came out.
I just thought about that. Are they related? Is that his daughter? Niece? Something.
Oh. I don't pay enough attention anymore.
Oh, yeah. Although I need to go watch the Rock Roman's promo. I need to go watch that.
Los Boricuas.
Yeah, I remember that. I couldn't believe this happened.
Kyle Shanahan.
I think I predicted the Falcons to win. I was like one of the only people. I thought I was like, I was gonna be talking crazy to people at my job and stuff. Like, I told you. Tragic. Oh, where is it? Oh, there it is. I think.
Tom Brady just hanging out in Sacramento.
That was crazy, bro. They was out there for Tom, man. They were out there.
Who's going to draw more fans? Tom Brady or the Sacramento Kings tonight?
Tom Brady. They was out there though.
Judging by that video I just looked at, yeah, they was outside.
They were outside. I saw so this was funny. I think oh man, I apologize. I forgot the young lady's name at Fox 40 talked to Tom Brady yesterday and just about being there and everything. And he goes, we've been looking at expansion towards, the West Coast. And when we were looking, Sacramento is our first location. Out here on the West Coast. We wanted to come to Sacramento because we know how passionate they are about sports. They're just a great sports city and their team and the Kings and stuff like that. And then like a lot of comments and everything. Buy the team, buy the team, Tom.
Well, yeah, that'd be great.
I wouldn't be mad at it at all.
That would be great. Think of the random celebrities that would show up to those Kings games.
Oh man,
be the best dressed team in the league too.
Come on. Tom would have one of those. What's the? Remember he had the white Raiders jacket on.
Mm-hmm.
What's that material again?
Is it nylon?
Something like. But he'd have remember the baby blue Kings one with
the
King,
yeah,
the Kings in cursive. He'd have that one on. He'd have that one walking into the arena.
Oh, that'd be cool. Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah. I gotta admit, I didn't expect that. I knew it would be a crowd to see Tom Brady.
That was massive.
They were all over the
outside.
place in Doco to see Tom Brady.
Yeah, they were outside for that.
Satin. Thank you. I apologize. Satin jacket.
Them jackets are satin?
Yeah. The old Niners one, the white one that he had. Yeah, satin.
That was satin?
Yeah.
Salute to y'all rich people who could afford those. I know my busted ass didn't have any of those. Man.
The nylon, I think, was the starter.
I had a okay, because that makes sense. I had the Raiders starter jacket. I love Bo Jackson so much, and now I just want him to get off my TV.
Why?
Bo was on TV talking about men's health. He was with Butcher Boy talking about men's health.
He everywhere.
He was on Dan Patrick. He that's what Radio Row is. You're gonna hear the same interview 47 times. Hey, I'm here because I saw that Butch was talking to somebody. Oh, who was it? Dang it. Butch was talking to somebody, and there was a tide. I guess whoever it was, I got to go back on Twitter and find out who it was. I guess he was just walking around with one of them buckets of Tide Pods. So he'd sit it on the table for when he did the interviews with the camera. There'd be the Tide Pods right there. That's Radio Row. It's never, hey, here's Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
It's, hey, here's Bo Jackson, courtesy of Bo Jackson's men's health app, brought to you by Old Spice. And then, oh, here's Lorenzo Neal, brought to you by Tide detergent pods.
Do you know the guy?
Which is fine.
You know the guy who does the Old Spice commercials, and he talks like this. And so he was on Radio Row, and I don't know if you know who Lou Young is. He does like all these impersonations. He's actually hella funny. Like he's one of the top 5 funny guys. He did Power. He does these athletes. He's hilarious. But he was doing his podcast, and the Old Spice guy came across, and he's like, "Oh, what's up, man? How you doing?" Or whatever. And they said, "What's up?" And then the Old Spice guy kind of keeps walking a little bit. And then Lou was like, "Hey, man, you need to get me on one of them commercials." And then the Old Spice guy reaches in his pocket and throws him a stick of deodorant.
That's terrific.
Like that's what they have here. They have Tide Pods. They have deodorant just ready to give
that's
away.
what it is.
I can't wait to go next year.
LA. There you
Give
go.
me some Tide Pods.
I remember we were doing it wasn't Radio Row. It was virtually identical. It was the Grammys. And Babyface had just sat at our table, but they had come to us and they said, "Hey, do you want to talk to so-and-so? He's the 7-Up spokesperson." Do you know who it was?
Oh, no.
He goes, "Do you want to talk to the 7-Up spokesperson?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do." Like, Babyface just sat down. Can you come back, circle back in like 10 minutes? And they turned to the 7-Up spokesperson. "Hey, we got to come back here in 10 minutes. He's like, "Oh, that's fine." So we sit down and do the interview with Babyface. They come back around. The 7-Up spokesperson was Godfrey.
Oh, snap.
In
2005,
2003, 4.
Wow.
Yeah, it was Godfrey.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what are we, 22 years
Yeah.
later?
Didn't bring that up to him when he was here. He was talking about he's talking about
We should have had him on this month.
Oh my God. We should have him on every day this month. Welcome back to Godfrey, who's going to expose the whole white community here and their inventors. Speaking of black inventors, Dusty Baker. He's invented wine. I don't know that he invented wine, but he invented Baker Family Wines, that's for sure. You can head over to bakerfamilywines.com and become a member of Dusty's Clubhouse. That is essentially Dusty's Wine Club. It's a fantastic thing to be a part of for exclusive releases and tasting room specials. You can grab a bottle while you're out tonight, while you're out this weekend. The Nugget in Granite Bay has them. The Nugget in Elk Grove has them. I believe the Nugget in Roseville, also on Blue Oaks, has them. Select Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations have them as well. Just look for the bottle with the baseball stitch on them. There's any variety of wine that you like, Baker Family Wines makes it. So again, just look for the wine bottle with the baseball stitch, and you'll see Baker Family Wines over there in the corner.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
Shout out to our guy Dusty Baker there.
Indeed.
Sacramento Kings take on the cut and go. Sacramento Kings take on the Los Angeles Clippers tonight at the Golden One Center, looking to end a 10-game losing streak. Looking to avoid an 11-game losing streak.
Gosh, bro. Goodness gracious.
That is crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Do you think they get it done? Clippers without Harden, without Garland.
Without Zubac.
Don't know if Benedict Mathurin is here yet.
Okay, one, Kawhi is.
Yes.
Nah, the Kings can't let this continue. Trade deadline, like center in. Let's work.
Let's get one.
Streak ends tonight.
Yeah, let's get one.
Streak ends tonight. Picks back up tomorrow. It picks back up tomorrow when Keon and Dennis go for a combined 49, but I'm so confused by the Clippers. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why they did any of this. I guess the Zubac thing is a really, really interesting gamble, but it's 100% a gamble because of the weird. It's a gamble for everybody. Like, this is literally the closest thing to Russian roulette we're gonna get with a draft protection.
That was crazy.
Like, it's a top 4 and then like 10 on. It might not even be 10 on. It might be like 10 to 20 or something. I don't remember. It's not going to be, past lottery because the Pacers aren't going to get that far.
Right.
But it's so odd. But I don't know what their end game is. With Garland, if this is a Harden influence thing with Garland, I get, hey, we can get younger here at this position. Maybe Cleveland wants someone a little more certified here as a last ditch push to compete for a championship. The Zubac thing, I'm floored by. I don't understand what the Clippers are doing, and so I have no clue what tonight is going to wind up looking like.
I think even though they got beat up in their last game against Cleveland, and I think they got beat up before that against Philadelphia, I'm going to lean on Ty Lue, that he's going to have them ready tonight. And it's going to be a better performance than they've shown in the last couple of games. Does that get the win against the Kings? I'm going to say no. I'm with you. I think the streak ends tonight. I think you'll get Sabonis playing for more time. And they may be getting into this scenario where they're going to start divvying out the minutes a certain way and getting more games for the minutes for the young guys. But they got to break this streak first. They got to break this one. I think they break it tonight. Kings win. The beam will be lit.
You were looking into March for them to get a win yesterday.
I was.
Scott Perry. Scott Perry talked today. And Kenny's like, they're going to win.
It was the day before, and that was before the Harden trade.
That's true. Oh, this isn't about the Kings. This is about the Clippers. And that's perfectly fine. Because that's what it is for me too.
Yeah.
This isn't a take on the Kings got too much pride. No. This is just sheer confusion as to what the Los Angeles Clippers are trying to accomplish this season when they were playing their best basketball. They were clearly playing their best basketball of the season, and now they're just in the pick thing. It's not like they're tanking.
Right.
It's not like they're going for DeBonsta, they're going for Peterson. No, they're not. They're aiding Oklahoma City. OKC has a pick swap. They have no control. The Los Angeles Clippers have no control over where they draft. So I'm just I've pulled up Law Murray. I thought we had Law Murray's phone number. I was looking all over for it because I was going to ask him, the hell are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Because I just and so that's where I fall on. The Kings get a win tonight because the Clippers are confused.
Yeah, and with the Clippers, the only thing that I can keep going back to is them trying to make sure the books are clear for 2027. And
y'all don't stop.
Well,
maybe we're signing Giannis. Isn't Giannis off his money? And maybe that's what this is all about. Maybe Scott Perry is signing Giannis Antetokounmpo.
That could be what's going on.
He won't have calf muscles by then, or maybe both of his Achilles will be gone. But that's fine. That's right about the time that the Sacramento Kings can win.
So,
oh God, is this a shoot? Tomorrow is singles night at
is. Yeah, I saw that. People are going to be.
Does that mean married couples can't go?
Well, I mean, they can, but the singles.
How do you celebrate singles night?
You just
do you match make?
I would think that you would have different activities, maybe a singles area somewhere on the concourse, maybe up at the draft lounge. You know, but like, hey, come up here right now. If you're single.
You're speed dating during halftime. That's the halftime show.
I would watch.
I'd watch that.
I would stay.
Yeah, I'd watch that. As long as everyone is mic'd, I'd watch that.
I would stay to see what that was all about.
Try to match up the bad contracts on the Sacramento Kings with other teams in the league. Try to find them matches, I guess.
Tonight is Hello Kitty night.
Oh, okay. Then I amend my earlier statement. There will be more people at tonight's game than at the Tom Brady thing, because I remember last year's Hello Kitty night.
Yeah.
I walked in the building and saw a line that wrapped around the from where we entered to the NBC Sports California thing.
Yeah.
For that Hello Kitty backpack. Oh, they're going to be outside
He
today.
gets serious. Kyle Madson, shout out to the Jump, 7 to 9 Monday through Friday, was talking about, I'll give you money if you pick me up one of the Hello Kitty things. I will pay you for it.
I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. Hello Kitty backpack night is crazy.
Yeah. So that's what's going on.
You're going to need a lot of Hello Kitty backpack nights between now and 2027 if this thing continues to take shape the way it is.
Hey, check this out. Looking at the free agent class of 2027. Let's see if there's anybody here the Kings might be able to get.
Giannis?
Steph Curry?
No.
Anthony Davis?
They could get him, yeah.
Anthony
They
Davis might have a
could.
choice at that time.
Yeah, they could.
Giannis, like you mentioned.
As long if he has one functioning calf, then no.
Speaking of one functioning calf, Jimmy Butler.
They could.
Oh man, if they
we wanted to bring in Jimmy Butler.
That was the question.
With Aaron Peterson.
That was the question. Can the Kings? Yes, the Kings can get 37-year-old Jimmy Butler. Yes, they can.
We really love his lineup of Darren Peterson, Nate Clifford, Keegan Murray, Jimmy Butler, and Maxime Renaud.
Let the young guys cook, though. Let the young guys cook. It's about development.
And go get Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah. Nikola Jokic.
I'm gonna go no. He's gonna be retired by then.
Here's one. It ain't happening. Karl Anthony Towns. Can you see Karl Anthony Towns being a Sacramento King?
After the rest of the league realizes that he can be your number 2 on a contender, maybe. This is after the Knicks fire him into the sun. What team is he coming off of here?
Here's the thing. You can name all of them. I'm gonna say no, because I don't think the Sacramento Kings. So let's say tier 1. If we created, Kyle Madson, if you're listening, 5 fictitious tiers of free agents, I don't believe the Kings can sign 1, 2, or 3. They cannot sign from those first 3 tiers of free agents.
Agreed.
Maybe you could sign from the 4. You could absolutely sign from the 5, but you can't sign anyone in the top 3 tiers of free agency for the Sacramento Kings.
From the 4, would you say Cam Johnson is from the 4?
Yeah.
RJ Barrett's supposed to be a free agent.
Well, there you go.
Dylan
Read about that
Brooks.
as recently as yesterday.
Josh Hart.
How old will RJ Barrett be in 2027? How old is RJ Barrett now?
I think he's 24.
I always forget what draft class he was in.
Zion's
Draft class. But
Maybe
he
he's a
was
little older
19.
than
He's
that.
25.
He's 25.
He's 25. So 27 probably. 26, 27, depending on the month.
And here's the thing that I always think about when, anybody says 2027 or having money and all this other stuff. You've mentioned it a number of different times, and I agree. It's more about being able to make a trade and absorb a contract.
Yeah.
It's not about signing a free agent outright, because I don't expect that to
realistic.
happen here in Sacramento. But if you can potentially have your books clear, so you can say the books were clear right now and a Ja Morant was you might be more apt to take on a Ja Morant type of risk with nothing else on the books. Okay, he's making 40 a year. We'll take on that guy. We have plenty of cap space. We'll do that. We'll see what we can do. And that's what I think of when I think of clearing the books for 2027, not free agent signings.
That's 100% what it is. And if they're thinking anything else, they're being foolish. And this goes back to the conversation we were having about coaches. If Doug Christie's not your guy, then who is? And who's going to willingly come here and go, oh, no, I'm going to ignore everything I've seen. I'm going to ignore what you did to Doug Christie. I'm going to ignore what you did to Mike Brown. Now, this isn't Scott. This is the organization. I'm going to ignore the circus with Alvin Gentry and Luke Walton. I'm going to ignore everything that went on to get to the hiring of Dave Yeager. I'm going to ignore the fact that you brought in George Karl. I'm going to ignore the fact that you've had 16 coaches or whatever it is in James Ham's writing career. And then I'm going to speed through Rick Adelman and then go to the dysfunction of this organization for the previous 20 years. Like, that's the thing. That's the other part about this. It's not just the last 20 years. It's all but 8 years of this franchise's existence through multiple ownership groups. And the Maloofs were successful until they weren't. Vivek hasn't even scratched being successful yet. And so I don't know how you convince, no, it's going to be different this time. All right. Yeah. All right. Good luck, man.
Good luck indeed. That's
Kings and Clippers.
Kings and Cavs on Saturday.
Yeah.
Don't hit that one, man. I'm going to go to that one. I got to check that out, see what's going on.
Yeah, I'm sending our friends to that game.
Nice.
I'm going to try to make it out there. That I'm interested in that one. I'm really interested in seeing Cleveland. I'm curious what they look like.
Who's playing good basketball right now? What, they won like 8 and 9?
Yeah. And now you're adding James Harden to this. You got Dennis, you got Keon. The Harden swap with Garland. I'm interested in. I know Kobe Altman downplayed Darius Garland's like health being a factor, durability being a factor in all of this. But it's hard to think it wasn't. Like, you're aware of it. Like, you know that it's there. Or maybe more specifically, you know that he's not. So James plays. We can make our jokes about how he comes up in the big moments all we want to, but he plays. And even if he falls flat in the big moments, you have a guy who very definitively does not. Donovan Mitchell does not fall flat in big moments. Right. He's one of those. He hasn't had he hasn't been to the same stage that Jalen Brunson has recently, but like, he is a closer of that ilk. So I'm really anxious to watch them tomorrow. I know it's bad for the ping pong balls. I just really prefer this basketball team win games. And I know that is the most against the grain thing you could say right now with this group, but it's just hard to root against them for the next 20 games and then 82 more next year.
I'll say this real quick. I want to see them win every now and then at home. They can lose all the road games, but I like seeing them win at the Golden One Center.
Well, they're doing a great job of that so far because they've lost 14 straight on the road. Tonight's game.
This is terrible.
It's really bad, man. It's really bad. Sacramento Kings have played 52 games, and they've won 12. They will play game number 53 tonight and 54 tomorrow, and we'll be back to recap it all beginning at 7 a.m. with The Jump on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings light the beam.
Yeah, Jalen, I'm kind of curious about this too. I'll be watching this tonight and tomorrow. I'll be really curious if that's the case. We appreciate you guys. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you here Monday morning.